Chapter 6:18. After working in the Qin family's kitchen for more than 2 hours, Xiaofan finally finished preparing lunch for the big shots in the backyard. There weren't many types of dishes, only 5 dishes and 1 soup in total. However, the portions of each dish were large and were all placed in small bowls. After all, the big shots sitting in the house were all martial artists and their appetites were extraordinarily large. After the dishes were done, Xiaofan naturally didn't have anything to do. Madame Qin ordered the maids to bring the bowls of dishes to the front hall. Xiaofan didn't care about this. After washing his hands, he pulled his wife out of the kitchen. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he saw Qin Huaiyu and Cheng Chumo walking towards him. Xiaofan was stunned and asked, "Hey? Huaiyu Chonyo? You two are back?" Qin Huaiyu went to Yunshan to participate in labor as early as a month ago. Cheng Chumo liked to slack off, and it had only been half a month since he went to Yunshan. Under normal circumstances, the two of them should be at Yunshan now because Yunshan was a little far from Chang'an. The students of the School of Mathematics would usually eat together in the cafeteria of Yunshan at noon. "Oh! What meat is this? It smells so good. Hey! Wait! Don't go! Let me try a piece." Cheng Chumo was about to answer when he smelled an extremely rich fragrance of meat. His attention was immediately attracted by the little maid holding the bowls of dishes. What was worse was that this guy was not only talking, but also stretching out his black dog paws. "Stop!" Madame Qin, who was standing behind him, quickly caught up to him and scolded, "Ugly bull, stop fooling around. This food was prepared for His Majesty. If you really want to eat, then go wash your hands and eat at the table. What are you doing now?" Cheng Chumo immediately stopped. He widened his eyes and said, "Huh? Is Her Majesty here too?" He had just brought Qin Huaiyu home. After learning that Qin Qiong had recovered from his old injuries and had unexpectedly broken through to the next realm, and that Cheng Chumo was freeloading at the Qin family today, Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and followed Qin Huaiyu over. However, he only came over to freeload a meal. He really didn't know that Li Er was here. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have come. His Majesty, your Uncle Yuchi, and the others are all here. Since you're here, Choax, go wash your hands and accompany them to drink later." After saying that, Madame Qin led the maids into the room, leaving behind a dumbfounded Cheng Chumo. "Heh! Who told you to be so smug?" Xiaofan stepped forward and teased Cheng Chumo. Then he looked at Qin Huaiyu and asked, "Huaiyu, how are things at Cloud Mountain?" Qin Huaiyu said, "The construction of the academy has been completed. All that's left are some non-urgent buildings. The students of the School of Mathematics have all returned home today to prepare for the entrance exam." Everything was completed just like that? Xiaofan was shocked when he heard that. He said in surprise, "That's fast? Then, Huaiyu, you guys have worked hard." At this moment, he just remembered that the entrance exam of Yanhuang College was about to begin, and he hadn't even started writing the exam papers? It seemed like he couldn't wander around anymore. "Ha! Of course, we've worked hard. Xiao Xian, you have to compensate us well." Cheng Chumo laughed shamelessly. Xiaofan said in annoyance, "Compensate? Isn't this lunch compensation for you? Choax, you can't eat these dishes anywhere else even if you want to." What meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? Old Cheng, want to try it and see what it tastes like?" After the dishes were served, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but salivate when he smelled the fragrance of the meat with preserved vegetables. He was eager to try it. Cough, cough. Qin Qiong coughed heavily and signaled Cheng Chumo to notice that Li Er was still at the table. Cheng Chumo came back to his senses and blushed. He put down his chopsticks and said awkwardly, "Cough, cough. Your Majesty, please try this first." Li Er smiled and said, "What? We haven't eaten together for so long, and now we're becoming distant?" Thinking back to when Jijia was at the table, he didn't give in no matter who the other party was. Cheng Chumo touched his nose and didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, "You were still the king of Qin, and we were all good brothers. Now that you're the emperor, how can I, old Cheng, not be more careful? Ha ha. Jijia, are you trying to say that today is different from the past? I'm already the emperor of a country, and you can't laugh and scold me like before? Also, Shu Bao, pharmacist, Jingda, Jinda, do you all think the same? What kind of person was Li Er? How could he not guess what Cheng Yaojin was thinking? He glanced at the people in the room and said with a meaningful smile. Cheng Chumo hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This official doesn't dare." Qin Qiong and the others also bowed slightly and said, "This official doesn't dare." Don't dare? Li Er's mood suddenly became agitated. He stood up straight and looked at everyone at the table. He said with a face full of resentment, "You all just don't dare? This means that you all really thought so in your hearts. Ha! To put it bluntly, you all are afraid. You all are afraid that I will punish you because of your words and actions. You all are afraid that I will be the emperor now, and my temperament will change greatly compared to before. You all are afraid that I will be like Liu Bang, who just ascended the throne and then killed a meritorious official. You all are afraid, aren't you?" At the end of his words, Li Er was almost shouting. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Cheng Chumo was even grumbling in his heart about why he came to freeload today. In the end, he didn't even freeload the meal, but first freeload the tiger's butt. He was really unlucky. Seeing that no one responded, Li Er was even more depressed. He continued, "Today I will tell you clearly. Although I am the Emperor Shu Bao Jijia, and the rest of you have been with me through life and death on the battlefield, I will always treat you as my brothers. Today, I swear to the heavens that in my lifetime, I will never be like Liu Bang, and you will never be like Han Exe." Liu Bang was already more than 50 years old when he became the emperor. In his later years, he became increasingly suspicious of the meritorious officials who fought with him, especially those with different surnames. In the end, Zhang Tu, Zhang Ao, Han Wang Xian, Pang Yu, Han Xian, Ing Bu, and the others were killed one after another. Ing Bu even rebelled. Liu Bang personally led an army when he was ill and defeated him. After that, the country was handed over to the descendants of the Liu family. Not only that, but he also became suspicious of Xiao He. He forced him to think of ways to tarnish his reputation to arouse Emperor Yi's suspicion. In the end, he almost died. At this time, after Li Er finished speaking, he slammed the wine bowl heavily and said heroically, "Serve the wine." Li Zishuan, Qin Huaiyu, and Cheng Chumo looked at each other and went to serve the wine obediently. After all, they were the only ones in the room who could be ordered. Chapter 619. Zhen has already said what needs to be said. Today, all of you, bring out the heroic spirit you had when you fought with Zhan on the battlefield. Shu Bao's old injuries have healed and he unexpectedly broke through. Aren't you all happy? Come. There are no monarchs and ministers on the table today. Let's not go home until we're drunk. After Li Zishuan filled the empty wine bowl in front of him, Li Er picked it up and raised it in front of his chin. He said loudly to Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, and the others, "Cough cough." Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu, these two idiots, didn't dare to come over and pour wine for Li Zishuan, so this tough job naturally fell on Li Zishuan's head. Come. Let's do it. When it comes to drinking, I, Cheng Yaojin, have never been afraid of anyone. Since your majesty said that there are no monarchs and ministers on the table today, then don't blame me when you get drunk by me. Cheng Yaojin was the most careless. He held the wine bowl and stood up as he spoke in a rough voice. Li Er laughed loudly. "Ha ha. Do you think Zhen doesn't know your alcohol tolerance? If you can get Zhen drunk today, Zhen will give a daughter to your Cheng family." After Li Er's sincere words, Cheng Yaojin's heart had already relaxed. His eyes lit up and he said, "Your Majesty, are you serious?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel moved. According to the official history, Cheng Yaojin's second son, Cheng Chuliang, did marry Li Er's daughter, Princess Qinghe. History was always shockingly similar. A monarch doesn't joke. Although Li Er's body didn't look as sturdy as Cheng Yaojin's, he still had some skills in alcohol tolerance. After all, how many emperors hadn't been baptized by alcohol? After the two of them messed around, the previous tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Yuqi Jingda joined in the fun and said, "Your Majesty, you can only believe half of Cheng Jijia's words. The older this old guy gets, the less reliable his mouth." Niu Jinda smiled and said, That's right. Jijia's alcohol tolerance can't even compare to me, old Niu. He only knows how to boast." Cheng Yaojin immediately panicked. He glared at Zhao Yu and said, "Hey! I say, the two of you are starting to collude, right? Come, come, come. Watch me, old Cheng. Beat the both of you up. I'll drink first to show my respect." After saying that, he picked up the wine bowl and was about to drink it all. Niu Jinda hurriedly said, "Wait, wait. What's wrong? Hey, old Niu, are you scared?" Chang Yaojin was puzzled at first, but then he said proudly. Niu Jinda spat. "Bullshit. Why would I be afraid of you, Madman Cheng? What I want to say is, how boring is it for you to drink one bowl after another? It wouldn't be easy to determine the winner. Why don't we compete in drinking with finger-guessing games? Your Majesty, Shu Bao, what do you think?" Li Er nodded. "Sure." Qin Qiong nodded and said, "Yes." When Chang Yaojin saw this, he could only straighten his neck and say, Let's play the finger-guessing game. Come, come, come." Everyone quickly reached an agreement and prepared to start the finger-guessing game. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the field. "How boring is this finger-guessing game? I know a more interesting game that's most suitable for drinking." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Cheng Chumo who was eagerly making the suggestion. "Go, go, go. We are drinking. You little brat, take 2 pieces of meat and scram to the side to eat." Chang Yaojin didn't waste any time. He came up and slapped Cheng Chumo twice on the back of his head. Cheng Chumo was hit hard, and he instantly grimaced in pain. When he heard Chang Yaojin's heartless words, he was furious. He didn't know if this guy had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts, but he actually said, "Ayo. What the heck, Dad, am I still your biological son? You can really bear to hit me and say that?" Li Xiaofan was the first one who couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The rest of the people, including Li Er, also laughed out loud. Cheng Yaojin's face darkened, and he was about to hit again when Li Er hurriedly stopped him. "All right, Jijia, stop hitting. Let Chonyo speak. Who knows, this kid might really have some good ideas?" Only then did Cheng Yaojin stop. However, he still glared fiercely at Cheng Chumo and said, "Speak. You little rascal, if you can't say anything, I'll break your legs when we get back." Cheng Chumo shrunk his neck and then began to introduce to the big bosses in the field. This game is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are very simple. You can first randomly choose a person and say any number. For example, Her Majesty says 5. Uncle Li, you have to immediately say 6, and so on. However, whenever you encounter a number that is a multiple of 7 or a number that contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say, pass. Those who don't say, pass, or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all be considered to have failed. The person who fails will be punished with a glass of wine, and then the next round of the game will start from this person again. I wonder what Her Majesty and the rest of the uncles think? Li Xiaofan couldn't help but cover his face. This fellow had completely copied the rules of the game that he had mentioned the other day. It was really hard on him. However, copying the game itself wasn't a problem. The problem was, no. How can this game be as simple as finger guessing? You little rascal, you're just adding to the trouble. As expected, before Li Er could say anything, Cheng Yaojin was the first to jump out and reprimand him. Actually, at this moment, Cheng Yaojin was also sweating in his heart. Was this son really his biological son? Why did he keep tricking him? Because if they were to follow the rules of the game, the ones who would suffer the most would be him and Yuqi Jingda. Although the rest of the people were generals, they weren't like the two of them who only knew martial arts and didn't know literature. Cheng Chumo had come up with such a bad idea. Wasn't this asking for his old life? Li Er thought for a moment and understood the essence of this game. He suddenly found it interesting and said, Jijia, it's not right to say that. Compared to finger guessing, this game is obviously much more fun. Let's do this today. Apart from Yuqi Jingda, the rest of the old generals all agreed. These 2 miserable brothers glared hatefully at Cheng Chumo. They could only obey the majority. Next, without a doubt, Qin Qiong, 19. Li Jing, 20. Cheng Yaojin, 21. No. Yuqi Jingda, who was below Cheng Yaojin, heaved a sigh of relief and then laughed loudly. Ha ha. Cheng Jijia, you lost. Drink first. Let's talk about other things. Yes, yes, yes. Drink first. Li Er picked a large piece of braised meat for himself and said to Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin was helpless. He could only admit defeat and drink first. Then, the burning alcohol directly penetrated his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Chang Yaojin hurriedly picked up a piece of braised meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, wanting to use it to ease his pain. In the end, he was instantly stunned by the taste. As he stuffed himself, he shouted excitedly. This meat is really delicious. It looks greasy on the outside, but it's not greasy at all when eaten. Qu'est-ce? Little Xian's culinary skills are really good. With these things to go with wine, I won't get drunk no matter how much I drink. Li Er couldn't help but say, this is called fat but not greasy. Cheng Jijia, why are you talking so much? Cheng Yaojin laughed dryly and said, heck, how can my knowledge compare to His Majesty? This fried fish is also very delicious. With these dishes to go with wine today, I can definitely not get drunk after 1,000 cups. Let's continue. It's my turn. I say 13. Yuqi Jingda hurriedly said, pass. It was naturally impossible to not get drunk after 1,000 cups. After all, his strength was there. After failing again and again, old Qing finally became cold and collapsed under the table. Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo hurriedly apologized to Li Er. The two of them dragged Cheng Yaojin and prepared to send him back to the Cheng family. Aya! Little Xian, if I do this, won't we lose our Qing family's princess daughter-in-law? If His Majesty grants a marriage to Chu Liang, won't I be trapping my brother? Cheng Chumo thought for a long time and finally realized that something was wrong. He patted his head and said with regret. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and said, not only did you trick your brother, but you also tricked your father. The Hidden Demon Queen. Chapter 620. Oh right, husband. When we were at the Qin Manor, you once said that you wanted to give me a surprise. Can you tell me now? After carrying Chang Yaojin into the Chang Manor's carriage, Li Zishuan directly brought his wife home. In the study, Li Zishuan was thinking about the students' entrance exam papers when he heard Han Yushi's gentle and slightly expectant voice. Li Zishuan put away his thoughts, turned his head, and pretended to say, yes. That seems to be the case. But as for what the surprise is, I also forgot. Husband, you. When Han Yushi heard that, she glared at Li Zishuan and said, haha. Wife, do you really want to know what the surprise is? Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi to his side and asked with a smile. Didn't you forget, husband? Even if I want to know, what's the use? Han Yushi pouted and turned her head to the side. The summer breeze blew in through the window and happened to blow a strand of hair by her ear to Li Zishuan's nose. Smelling the fragrance of the hair, Li Zishuan felt a little itchy. He turned Han Yushi's body around and pretended to be serious. Although I've forgotten, there's a way for me to remember it immediately. Yes, come. Wife, you just need to use your lips to leave a mark of love on it. After I feel your love, I will have a flash of inspiration, and I will be able to remember everything. As Li Zishuan spoke, he pointed to the right side of his face. However, this fellow's expression was not vulgar at all. Instead, he looked bright and upright. However, how could Han Yushi, who had been with Li Zishuan for so long, not know that this was Li Zishuan's little trick? She twisted her body and rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan. Humph. Husband can even lie with his eyes open now. I don't believe it. Hey, you little girl. Li Zishuan's lie was exposed, so he angrily scratched Han Yushi's nose. Then he walked to the side of the bed, put his hands behind his head, and lay down. He said shamelessly, sigh. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, your husband has intermittent amnesia. If you don't give me a kiss today, your husband's amnesia won't be cured. Naturally, you won't know what the surprise is. Han Yushi was furious. She walked over and pinched Li Zishuan's arm. Husband, you're cheating. Shameless? Did I? I'm just telling the truth. How am I cheating? Humph. If that's the case, then forget it. I don't want to know what the surprise is now. Han Yushi got up and stomped her feet. She turned around and was about to leave. She loved Li Zishuan, But she didn't want Li Zishuan to succeed so easily. Moreover, it was still daytime. As soon as she turned around, Li Zishuan's slightly bewitching voice came from behind. Aya, I suddenly remembered something. It seems that this surprise is very, very important to you. Do you really not want to know? Han Yushi stopped in her tracks and said hesitantly, I don't want to know. I'll know when I feel that it's time. But this surprise is related to your future life. Really? Will not want to do. Really? This fellow said it so clearly. He had completely revealed his true colors. Han Yushi looked conflicted. After a while, she stomped her feet, turned around, and returned to the bed. She leaned over and poked Li Zishuan's face. Then, she quickly tried to straighten up. Li Zishuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a fragrant wind seeped into his nostrils. Then, he felt something soft, warm, and water-like on his face. This beautiful feeling disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Han Yushi was about to get up, he quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Han Yushi exclaimed. She wanted to break free, but she realized that it was all in vain. She couldn't help but be anxious and angry. Hubby, didn't you just say that a kiss would be enough? Let go of me and tell me the surprise. Li Zishuan leaned over to Han Yushi's ear and whispered. That was the condition 15 minutes ago. Now, it's time to collect interest. Han Yushi was shocked and instantly understood what this fellow was going to do. She hurriedly said, Don't. Hubby, it's still daytime. If mother-in-law come to the west courtyard later, everything will be over. Oh. Wife, don't worry. Lana won't come. Let's hurry up. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was obsessed with sex, couldn't care less about that. He mumbled as he snuggled into Han Yushi's arms. Logically speaking, they were newlyweds. What was wrong with being a little passionate about this? Unfortunately, this fellow was busy with various matters in the academy and didn't have time to be distracted. After holding it in for so long, he was suffocated. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? After a while, there was a suppressed gasp in the room, but the volume was very, very low. Oh? Xiaoshi, young madam has been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out? The sun is going to set soon. According to the usual practice, young madam should be in the kitchen cooking delicious food for young master. Outside the door, Xiaohe looked at the tightly shut door and asked Xiaoshi, who was sitting in the corridor. Xiaoshi rolled her eyes and said, I think you're the one who's craving for food again? Every time young madam cooks for young master, you would secretly eat it. Luckily, young madam is kind and didn't argue with you. Otherwise, she would definitely sell you out. Xiaohe stuck out her tongue and blushed. Young madam wouldn't do that. Besides, young master wouldn't be so heartless. Then she looked at the door and whispered, Hey, Xiaoshi, do you think young master and young madam are doing that in the room? That's why they haven't come out. Xiaoxi's face instantly turned red. She used her finger to point at Xiaohe's forehead and scolded, Stupid Xiaohe! Why are you thinking about these things every day? Young master and young madam? They wouldn't. Ah! 6th grade noble title? Husband, is what you said true? Before Xiaoxi finished speaking, there was a scream in the room. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was very excited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost control of his voice. In the room, the two of them were lying side by side on the bed and had already put on their clothes. However, from their messy hair and messy bedsheets, it was obvious that they had a fierce battle just now. Shoo! Lower your voice. Wife, you are trying to invite someone else in. Li Zishuan hurriedly covered his wife's mouth and then glanced at the door with a guilty conscience. If someone else came in now, it wouldn't be a big deal for him as a man. However, he was afraid that Han Yushi would be blamed because of this and be afraid of intimacy in the future. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 621. Inside the house, Han Yushi motioned for Li Zishuan to let go of her hand. Then, she took a deep breath. Although she looked excited, she tried her best to lower her voice and said, Husband, I haven't even seen His Majesty today. Why would he give me the title of nobility? Li Zishuan smiled and said, What's so strange about that? Although you haven't seen His Majesty, You have trained your husband well and cultivated such an outstanding talent like me. Of course. His Majesty will reward you. Li Zishuan shamelessly praised himself as he combed Han Yushi's long hair. In his previous life, he liked girls with long black hair very much. However, many modern girls found it too troublesome to take care of long hair. It was too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter when they washed their hair, so they usually couldn't keep it. Now that he was back in ancient times, he could finally fulfill this small wish of his. Han Yushi's was the standard long hair that reached her waist. She was extremely beautiful. Trained your husband well? Han Yushi's expression froze. After she reacted, she said angrily, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. You're already very outstanding. What does it have to do with me?" After saying that, her mood inexplicably became a little depressed. When Li Zishuan saw this, he quickly turned sideways and caressed Han Yushi's little face with his hand. He said softly, "I'm not talking nonsense. If it weren't for my wife urging me, I might be walking around with a group of rich playboys in Chang'an City right now, or hanging around in brothels. How would I have the perseverance and willpower to go to that Yanhuang college? Husband, don't go to that kind of place. The women there are not worthy of you." When Han Yushi heard about brothels, her nerves immediately became sensitive. She said anxiously. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Yes. I'm not going. In this world, only my wife is worthy of me. I only want to be intimate with my wife." Han Yushi's ears turned red. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito as she sighed. This concubine is also not worthy of my husband." Li Zishuan's eyes widened and he suddenly shouted excitedly, "You are worthy. Who dares to say that my wife is not worthy of him? Even if you're from a commoner's family, even if you don't understand poetry, even if you're not from a noble family, you're still worthy. If I say you're worthy, then you're worthy. You don't need to learn poetry, you don't need to learn accounting, and you don't need to worry about other people's gossip. Do you understand?" "Husband." Han Yushi's eyes were filled with tears as she stared blankly at Li Zishuan. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out of her mouth. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi in his arms and rested his chin on her forehead. He said softly, "Remember, my wife, from now on, you only need to accompany me and grow old together. I will help you solve other things. If others feel that your status is low and you're not worthy of me, then I will find an official position for you. Let's see who dares to gossip behind my back in the future. Wife, it's fine if you don't know how to do accounting and manage the family. I will earn mountains of gold and silver for you. Even if our children and grandchildren are all prodigals, they will never be able to squander the family fortune. Wife, it's even more fine if you don't know poetry. When you want to write poems, tell me, and I will write them for you. You can write whatever you want. Actually, our life doesn't need to be so complicated. I love you, you love me. It's that simple. We will love simply in the future and live together simply, okay?" Wah! These ordinary and touching words of love, which seemed to be a reprimand on the surface but were actually full of concern, made Han Yushi unable to hold it in anymore. She burst into tears and buried her head in Li Zishuan's arms as she sobbed. "Husband!" Sob. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't have those messy thoughts in the future. I'll accompany you well in the future. I won't study poetry anymore." At this moment, she realized that Li Zishuan wasn't lying to her when he said that this surprise was related to her future life. In the past, in order to make herself worthy of Li Zishuan, she had been working hard to learn this and that. She originally thought that he couldn't tell, but she didn't expect that the man beside her had long noticed all of this and kept it in his heart. He even put in a lot of effort to untie the knot in her heart. When she thought of this, self-reproach, sweetness, happiness, and gratitude instantly surged into her heart. Han Yushi's tears flowed endlessly like a flood breaking through a dam. In just a short while, Li Zishuan's chest was already wet. Li Zishuan quickly patted Han Yushi's back and comforted her gently. All right. Wife, don't cry. Now that you have an official position, even the county magistrate will have to bow to you when you see him in the future. This is a joyous occasion. Wife, don't cry. Stand, cough. In the modern era there were all kinds of nonsense. Li Zishuan almost said, "Wife, don't cry, stand up and masturbate." Fortunately, The old driver drove steadily and braked in time. Otherwise, there would definitely be a car accident. Han Yushi, who was in a complicated mood, didn't notice the abnormality. She sobbed twice and then wiped her tears. She used Li Zixuan's clothes to wipe her tears. She raised her head and said, "And you're right, husband. This is a joyous occasion. I won't cry. Ah, it's so late. Oh no, since His Majesty has given me an imperial edict, then there should be an imperial edict in the afternoon. But husband, did we miss the imperial edict?" Han Yushi looked at the sky and only then did she notice that the sun was about to set. She suddenly thought of the 6th rank title and couldn't help but exclaim with a panicked expression. Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Haha. Wife, you're thinking too much. His Majesty drank a lot in the afternoon. He's probably still in the land of tenderness. Where would he have the time to get someone to draft an imperial edict? The imperial edict bestowing the title of wife will probably only be sent tomorrow." Han Yushi heard that and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, "Oh, that's good, that's good. It's all your fault, husband. Xiao He and the others must have noticed something. Forget it. Let's not care about this. I have to go to the kitchen and arrange for someone to cook. Otherwise, father and mother will be anxious from waiting." After that, she left Li Zixuan and got up in a hurry to go out. Li Zixuan was speechless. He thought to himself, "Is it my fault for lasting too long?" He looked at Han Yushi's back and added, "Wife, remember to make a plate of scrambled eggs with chives and roast a plate of pork kidney tonight." Han Yushi's tender face turned red when she heard that. She said unhappily, "Stinky husband, you haven't been serious all day. I'm ignoring you." After she finished speaking, she really didn't bother with Li Zixuan and directly fled. Chapter 622. The next day, Li Zixuan slept in, which was rare. On one hand, it was because he had been in seclusion for the past month to compile teaching materials. He would work overtime every night, which exhausted a lot of his physical and mental strength. On the other hand, it was because this guy had another wave last night and worked overtime in bed. Under such circumstances, he could not get up in the morning. But as the person involved, Han Yushi didn't feel sleepy at all. She didn't feel sleepy at all. She knew that Li Zixuan was very tired during this period of time, so she didn't wake him up. Instead, she walked out of the room alone and brought Xiao He, Xiao Shi, and the others to practice Tai Chi. Today, Han Yushi felt more and more that Tai Chi was very beneficial to the body. Not to mention that her husband and her adoptive father had broken through because of Tai Chi. After practicing Tai Chi for more than 2 months, the most direct feeling was that she was very energetic every day. Secondly, she could barely cope with Li Zixuan's various torments at night. The 3 beauties were practicing Tai Chi outside. The scenery was very beautiful, but Li Zixuan had no time to care about it. He lay in bed and slept soundly, going on a date with Zhou Gong. "Hubby! Get up quickly, Mr. Li Gang is here." After an unknown period of time, Li Zixuan faintly heard a melodious voice ringing in his ears. He muttered somewhat unwillingly, "Oh, who's here?" Han Yushi had no choice but to repeat, "Hubby, Mr. Li Gang is here. He's waiting in the front yard. Get up quickly." Li Zixuan heard it clearly this time. He immediately turned over and jumped off the bed, saying, "Mr. Li is here? How long has he been here?" This guy looked at the sunlight outside and knew that it was not early. As he spoke, he hurriedly put on his clothes and buttoned a button wrong in his hurry. Seeing this, Han Yushi sighed helplessly. Without any hesitation, she stepped forward to help Li Zixuan put on his clothes. She said, "Husband, don't worry. Mr. Li Gang has just arrived. There are 2 other people who came with him. They look quite old. Father is accompanying them in the front hall." Li Zixuan asked, "Oh, Dad, didn't you go out to play chess with someone today?" The chess he was talking about was Go. Of course, it didn't mean that there was only Go in the Tang dynasty and no Chinese chess. In fact, there were both types of chess in the Tang dynasty. Go had been circulating in China's upper class since the spring and autumn period. Chinese chess was relatively late and only became popular during the Warring States period. A few months ago, after Li Jingma handed over the family business to Li Zixuan, he happily became a rich man. In the morning, he usually played chess with others in the tea house, And in the afternoon, he usually went shopping with Mrs. Li or went sightseeing in the suburbs of Chang'an. He was really comfortable. Not yet. Mother said that the imperial edict might come to our house today. She asked father not to go out. After Han Yushi helped Li Zixuan put on his clothes, she began to pull Li Zixuan to the dressing table to help him comb his hair. At this time, when she heard Li Zixuan's question, she answered softly. Li Zixuan responded. Then, he complained in his heart, I don't know if old Li has recovered today after drinking so much yesterday. He's not like me, who can sleep in the morning. Li Er, who had dark circles under his eyes and was in low spirits, yawned inexplicably on the dragon throne. Wei Zhang, who was standing below, couldn't help but frown. Mr. Li, you're here. We're honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. After washing up, Li Zixuan came to the main hall in the front yard. When he saw Li Gang and two unfamiliar old men, he quickly went forward and greeted them politely. Li Gang didn't buy it. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded, What do you mean by not going out to meet you? I think you just woke up, right? He had been with Li Zixuan for so long and had long regarded Li Zixuan as his own junior. When he saw this situation, he couldn't help but say a few more words. Cough, cough. Li Zixuan blushed and said awkwardly, Well, I've been too tired to compile teaching materials for the academy recently, so I woke up a little late today. I didn't expect Mr. Li to come in person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have woken up so late. Li Gang glanced at Li Zixuan's legs and wanted to say, Young people should pay attention to self-control. But when he considered that it would embarrass Li Zixuan in front of others, he could only change his words and say, Diligence is the key to success. Yanhuang College will soon be on the right track. Little Xian, don't slack off at this time. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, I understand. At this time, Li Jingma finally had a chance to interrupt. He stood up and said to Li Zixuan, Little Xian, Mr. Li Gang has come to our house. You have to treat him well and don't neglect him. Father will go and order people to prepare lunch. You stay here and accompany these gentlemen. The people who came today were all influential figures. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. When Li Gang reprimanded his son, he could only listen. He couldn't say that Li Gang's reprimand was wrong. After all, Li Gang's name was so famous. Li Zixuan knew that his father wanted to sneak away, but he didn't expose him. He replied, Father, go do what you need to do. I'll stay here. Li Jingma nodded and cupped his hands to everyone. Then he hurried out. Haha. This kid is in a high position, but he can still accept criticism. His temperament is not bad. After Li Gang left, an old man with half-white hair sitting on Li Gang's right stroked his beard and laughed. Sir, you flatter me. Although Li Zixuan didn't know who this person was, he still cupped his hands and thanked him. This was because he understood that the person who was brought here by Li Gang must have an extraordinary identity and ability. Li Gang pointed at the old man and introduced him to Li Zixuan. Little Xian, let me introduce you. This is Dragon Gate's Wang Ji, Wang Wugong. People call him Dong Gaozi. You must have read his biography of Mr. Wu Dou, right? Mr. Wang is a true literary figure. This old man spent a lot of effort to invite him over. You mustn't neglect him. Li Zixuan was confused. Wang Wugong, Dong Gaozi, biography of Mr. Wu Dou? He had never heard of any of these before. He was a complete engineering guy in his previous life. If you were talking about awesome people like Li Bai, Du Fu by Juyi, he would definitely know them. However, he had never heard of Wang Ji. But it didn't matter because this guy knew how to act. Ah, so it's you, Mr. Wang. I'm sorry for the disrespect. After I read your biography of Mr. Wu Dou, I admired your noble character very much. I'm really lucky to be able to see you in person today. Li Zixuan silently gave Li Gang 32 likes. Old Li was really a good friend. He even mentioned Wang Ji's representative work. This teammate was really 66666. Chapter 623. Wang Ji, courtesy name Wugong, also known as Donggaozi, was from Zhengzhou Longmen, a Tang dynasty doctor and famous poet. Many people might not know the name Wang Ji, but this person had a very powerful grandnephew, Wang Bo, the head of the four heroes of the Tang dynasty. Wang Bo was the grandson of Wang Ji's brother, Wang Tong. Speaking of Wang Tong, He was also a famous doctor and a very famous scholar. In the third year of Emperor Wen's life, Wang Tong once traveled west to Chang'an, met Emperor Wen, and presented the 12 strategies for Taiping, respected the way of the king, and analyzed the past and the present. But he was not used. Probably because of the recommendation of his hometown friend, Xue Daoheng, he was given the position of Assistant Secretary of Shu County and Assistant Minister of Shu King. But Wang Tong was not satisfied, so he resigned and became a private educator in his hometown. Later on he devoted himself to the study of Confucius's 6 classics. It is said that he once studied under Li Yu of the Eastern Sea, studied poetry under Xia Jian of the Huiji, and inquired about etiquette under Guan Ziming of the River East. After studying, Wang Tong felt that he had learned something, so he imitated Confucius and wrote Wang's 6 classics, or continued 6 classics. He began to gather disciples and give lectures at Bainyoshi in his hometown. The number of disciples is often in the hundreds. Only Hunan Dongheng, Nanyang Cheng Yuan, Zhongshan Jiaqiong, Hedong Shueshou, Taishan Yao Yi, Taiyuan Wenyanba, Jingzhao Du Yan, and a dozen others are outstanding. Yao Yi is generous, so Zhongyu. Shueshou is knowledgeable, so Zhuang Zhou. Other than that, it was said that Tang dynasty officials like Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang were also Wang Tong's disciples, but there was no direct evidence to prove it. As for Wang Ji, he was promoted to the position of secretary during the end of the Sui dynasty. But he was not happy in the court, so he resigned on the pretext of illness and returned to being Yang Zhou's 6 Harmonies minister. When the world was in chaos, he resigned and returned to his hometown. In the Tang dynasty, he ordered the court officials to wait for the imperial decree. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, he resigned and returned to Hezhou to farm in Donggaozi, calling himself Donggaozi. He was arrogant, addicted to alcohol, and could drink wudo. He wrote biography of Mr. Wudo, Wine Classic, Wine, and Zhuang. In history, this person's literary achievements were quite high. Later generations evaluated him as follows. His poetry is close but not shallow. His quality is not ordinary. He is frank and unrestrained. He is open-minded and lofty. He chases after the high winds of Wei and Jin. The body of laws originated from the 6 dynasties, and took shape between the Sui and Tang dynasties. Wang Ji was depressed all his life. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, he was an official and retired 3 times. His heart was set on an official career, but he knew that it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Therefore, he retired to the mountains and the countryside, entertaining himself with music, wine, and poetry. After he abandoned his official position and lived in seclusion in his hometown, Donghao village, he indulged himself in alcohol and indulged himself. His thinking was deeply influenced by Taoism. Most of his poems were based on the love of wine, praising Ji Kong and Ruan Ji, and praising Tao Yuan Ming with the content of the idyllic and leisurely life. Later generations compiled it into the collection of Dong Gaozi. At this time, in the main hall, Wang Ji heard Li Zishuan's sincere praise, and a smile appeared on his old face. He said humbly, "Haha, you really know how to talk, but I'm just a country bumpkin. I don't deserve your praise. I heard that you've set up an academy. I'd like to see it for myself." Actually, Wang Ji couldn't be blamed for not being able to see that Li Zishuan was acting. It was just that Li Zishuan's acting was too realistic. The admiration and praise on his face were just right. If it was more, it would appear hypocritical, and if it was less, it would appear insincere. If he was in modern times, he could be an Oscar winner. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since ancient times, learning has always been the most important thing in every dynasty. However, it is harder for the poor to enter the academy than to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, I founded Yanhuang Academy to establish my heart for the world and life for the people. I want everyone who is interested in learning to be able to learn useful things." Good. What a good heart for the world. What a good life for the people. The Li family's boy is really bold. When Wang Ji heard these 2 sentences, he couldn't help but slap the table in praise. He laughed and said, "Just based on these 2 sentences, I'll drink to the heavens." After saying that, he picked up the teacup beside him and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth. As a result, ba ba ba. It's actually tea. You're not honest. Why didn't you serve me wine when I came here? Wang Ji complained as he spat out the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty tea in his mouth. Li Zishuan blushed with shame. He hurriedly asked someone to bring the iced wine from home and said, "Cough, cough. Mr. Wu Gong, please wait a moment. The wine will be here soon." Another old man on the side pointed at Wang Ji and scolded jokingly, Wu Gong, after so many years, you're still so addicted to wine." Wang Ji didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud and said, "So what? If a person lives a lifetime without wine, what's the point of living? It's better to die." Everyone was shocked by these words. What did he mean by addicted to wine? This was what it meant to be addicted to wine. In comparison, those drunkards in other people's mouths were simply too weak. Fragrant. 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 So fragrant. At this moment, a maid from the Li residence brought in a pot of wine. The spout of the wine pot was emitting cold air, and at the same time, it also brought out bursts of wine fragrance. Wang Ji's nose twitched like a pug as he greedily sniffed the wine fragrance in the air. The image of an otherworldly expert from before instantly disappeared without a trace. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped to the ground. Wang Ji didn't care about these things, or rather, he didn't care about these things at all. At this moment, he closed his eyes and was deeply intoxicated. Soft and mellow, mixed with the fragrance of mountain fruits. The ratio of each is just right. The fruit borrows the strength of the wine, but the wine dissolves the fragrance of the wine. Wonderful. 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 It's really wonderful. This winemaker can be called a master. Li Zishuan was speechless. Wasn't this the most ordinary of warm and gentle wine? Why did Wang Ji's words make it sound like the nectar of heaven? With the expansion of the winery and the improvement of the technology, although the current drunken immortal and warm and gentle wine were not cheap goods that could be found on the streets, the daily production capacity was already 2 to 3 times higher than before. At the very least, there was no need to line up everywhere to drink drunken immortal now. As long as you had the money, you could drink it. Therefore, Li Zishuan was very puzzled by Wang Ji's current behavior. Li Gang's old face turned red. He secretly thought that his old friend was really embarrassing. He coughed dryly and said, "Cough, cough. Wugong, this is warm and gentle wine. It's sold in all the major restaurants in Chang'an City. If you like it, I'll ask Xiaofan to give you some later." The expression on Wang Ji's face suddenly froze. However, this guy was also a clever person. Seeing his frozen old face, he immediately changed into an expression of reminiscence and said, "Oh, so it's warm and gentle wine. I drank it a few times in the past, but I didn't drink it after that. After such a long time, I almost forgot the taste." Li Zishuan was stunned for 2 seconds. He thought to himself, "I don't believe you. Warm and gentle wine and drunken immortal only appeared this year. You still have the nerve to say that you haven't drunk it for so long and have forgotten the taste?" He never expected this old guy to start acting with him. Life is really like a play, and it all depends on acting. Chapter 624. Heh! You old thing! In the main hall of the Li residence, after Wang Ji finished speaking, Li Zishuan did not expose the lie in front of him in order to give him some face. However, another old man sitting opposite him pointed at Wang Ji and scolded him with a smile. However, that old man only scolded him jokingly and didn't probe further. He probably knew that Wang Ji was living in seclusion in the remote Donghao village, and his family wasn't well off. It was normal that he hadn't heard of the gentle village. Li Zishuan stood up and said, "I haven't asked for this gentleman's name yet." Li Gang patted his head and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is..." "Hee. Wenji, why do you have to go through so much trouble?" That old man saw that Li Gang was going to introduce himself like how he introduced Wang Ji. He quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan and said casually, "I'm Yen Silu. I don't have as much fame as Wang Wugong. I'm just a scholar who relied on my late father's shadow." "Oh right, my late father Yenji Tue. I'm sure you've heard of it before." Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment. He only felt that the name Yenji Tue sounded very familiar. After searching his mind carefully, he was suddenly shocked. Yenji Tue. It was actually Yenji Tue, the man who wrote Yen Family Teachings. Yenji Tue lived his life and served 4 dynasties. 3 times. He was a man of a fallen country. He suffered the pain of separation and was deeply worried. Throughout his life, he didn't have any outstanding achievements, nor was he a prominent official. However, because of Yan family teachings, he enjoyed 1,000 years of fame. From this, one could see the far-reaching influence of his family teachings. Yan family teachings was written by Yan Zhitue during the northern and southern dynasties. It influenced China's ancient family teachings for more than 2,000 years. It had the reputation of ancient and modern family teachings, with this as the ancestor. It was the most famous family teachings in China's history. Back then, Lu Xun's younger brother, Zhou Zuoren, greatly respected and admired Yan Zhitue and the Yan family teachings. He specially wrote a note on the Yan family teachings in the night reading. Moreover, throughout history, the descendants of the Yan family had astonishing performances in terms of integrity and talent. Just in the Tang dynasty alone, people like Yan Shurgu, Yan Silu's eldest son, who annotated the Book of Han, Yan Zhenqing, whose calligraphy was a model for the world, and Yan Gaoqing, whose awe-inspiring integrity shook the world for thousands of years, and Yan Gaoqing, who died for the country, and so on, all gave people an extraordinary and deep impression of the Yan family, and also proved the effectiveness of the family teachings set by their ancestors. Even in the Song and Yuan dynasties, the Yan clan members continued to be officials, making the people of the Ming and Qing dynasties extremely envious. So you're a descendant of Master Yan. Sorry for the disrespect. Sir, you must be joking. If you are a sour Confucian, then there is no real Confucian in this world. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and cupped his hands solemnly at Yan Silu. His solemnity was not fake, but sincere. In that moment just now, he had already recalled some of Yan Zhitue's deeds. If he remembered correctly, Yan Zhitue had an extremely famous descendant, and that was Yan Zhenqing, the man who is known as the Four Great Families of Regular Calligraphy, along with Zhao Mingfu, Lu Gongquan, and Ouyang Sun. Later generations said that Yan Zhenqing's status in the history of calligraphy in China was very high. Other than Wang Shiji, no one could be compared to him. Since Yan Zhenqing was a descendant of Yan Zhitue, then wasn't he also a descendant of Yan Silu in front of him? Yan Zhenqing was Yan Silu's sixth grandson. Fuge. You changed your mind so quickly. You were just praising this old man. Now you're praising this sour old man. Wang Ji, who was drinking at the side, couldn't help but say sourly when he saw Li Zishuan's appearance. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sweat. What do you mean by changing my mind so quickly? You're not AF** King Beauty, so why would I change my mind? Eating and sitting without manners, Wang Wugong, you really don't act like an elder at all. As soon as Wang Ji finished speaking, Yan Silu beat him to it and mocked him. Li Zishuan could see that these two old men were completely different from the old-fashioned scholars he usually saw. One had a carefree personality, and the other was easygoing and didn't put on airs. No matter what, Li Zishuan felt that it was a pleasant thing to get along with these two old men, so he couldn't help but give Li Gang 32 likes in his heart. Hee hee. Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. No matter who it is, I have admired you for a long time. There's no need to quarrel over such a small matter. Li Zishuan smiled and tried to smooth things over. Yan Silu's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, Li family's boy, don't beat around the bush. Tell me the truth. Do you want to invite the two of us to teach at your college? Li Zishuan was slightly speechless. He originally planned to chat a bit more, then have a meal and drink together later, and then invite them to join Yanhuang College. After all, in modern times, wasn't this the process of inviting people to do things? He didn't expect Yan Silu to be so direct, but since things had already come to this, he had nothing to hide, so he cupped his hands and said to the two of them, To be honest, I have the same intention. I hope the two of you can come to Yanhuang College to teach and educate people. Yanhuang College has just been built, and other than Mr. Li Gang, there is no one else of virtue and prestige. If the two of you can join, Yanhuang College will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Among them, Li Zishuan didn't know what other skills Wang Ji had other than writing good essays. However, Yan Silu was different. First, he had scholarly prestige, and second, he had personal cultivation. If he could come to Yanhuang College to help manage the students, Li Zishuan felt that he would be able to save a lot of trouble. As for Wang Ji, Li Zishuan felt that his personality was good, and he was pleasing to the eye. In addition, he was recommended by Li Gang, so Li Zishuan felt that he might as well hire both of them. Wang Ji, who was enjoying the warmth of a woman while listening to the compliments, had no idea that he had become a buy one get one free gift in someone's heart. Hee hee. I have nothing to do at home. If it weren't for Li Wenji's multiple invitations, I wouldn't have come here today. You are also a famous person in Chang'an this year, and I've heard a lot of rumors about you. But today, you said, set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people. Which made me see you and Yanhuang College in a new light. I'm even a little glad that I came here today. Yan Silu shook his head and sighed. Li Zishuan saw this and was delighted. He asked, so Mr. Yan, you agree? Yes. You, a young man, can set your heart for heaven and earth, and set your life for the people. How can an old man like me, who is about to know his destiny, shrink back? Yan Silu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Chapter 625. Oh. This old man also agreed. How about it? Kid, don't you feel honored? You must know that over the years, many people have wanted to invite this old man to come out of retirement, but this old man rejected them all. Seeing Li Zishuan and Yan Silu chatting passionately, Wang Ji felt that he was being neglected, so he interrupted somewhat unwillingly. Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sure enough, some people couldn't be judged by their appearance. When he first saw Wang Ji, he thought that this old man was an otherworldly expert, but now, let's not talk about it anymore. Mr. Wang also agreed. That's really great. To be able to invite the two of you is this kid's honor, and it's also the honor of the thousands of students of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan was still a very polite and good young man. He didn't slap Wang Ji's face, but instead put on a happy expression and cooperated with him. And sure enough, Wang Ji stroked his beard with a comforted look on his face. Li Zishuan's hands were itching when he saw this. Oh, that's right. This old man isn't that easy to invite. If you want this old man to help you teach students, you have to agree to one condition. Wang Ji stroked his beard for a while and suddenly said seriously. Li Zishuan's cheeks twitched imperceptibly. He restrained his emotions and said, what condition? Sir, just say it. But in his heart, he secretly thought, when did a free gift become so troublesome? This old man doesn't have any self-awareness. Li Gang and Yan Silu immediately cast a contemptuous look over. Wang Ji's old face turned red, and he hurriedly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, but he still insisted and said, cough, cough. Kid, if this old man goes to your college to teach, will there be good wine for me? N. Just this kind of gentle village will dudes. How about 5 buckets a month? 5 buckets a month? Li Zishuan almost fell to the ground when he heard this. What kind of concept was 5 dou? 1 bucket of wine in the Tang dynasty was about 6,000 milliliters in modern times, which was about 12 caddies. 5 buckets was 60 caddies. Drinking 60 caddies of wine in 1 month. Li Zishuan only wanted to say one sentence at this moment. Furthermore, according to the current market price of 2 strings of coins per liter, these 5 buckets of gentle village would be 100 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins. Even though Li Zishuan wasn't lacking in money, the salary of a Yanhuang College teacher was still there. Previously, Yanhuang College's salary was 10 strings of cash per month for teaching assistants, 20 strings of cash per month for lecturers, 50 strings of cash per month for associate professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for professors, and 100 strings of cash per month for Yanhuang College. Wang Wugong, you old man, do you really think you're Mr. Wu Dou? You want 5 buckets of wine as soon as you open your mouth? Yan Silu was a native of Chang'an. He was very clear about the current market price of gentle village. At this time, after hearing Wang Ji's request, he spoke out with some dissatisfaction. Speaking of Wang Ji's title of Mr. Wu Dou, it could be said that there was a lot of history behind it. First of all, Wang Ji himself wasn't as bad as Li Zishuan thought. Someone who treated him as a gift was a bit ignorant. Actually, Wang Ji was a very talented person. In the 20th year of Sui Kai Huang, Wang Ji, who was only 15 years old, traveled to the capital in Chang'an to visit the powerful minister Yang Su. He was called the child prodigy fairy by the ministers present. In the first year of the Dai dynasty, Wang Ji was a filial and honest official. But this guy was smart, but he was a bit lazy. Moreover, he was addicted to alcohol. At first, because of his arrogant nature, he didn't want to serve in the imperial court, so he was appointed as the deputy county magistrate of Yangzhou. But because he was addicted to alcohol, he was impeached and dismissed. Actually, he didn't care about the official position. He sighed and said, "The net is in the sky, I'll settle down." At this time, the Sui dynasty was in chaos. He and the hermit Zhong Zongguang were drinking wine, composing poems and raising birds for fun. In the 8th year of Tang Wuda, the imperial court recruited the officials of the previous dynasty. Wang Ji was appointed as an official under the imperial court. According to the rules of the imperial court, he was given 3 liters of good wine every day. His brother Wang Jing asked, "Are you happy waiting for the imperial court?" He replied, "Waiting for the imperial court's salary is low and lonely. Only the 3 liters of good wine makes people reluctant to part with it." When Chen Shuda heard about it, he increased the wine from 3 liters to 1 dou. At the end of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er killed his brother and imprisoned his father. Wang Ji was once again recruited by the imperial court and appointed as a minister. At that time, Shi Jiaoge of the Tai Lu department was good at brewing wine. After Wang Ji heard about it, he was a bit restless. He hesitated for a long time and finally made up his mind. He told the big boss of the Ministry of Personnel that he requested to be transferred to the Tai Lu department to be the Tai Lu minister. At that time, the Minister of Personnel should have been Zhang Sun Wuji. When the old fox heard Wang Ji's strange request, his old face turned black. He then refuted it with the reason that it did not match the rank. Minister of Personnel is a concubine of the 4th rank, while the Tai Lu minister is a concubine of the 8th rank. I have to say, for the sake of drinking wine, this guy is really capable of doing anything. After Wang Ji received Zhang Sun Wuji's reply, he did not give up. He sent Zhang Sun Wuji a request again and again, stating that he had to go to the Tai Lu department. At first, Zhang Sun Wuji did not take it to heart. However, he could not stand this guy's daily harassment and finally appointed him according to his request. When Wang Ji received the appointment, he was naturally overjoyed. He felt that he could finally drink good wine every day. However, the good times did not last long. At the beginning of the Zhenguan period, Zhao Gu passed away. However, Zhao Ji's wife continued to send wine to Wang Ji. However, not long after, Zhao Ji's wife also passed away. Wang Ji could not help but look up to the sky and sigh. "The heavens do not want me to indulge in good wine? Is it because the heavens do not want me to indulge in good wine?" After a few days, this guy felt that there was no point in continuing to stay in Chang'an. Thus, he gave up his position and left. After that, he wrote the biography of Mr. Wu Dou, in the Donghao village where he lived in seclusion. It was unintentionally spread by others and he instantly became famous. That was how the title of Mr. Wu Dou came to be. At this moment, when Wang Ji heard Yan Silu's dissatisfied words, he glared at him and said, "Ha! I Wang Wugong, dare to ask for 5 dou of wine because I am worth the price. Can you, Yan Silu, do you think you can do it?" Yan Silu said angrily, "What do you mean? You, Wang Wugong, other than drinking wine and writing a few lines of poetry, what else can you do? Why are you worthy of 5 dou of gentle wine? Do you know that these 5 dou of gentle wine are worth 100 strings of coins?" Worth 100 strings of coins? When Wang Ji heard this, he immediately panicked. If Yan Silu did not mention it, he really would not know that the wine he was drinking now was actually so expensive. Oh my God! The price of 1 dou of wine is enough for this old man to drink for half a year. Oh no, oh no! Am I going to let Yan Silu see this old man as a joke? Wang Ji's heart was a little bitter at this moment, but he could not say it out loud. Chapter 626. Hey! So what if it's worth 100 strings of coins? Seeing Yan Shirlu looking at him provocatively, the temper buried in Wang Ji's heart surged. He straightened his neck and said indignantly, "Who said this old man only knows how to write poems and drink wine? The best thing about me is that no matter what I learn, I'm faster than you, Yan Kong." Yan Shirlu glared at him and said, "Heh, you're really a toad yawning. What big words." Wang Ji seemed to have recovered by now. He raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "Ha ha! I'm telling the truth. Don't doubt me when you return, Yan Kong. Let's talk about playing the zither first. I learned it for less than half a month and mastered it thoroughly. Can you do it? There's also bird training. I learned how to raise birds from others in my early years, and I mastered the knack of it in just a month. I even tamed 2 owls. Can you do it? Oh right, and stop. Yan Shirlu, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot because of Wang Ji's repeated questions of, "Can you do it if you're in my place?" hurriedly interrupted him. Are you flaunting your idleness as capital? I only found out today that you, Wang Wugong, are so thick-skinned. Wang Ji wasn't annoyed by Yan Shirlu's sarcasm. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and said, "What is a proper occupation? What is a side occupation? I, Wang Wugong, don't have a proper occupation to begin with. Or rather, everything is my proper occupation. The world is big, but life is short. Why don't I do what I want to do while I'm alive? Why do I have to work so hard?" Li Zishuan's eyes flickered slightly. He thought to himself, this Wang Ji's personality is really open-minded. Yan Shirlu didn't buy it. He said directly, "Then why do you still go to Yanhuang College to teach? Aren't you afraid of being troubled by your work?" Wang Ji seemed to be prepared for this question. He didn't even think about it and answered, "Haha. I'm going to the Yanhuang Academy because I'm interested, not because I'm working on a case." Speaking of which, the Yanhuang Academy that Xiao Xian built was probably built to teach the 4 books and 5 classics, right? Right now, he is in need of a talented person like me who has an extraordinary learning ability. Do you think this old man is worth his monthly salary of 5 buckets of wine? Yan Shirlu said with a straight face. Nonsense. Don't tell me you think that with your talent in playing with chickens and dogs, you can be like a fish in water in Little Xian's engineering? You're just being arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll harm others and yourself. Wang Jimmy took a sip of wine and said nonchalantly, I, Wang Jimmy, have never tried it before. How do you know it won't work? Could it be that you're feeling guilty? Humph. Yan Shirlu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He simply couldn't be bothered with this egomaniac. Li Zishuan saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. He thought for a while and said, I am deeply honored that the 3 of you could come to my humble abode today. Moreover, we will be colleagues soon. There's no need to be angry over such a small matter. To show my sincerity, I will personally cook a few dishes for all of you. I will also send someone to invite Elder Mo over. The academy is about to start, so let's have a gathering today. Li Gang clapped and laughed. Good. I've long heard that your skills in food are at the peak of perfection. You must have cooked lunch at Qin Manor yesterday, right? I heard that even His Majesty was full of praise for your culinary skills. Today, us old fellows are in for a treat. When Wang Ji heard Li Gang's words, he suddenly felt a little saliva in his mouth. He licked his lips and said excitedly, Very good. Very good. Only good dishes are worthy of good wine. Today, let's see if your culinary skills are worthy of this winemaking skills. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to bicker with this old fellow. He stood up and prepared to leave. Hey! Kid, wait! As Li Zishuan stood up, Wang Ji's voice came from behind him. Kid, let me take a look at the knowledge that Yanhuang College is going to impart to you in the future. Firstly, it's so that you know what to do. Secondly, as the host, you abandoned your guests and ran away. You should at least leave a few books for us old fellows to relieve our boredom. Li Zishuan thought that it made sense. He thought to himself that this old fellow had finally said something serious. Thus, he called a servant girl over and whispered a few words to her. After the servant girl received his orders and left, Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said to the 3 old men sitting in the main hall, Please wait for a moment. Sirs, please wait here for a moment. In a while, the servants will send over the 4 teaching materials compiled by this kid. Please feel free to take a look. I'm going to arrange for lunch. Li Gang waved his hand and said, Go! Li Zishuan cupped his fists and left. When he arrived at the back kitchen, he didn't see Li Jingma. Li Zishuan thought to himself that it was as expected. He knew that his father was just declining when he said that he was going to the back kitchen to arrange lunch. Now that the Li family had a young mistress, how could Li Jingma be the one to worry about cooking? Not only did he not have to worry about it, but the food had also improved a lot. As a matter of fact, Li Jingma had started to put on weight recently. Husband, why don't you let me do it? You can help me watch from the side. You? But perhaps this was telepathy. As soon as Li Zishuan walked into the kitchen, Han Yushi seemed to have guessed the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit before he said anything. Thus, The two of them had a conversation. Husband, you should still be cooking the 5 dishes from yesterday, right? Han Yushi asked with a faint smile. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, that's right. Look at how confident you are. Could it be that you know how to cook? He indeed didn't intend to develop new dishes. With his abnormal mental strength, he could recall the cooking methods of many dishes. However, good things had to be developed slowly, right? If he took them all out at once, how boring would that be? Han Yushi wrung her hands and thought seriously. She replied, I can try, but it would be great if husband could watch from the side. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Han Yushi had only seen the entire cooking process of the 5 dishes at the Qin residence yesterday. She could cook by herself after seeing it once? With curiosity and doubt, Li Zishuan replied, Yes, no problem. Han Yushi smiled happily. Then, she turned around and began to get busy with the Li family's chef, Aunt Zhao, and the 2 maids. Cutting the meat, blanching it, drying it, frying it, and steaming it. Next, Han Yushi skillfully followed the steps of Li Zishuan making braised pork with preserved vegetables yesterday. Li Zishuan, who was watching from the side, only thought that he was cooking. As time slowly passed, the new dishes that Li Zishuan made yesterday, vinegar-spiced radish skin, big bowl of braised pork, white-cut chicken, fried fish pieces, and fried chicken cubes were all perfectly replicated by Han Yushi. Husband, try the taste? Han Yushi knew that Li Zishuan didn't like to eat fatty meat, so she picked up a piece of fried chicken cubes and handed it to Li Zishuan's mouth. Then she asked, Oh, genius! Genius! Wife, you are actually a genius. Chapter 627. Li Zishuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when the fragrant and refreshing fried chicken cubes that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside entered his mouth. The tenderness of the chicken breast mixed with the aroma of various spices instantly exploded in his mouth and flooded his taste buds. Logically speaking, the standard of Han Yushi's fried chicken was about the same as his. There was even a trace of her own unique style in it. Li Zishuan tasted the taste of home from it, so when he said, Wife, you're actually a genius just now, he was sincere. So, I'm considered qualified? Han Yushi blinked her eyes and said expectantly. She couldn't help Li Zishuan with the matters of Yanhuang College, so she could only hope to be able to share Li Zishuan's worries on these small matters. Therefore, she now looked like an obedient child who had done a good deed and was waiting for her parents to praise her. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Hee hee. Wife, you're not only qualified, you're even better than your master. The Li family's kitchen maid, Auntie Zhao, also laughed at this moment. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen a young lady with such good culinary skills as young madam. In comparison, this old woman's craftsmanship is somewhat unpresentable. At this moment she sighed and said, I plan to tell old madam that I'm going back to my hometown at the end of this month. The Li family has such a virtuous mistress like young madam who can cook so well, why would they need meal? Although old master and old madam didn't fire me, but... Hey. Auntie Zhao, don't say such things. Li Zishuan saw that she was getting more and more wrong, so he quickly interrupted, Auntie Zhao. It's true that Yushi's culinary skills are good, but your culinary skills aren't bad either. Otherwise, my father and mother wouldn't have kept you in the residence for so many years. Also, Yushi usually has her own things to do. She can't cook for every meal, right? Even if she's willing, I don't want her to be tired. Don't you think so? When Aunt Zhao heard Li Zishuan's words, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on her face. She hurriedly bowed and said, Hey, young master, you're right. Young madam is Lord Ju's wife. Of course, she can't personally cook every day. She was inexplicably deprived of the right to cook. Han Yushi opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she felt her hand being pinched, she quickly shut her mouth. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Yes. So, Auntie Zhao, you shouldn't talk about going back to your hometown in the future. If you want to go back to your hometown, you can take a few days off. My mother isn't an unreasonable person. Why wouldn't she let you go home? Aunt Zhao hurriedly waved her hands and said, No. Young master, you're exaggerating. Old master and old madam are good people. Young master, young madam, someone from the palace is here. Old master and old madam want you to go to the front yard. As they were talking, San Bao ran to the back kitchen and told Li Zishuan and Han Yushi. Hearing this, the husband and wife looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they guessed why the people from the palace had come at this time. Han Yushi's breathing quickened a bit, and her face showed some excitement. It could be seen that she was forcefully suppressing her excitement because Li Zishuan felt that the beauty's small hand was still trembling. Hee. Wife, let's go quickly then. Don't let the angel wait too long. Li Zishuan squeezed Han Yushi's little hand and chuckled softly. Han Yushi bit her lip and replied with an yes. Then, she let Li Zishuan drag her away. The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that Li Zishuan's wife, Han Yushi, has adhered to her principles ever since she entered the Li family. She is neither arrogant nor rash. She takes care of her husband and herself. She is virtuous and has a pure heart. She is a role model for women in the Tang Empire. This time, the imperial edict was very short. Li Zishuan felt very comfortable listening to it. Even the little eunuch reading the imperial edict was much more pleasing to the eye. Of course, the eunuch reading the imperial edict was not Zhao Song. Our chief steward Zhao is probably still recuperating from his injuries. Han Yushi also felt very comfortable listening to it. As for the reason, it was obviously different from Li Zishuan's. After she married into the Li family, she had accompanied Li Zishuan to listen to many imperial edicts. However, in the past, she was happy because Li Zishuan was rewarded and put in an important position. Today, she was truly happy for herself. I accept the imperial edict. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Yushi suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked to the eunuch with dignified steps. She took the imperial edict with both hands. A palace maid next to her saw this and took the opportunity to send the neatly folded noble dress to Han Yushi. Xiaofan saw that Han Yushi was holding the imperial edict with both hands and it was not easy to receive the dress. She was very perceptive and helped Han Yushi to receive it. Li Zishuan smiled and waved at San Bao. This matter was originally under his father's care. However, his father had completely abandoned all responsibilities and no longer cared about matters outside the family. Li Zishuan had no choice but to come personally. San Bao brought over the prepared gift tray. Li Zishuan chuckled and said, "Little eunuch, it must have been hard on you to come all the way here. Please come in and have a cup of tea." The little eunuch was flattered and said, "Lord Zhu, you are too courteous. You can just call me Little N. Mr. Zhao, Zhao Song, is so close to you. I dare not accept your gift. We still have matters to attend to in the palace, so we will take our leave first. Lord Zhu, please wait." After that, he cupped his hands and excused himself from the crowd. Then, he left with his men. Li Zishuan was stunned and couldn't help but wonder, do I look that scary? Well, since they don't want money, I can save some for myself. In just a short while, Madame Li Jingma, and the two little maidservants had already begun to look at the imperial edict. This imperial edict was of great significance. From now on, the Li family had another official position besides Li Zishuan. Although it was just an empty title, it was a title that all women in the world wanted. Li Gang, Wang Ji, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others who came to the Li family as guests also came out to watch the ceremony when the imperial edict arrived. At this moment, when they saw how happy the family was, they couldn't help but feel happy for Li Zishuan. Ha. Looking at the time, it's time for lunch. Today is a joyous occasion. Father, why don't you accompany the gentleman for a drink or two? Li Zishuan looked at the time and laughed loudly at Li Jingma and the few old men beside him. Li Jingma and Madame Li only then realized that there were guests in the house today. The two of them quickly restrained their expressions. Li Jingma coughed lightly and said with a flushed face, "Okay. Old misters are all people of virtue and prestige. How can this old man not accompany you? Serve the dishes. Gentlemen, please come in and have a seat." Chapter 628. Wang Ji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that there were only 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table. However, when he heard Li Zishuan say that these were the dishes that Li Er and the others ate at Qin's mansion yesterday, the disappointment in his heart disappeared without a trace. The rest of the people were also flattered. After all, the dishes on the table could be considered a sacred feast to some extent. Li Zishuan laughed secretly when he saw this. He thought to himself, although these dishes are the same as what Li Er ate yesterday, the person who cooked them is different. However, this doesn't affect much. Han Yushi's culinary skills can completely pass off as genuine. Hey! Let this old man try your cooking first and see if it's as good as what they say. Wang Ji couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork with preserved vegetables and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Li Zixuan frowned and muttered to himself, "This old man is already so old. He better not choke himself to death from eating fatty meat." If Wang Ji knew what Li Zixuan was thinking, he would definitely roll up his sleeves and fight it out with Li Zixuan. However, he was destined not to know. Tisk, tisk. It's fatty but not greasy. The taste is excellent. To be able to make pork taste so good. This is the first time this old man has seen such a thing in my life. Old man Wang's mouth was full of oil, but he didn't forget to exclaim. At the side, Yen Silu didn't have the time to reprimand Wang Ji for not eating properly because he was also enjoying his meal at the moment. Mo Huai didn't come alone today. When they heard that the Li family had come to the inn to invite Mo Huai for a meal, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's eyes rolled around. They had been in Chang'an for a few days and had heard a lot about Li Zixuan, the man of the hour in Chang'an City this year. The Li family's banquet was almost the most delicious in Chang'an City. Of course, they wanted to experience it very much. The two of them spoke up almost at the same time and requested to go together under the pretext of protecting the tycoon. Mo Huai's heart was as clear as a mirror. He originally didn't want to bring the two of them over, but when he saw their eager looks, his heart softened. At this moment, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun could not help but swallow their saliva when they heard Wang Ji's praise. The two brothers guiltily looked at Mo Huai beside them. Seeing that there was no displeasure on Mo Huai's face, they were slightly relieved. Then, they picked up their chopsticks and started attacking the large plate of braised meat on the table. Ugh! As soon as the braised meat entered his mouth, a burst of rich fragrance immediately exploded. The preserved vegetables absorbed the juices of the meat, and the meat also brought out the fragrance of the preserved vegetables. The combination of the two was really incomparable. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun widened their eyes in disbelief. Why is pork so delicious? It was fatty but not greasy, melted in the mouth, and was salty and fresh. How is this pork made? As the last descendants of the Mo family, they had lived in a bitter and cold place for a long time. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries ate beef and mutton, while they could only eat pork during festivals. At that time, they thought that they were eating the best pork in the world, but now, the two brothers stared blankly at the remaining half of the braised pork in their bowls. Their feelings were very complicated. At this moment, they completely understood why people said that no place in Chang'an City could compete with the Li family in terms of food. As they ate the delicious food, a certain persistence in their hearts began to waver slightly. Haha, it's rare for us to gather together today. How can there be meat but no wine? Come, three sirs, let me give you a toast. After hearing Wang Ji's exclamation, Li Zixuan picked up a glass of wine, stood up, and said with a smile. At this time, there were naturally servants who poured wine for them. Of course, it was the best immortal drunken wine. As for the reaction of the two Mo brothers, Li Zixuan naturally saw it and was very satisfied. This was because Mo Huai still had some misgivings about the Mo family entering the world. Since that was the case, Li Zixuan would dispel Mo Huai's misgivings through the other members of the Mo family. It had to be said that Mo Zhong and Mo Yun came at the right time today. Good. Well said. Little Xian. This old man is completely convinced by your culinary skills. There's not a single dish on this table that this old man can find fault with. What wine is this? Why is the wine aroma so strong? Wang Ji first praised the dishes on the table sincerely. In just a short while, the old man had already tasted every dish. As he spoke, the maids had already poured the wine. The rich aroma of the immortal drunken wine instantly wafted out. Wang Ji couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask, "Ha! Wang Wugong, this is the immortal drunken wine. And it's the best immortal drunken wine. The most famous wine in Chang'an City this year is none other than this." Yen Silu was also a wine lover. He could tell that the wine in the cup was the immortal drunken wine. However, his love of wine was not the same as Wang Ji's love of wine. The two were fundamentally different. At this moment, he smiled slightly and explained to Wang Ji. Immortal drunken wine, this name is good. This old man wants to see if it lives up to its name. Come, brother Jingma, thank you and your son for your hospitality today. Sitting beside Wang Ji was Li Jingma. It was rare for him to think of Old Man Li at this moment, so he spoke politely. Old Man Li's face was flushed red, and he said happily, "Haha, you're too kind. Gentlemen, you're all full of wisdom. Since you're here to help my son, this old man should be the one toasting you. Come, let this old man drink first. Brother Jingma, you're too kind." Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai smiled slightly and also raised their wine cups. However, they didn't dare to drink it in one go because they knew that the wine in the cup was abnormally strong just by smelling it. They couldn't bear it. Cough, cough. Ha! This wine is really strong. This old man has also studied the art of winemaking, but I don't know how to make such strong wine. I'll have to ask Xiaofan for advice later. Wang Ji drank a cup of Drunken Immortal in one go and almost choked to death. When he recovered, his first reaction was to be concerned about the winemaking method of Drunken Immortal. Well, if Mr. Wang is interested, we'll talk about it in detail later. Li Zishuan replied. While they were chatting happily, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun didn't have time to pay attention to them. The two of them ate happily. At first, they were afraid of Mo Huai's power and didn't dare to go overboard. However, once they started eating, how could they resist the temptation of delicious food? They opened their stomachs and started eating. Vinegar choking radish skin? Crispy and refreshing, delicious. Big bowl of braised pork, fatty but not greasy, salty and just right, delicious. White cut chicken, fragrant meat, delicious. Fried fish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and delicious. Fried chicken cubes, crispy and tender, also delicious. At first, they felt that there were too few dishes, but now they didn't know which dish to eat. Every dish was the best taste. How could they choose? They could only eat whatever they picked up randomly. Chapter 629. Little Xian. How much of the content in this chemistry book is true? Why do I feel like it's a little mysterious? After the meal, they didn't leave. Instead, they stayed in the main hall and chatted while drinking tea. Wang Ji picked up a book from the table next to him, pointed at the book and asked Li Zishuan. It's worth mentioning that Wang Ji drank a lot of Drunken Immortal at noon. At this moment, only his cheeks were red and he wasn't drunk. Li Zishuan admired his alcohol tolerance from the bottom of his heart. This chemistry book, I can guarantee that it's 100% truths. Chemistry is about the study of transformations. If you just look at the book, you'll feel that it's a little mysterious. Li Zishuan laughed when he heard this. He was still very confident in the course of chemistry. In his previous life, he had been a chemistry class representative and was always at the top of the class in every exam. In this life, he had an abnormal spiritual force, so he was even more confident that he would not make any mistakes. Wang Ji nodded thoughtfully. After a while he asked tentatively, "This book structure is really big. It's really rare in the world. Although I didn't have time to read it, based on the first half of the book, doesn't it mean that all substances in the world can be transformed into each other?" Li Zishuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Wang Ji, this old urchin, would be interested in chemistry. He thought for a while and replied, "If it's based on the transformation between elements, Mr. Wang's theory is correct. But sometimes we have to consider reality because many chemical reactions have very strict requirements for external conditions. For example, temperature, catalyst, etc. If you don't meet certain conditions, even if you put two substances together, they won't have a chemical reaction, let alone complete the transformation between substances." Wang Ji frowned and said in surprise, "This little chemistry actually has so many tricks?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Of course. Strictly speaking, the content of this class covers everything in the world. You have to know that there are millions of substances in the world and there are even more chemical reactions between them. So there's a lot of knowledge in this." As Wang Ji listened, he pinched his chin and pondered seriously. After a while, he opened the book and pointed to a page. "You used chemical symbols to represent many substances according to their elemental composition. Of course, I don't know if your representation is right or wrong, so I'll follow your thinking first. For example, in this chapter, you said that hydrogen can be burned in oxygen to produce water. According to what you said earlier, doesn't it mean that water can also be converted into hydrogen and oxygen under certain special conditions?" Li Zishuan was really surprised this time. Wang Ji's way of thinking and his ability to draw inferences was really different from the capable people of this era. Moreover, how long had he been reading this book? How could he reach such a level? He had to admit that geniuses were geniuses. They learned things very quickly. Perhaps this person could really do it. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan explained seriously, "Sir, you are right. Water can indeed be decomposed into oxygen and hydrogen. If you read further, you will see this in the later chapters. But now, I can also explain it to you seriously. The so-called chemical change is the process of molecules being divided into atoms, and the atoms being recombined into new molecules. If you read the previous chapters, you will have a general understanding of the concept of molecules and atoms. Hydrogen and oxygen are both diatomic molecules. A water molecule is composed of 3 atoms. In comparison, hydrogen is more active chemically. It can be burned in oxygen. While releasing heat, it can produce more chemically stable water. You can calculate their ratio to be 2:1:2 according to the number of atoms between the 3. In the process of the reaction, the number of atoms is conserved. Just now, you asked how water can be converted into hydrogen and oxygen. This kid will also explain it to you. Previously, I said that when hydrogen is burned in oxygen, it releases heat and produces more chemically stable water. Now, if you want to turn chemically stable water into chemically active hydrogen and oxygen, we have to pay a certain amount of energy to promote this chemical reaction to proceed normally. What I want to tell you is that no matter when, energy is conserved." Wang Ji was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and muttered involuntarily, "Energy conservation, matter conservation, all things engender each other. This little chemistry actually contains the heavenly doubt?" In Wang Ji's life, he was an official and retired man. In order to achieve spiritual satisfaction, he studied Taoist culture very much. Moreover, his thoughts and some of his later works were deeply influenced by Taoist culture. At this moment, after listening to Li Zixuan's explanation, he suddenly thought of the Taoist ideology that all things were related to each other and the conservation of yin and yang. Wang Ji, who was originally very interested in chemistry, felt that the door to a new world was opening to him. He wanted to understand this knowledge even more. Then, what kind of energy is needed to turn water into hydrogen and oxygen? Does it need to be heated? No, when we boil water, we don't see water turning into hydrogen and oxygen? After secretly sighing for a while, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan was about to explain, but Yen Silu interrupted at this time. "Wang Wugong, you've just read the book for less than 2 hours, and you're already starting to have ideas? Don't pretend to know when you don't and make a fool of yourself in front of the juniors." Li Zixuan talked about chemistry with Wang Ji, but he, Li Gang, and Mo Huai were confused and didn't understand half of it. After being depressed for a long time, he finally couldn't help but ask. Wang Ji curled his lips and sneered. "You Yen Kongue can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I, Wang Ji, can't do it. I've long said that I, Wang Ji, am better than you. I'm better at learning everything fast, but you didn't believe it. Wang Wugong. How arrogant of you. You only know some superficial knowledge. How can you brag here? Do you have any shame?" How could Yen Silu stand such humiliation? So he said angrily. Wang Ji retorted, "A little? It's indeed a little, but I can understand a little in less than 2 hours. Doesn't this mean that I'm a faster learner than you? Now, Yen Kongue, do you dare to say that I, Wang Ji, am not worth a monthly salary of 5 buckets of wine?" Yen Silu said indignantly, "Yanhuang College is going to be the elite college of the Tang dynasty in the future. How can I ask you, a teacher who only knows a little, to mislead the students? Not to mention 5 buckets of wine, in my opinion, even 1 bucket of wine is too much for you." "Humph. I only know a little now, but it doesn't mean that I'll be like this when school starts. Yen Kongue, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Chapter 630. Bet. What bet? What kind of bet? In the main hall, Yen Silu heard that Wang Ji wanted to bet with him. He raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice. Wang Ji thought about it and didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Li Zixuan and asked, "Xiao Xian, how much longer until Yanhuang College starts school?" When Li Zixuan heard this, he could roughly guess what Wang Ji wanted to do. He thought for a while and replied, "The academy will officially open on the 18th of September. Counting the days, There are only 8 days left. However, I don't plan to let the students attend classes in the first month of their enrollment. I have other plans for this month. So if Mr. Wang wants to read chemistry in this period of time, I can give you 40 days. Wang Ji's heart tightened when he heard that there were still 10 days left. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, he couldn't help but smile. He laughed and said, "Okay. I don't need 40 days. 30 days is enough." Then he looked at Yen Silu and said, "Kongue, let's set a limit of 1 month. After a month, Xiao Xian can choose from this book. At that time, if I can't answer all of them correctly, I won't be able to bring up the matter of teaching at the academy anymore. If I can pass Xiao Xian's test, then it should be worth the salary of 5 buckets of wine a month, right? At that time, I don't need you to apologize to me. You just need to treat me to wine for a month. How about that?" Yen Silu's face darkened. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not see the loophole in this bet? Old Man Yan's face darkened. He said unhappily, "No matter if I win or lose, it doesn't benefit me at all. Why should I bet?" Wang Ji defended himself. "Hey, Brother Yen, you can't say that. If you don't accept this bet, what if I really have an undeserved reputation like you said? When I enter the academy to teach, won't I lead the students astray? And aren't those students also your students, Brother Yen? So if Brother Yen is really thinking about the future of your future students, then you must accept this bet. Don't you think so?" Speaking of this, Wang Ji couldn't help but despise himself in his heart. Shameless, really too shameless, but what can I do? He used to be a hermit. Not only did he not have a way to earn money, but he also had to drink every meal. In this way, he was really penniless now. What could he use to gamble with Yen Silu? He couldn't possibly ask his brother Wang Jing for it, right? In any case, Wang Ji couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus, he could only use his mouth to gain something without risking anything. Encountering such a shameless old rogue, everyone in the room was a little embarrassed. They all wanted to cover their faces to show that they didn't know this person. Yen Silu was even more speechless. He pursed his lips and resisted the urge to curse. Finally he said gloomily, "All right. This old man will accept this bet. I hope you remember what I said today. If you can't pass Little Xian's test after 30 days, please leave the Yen Huang Academy. Little Xian, you can't take extra care of him when the time comes." He wasn't deliberately targeting Wang Ji. In terms of personal relationships, he and Wang Ji could be considered good friends. The reason why he was acting like this was because he felt that Wang Ji's personality wasn't suitable to be a teacher at all. That was why he was strongly against it. Li Zixuan quickly replied, "I understand." Wang Ji was very dissatisfied and snorted, "Humph. What kind of person do you think I am? Even if I lose, I will lose fair and square." Then he said to Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, how about this old man also make a bet with you?" Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. After this old guy tricked Yen Silu, he wanted to trick him too. However, Li Zixuan was also very curious as to whether Wang Ji could thoroughly study the first volume of chemistry within a month. Thus he said, "Mr. Wang, feel free to say it." Wang Ji squinted his eyes and smiled. "Little Xian, as the Yamacho of the college, if this old man can pass the test in 30 days, then this old man's salary will be set at 5 buckets of tenderness? If this old man can't pass the test, then this old man won't disturb you and will go back to my hometown." At this moment, Wang Ji was ruthless in his heart and thought to himself, "This old man is going all out for this 1 month. Last year, this old man was willing to drop 8 levels in order to drink at the Tai Lu department. Now, in order to drink more delicious tenderness, this old man is willing to study hard for a month. Sure enough, this is another cunning bet." The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. After a moment, he stretched out a finger and said, "Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. This old man has already stated clearly on the newspaper about the treatment that you will receive from the college. How about this, a bucket of immortal drunken wine and 5 buckets of money? This is the most this old man can do for you. What do you think?" Li Zixuan did this to uphold the rules of the college. Secondly, he was afraid that Wang Ji would really give him 5 buckets of wine every month. At that time, Wang Ji would probably be so poor that he would have no food to eat and would have to drink every day. Wang Ji was slightly disappointed. However, when he thought that Li Zixuan had promised that the wine was immortal drunken wine, he felt somewhat better. After all, immortal drunken wine was much stronger than tenderness. If he drank every day sparingly, a bucket of wine would be enough to last him a month. This old man was actually afraid that 12 buckets of highly concentrated white wine would not be enough for a month. If Li Zixuan knew what this old man was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. Thus he nodded and said, "That's good. This old man is not an unreasonable person. It's settled then. In the following days, this old man will often look for you to teach me. You brat, don't think that this old man is annoying." Li Zixuan had already said this. How could he refuse? He could only say, "Sir, feel free to come. This old man will definitely not have any complaints." After hearing this, Wang Ji happily hugged the chemistry textbook, stood up and said, "Haha. That's good. Konggue, Wen Ji, Brother Mo, this old man will go back to study first. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man actually slipped away nimbly. His speed was so fast that it did not seem like a person of his age. Li Zixuan could not help but shout from behind, "Hey, Mr. Wang, wait. Do you have a place to stay in Chang'an?" From the conversation between Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others, he vaguely understood Wang Ji's current situation. That was why he asked this question. Old man Wang's reply came from outside the door. "Oh, little Xian, you don't have to worry. This old man has a younger brother in Chang'an. I can stay with him for a few days. When Yanhuang College reopens, this old man will move to the college to live. There should be a place for this old man to stay?" Li Zixuan said. "Of course there is. But in a while, I plan to bring all of you to visit Yanhuang College. Why don't Mr. Wang come along?" I'm not going. No matter how luxurious it is, it's just a pile of dead things. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Don't delay this old man's studies." After saying this, the sound of the mansion door opening could be heard. After that, Wang Ji's movements could no longer be heard. Chapter 631. Li Zixuan disagreed with Wang Ji's remark that the academy was just a bunch of dead things. He felt that a school's environment was still beneficial to the students' studies. Therefore, in the afternoon, he brought Li Gang, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, and the others to Yun Mountain to visit Yanhuang College. Speaking of which, he also wanted to see how Yanhuang College would look like after it was completed. Li Zixuan, Li Gang, and Yan Silu were in one, while Mo Huai, Mo Zhong, and Mo Yun were in the other. Li Gang had ridden in this new carriage a few months ago when he participated in the compilation of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, so he was not surprised at all. Although Yan Silu was a local of Chang'an, he had heard about the comfort of the new carriages from the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. However, this thing was too expensive, and there was no market for it. In Yan Silu's opinion, this was just a toy for the rich kids to compare with each other. It was not practical, so the Yan family naturally did not buy this kind of carriage. However, when he sat on the soft sofa and looked at the rapidly passing street outside the window, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This carriage is a little expensive, but it's really worth it. No wonder so many people are fighting to buy it. "Uncle, this carriage." In the other carriage, Mo Zhong looked at the luxurious interior decoration and felt the stable posture of the carriage. He could not help but widen his eyes and murmur in disbelief. In fact, Mo Huai was also in shock. Their Mo family had always had a deep understanding of the art of making carriages. However, judging from the current carriage, the craftsmanship of the carriage was already above their Mo families. Furthermore, these sofas and other things that they didn't recognize were simply an eye-opener for him. Perhaps, this is engineering. After staying silent for a long time, Mo Huai sighed with slight disappointment. Seeing this, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun did not dare to say anything more. The two of them sat quietly on the sofa in the carriage. Feeling the unusual softness of the seat under them, the two brothers were shocked again. After carefully counting the number of times they had been shocked when they followed Mo Huai to the banquet today, they had already lost count. So this is the life of the rich. That's great. Mo Zhong leaned on the back of the sofa and looked at the endless stream of people outside the window. He couldn't help but think. At this moment, for some reason, Mo Zhong suddenly felt a little lucky that their magnate had been defeated by Li Zixuan that day. However, after realizing his thoughts, Mo Zhong's heart was instantly filled with shame. He glanced at Mo Huai with a slightly guilty conscience, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he noticed that Mo Huai wasn't paying attention to him. He hurriedly moved his gaze away. However, during the process of moving his gaze away, he seemed to have sensed something and noticed that Mo Yun was actually doing the same thing as him. Their gazes met in the air for a moment before they moved their gazes away, and then they both lowered their heads with tacit understanding. Haha, little Xian, you really know how to pick a place. The environment here is serene and beautiful, with verdant hills and limpid waters. It makes one feel relaxed and happy. It's really a good place to study and cultivate. After stopping the carriage at the foot of the mountain, the few of them alighted and walked up the newly built stairs. Looking at the dense forest around them, mixed with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Li Gang smiled and said with his hands behind his back. Yen Silu raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. He stroked his beard and said, "It's indeed a good place to study. Compared to the directorate, it's too noisy. However, isn't this cloud mountain a little too high?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's good to be a little higher. A little higher can allow the students to train their bodies more. This is what they mean by suffering makes one's spirit grow, and toiling makes one's muscles and bones grow. A little higher can allow one to stand at the top and see how small the mountains are. It also means that our Yen Huang disciples will definitely stand at the top in the future." "Good. You're ambitious, kid." Yen Silu patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked up the stairs. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up at once. Reflecting the evening sun, the rows of glass windows on the majestic cathedral of Yen Huang College reflected the sunlight into everyone's eyes. The group of people couldn't help but squint their eyes. After getting used to the strong light, everyone finally saw the true appearance of Yen Huang College. Then, inevitably they were all shocked. The wide and flat cement roads, the tall and majestic buildings made of cement bricks, the rather different architectural styles, and the extravagant glass windows and glass walls made Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others freeze on the spot. "Oh my goodness! This is heaven, right?" Mo Zhong's eyes widened, and his heart trembled violently. Just the corner of the college that he saw from here had already subverted his understanding of the world. He couldn't imagine how unexpected the full picture of the college would be. Gulp! Mo Yun couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His eyes stared straight at the cathedral of Yen Huang College, Guanghua Building. This guy was probably still wondering how much it would cost to buy so much glass, right? Heh! Previously, Wang Wugong said that Yen Huang College was just a pile of dead things and not worth looking at. He'll probably be shocked when he sees what Yen Huang College looks like in the future. Li Gang was, after all, someone who had seen the world. He was the first to come back to his senses. At this moment, he smiled meaningfully. "Yes. I have to say, little Xian, this college of yours is really beyond this old man's expectations." Yen Silu stroked his beard and sighed. Mo Huai glanced at the structure of Guanghua Building, and surprise flashed across his eyes. Then he looked at the road and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Li, what material is this road made of? Why haven't I seen it before?" Because of the previous bet, Mo Huai had always addressed Li Zishuan by his title. He didn't dare to address him as Little Xian, like Li Gang and Yen Silu. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mr. Mo, there's no need to be so formal. You can just call me Little Xian. The material used for the road is a new material that this kid's workshop invented. It's called cement. This material is extremely sticky. Not only is it incomparably hard to build roads, but it's also abnormally flat. It won't be affected at all on a rainy day. Other than that, cement can also be used to build houses. Its firmness is even stronger than glutinous rice mortar. Yen Huang College's buildings are all made of cement and bricks." Mo Huai raised his brows and seemed to be lost in thought. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's boring to just stand here and look. Gentlemen, let's go in and take a look." Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others naturally agreed, and the group walked toward the gate of the college. What Li Zishuan didn't expect was that he would meet someone he didn't expect to see here. "Ah, young man, what a coincidence. We meet again." Chapter 632. This voice sounded familiar to Li Zishuan. He turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. It was indeed someone he knew, the candidate from the Yanhuang Academy, Di Zhishuan, whom he had met on the way. Yo, Brother Di. What a coincidence. You also came to Cloud Mountain today? Li Zishuan smiled as he walked in Di Zhishuan's direction. Di Zhishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands. I've been in Chang'an City for a few days. After finishing my homework today, I remembered what you said the other day. I suddenly wanted to visit Cloud Mountain on a whim. First, I wanted to familiarize myself with the environment in advance. Second, I wanted to see if Yanhuang College was really as amazing as you said it was. Li Zishuan felt that what he had said the other day had indeed worked. Thus he asked with a smile, Brother Di, did you see anything special? Di Zhishuan answered, from the outside, Yanhuang College can indeed be called the most luxurious school in Tang Dynasty. Although I've never seen the style of its buildings before, I can feel its magnificence from afar. Moreover, there are many novel things in the college, such as the road surface and the walls of the buildings. I've never seen the materials used on them before. It's really incredible. Previously, I might have had some doubts about applying for Yanhuang College. However, after seeing the true face of Yanhuang College, I'm even more determined to get into Yanhuang College. If I can't study in such a magical academy, it will be my life's regret. Moreover, I may fall behind an era because of this. Why will you fall behind if you don't study in Yanhuang College? Li Gang, who had been following them for a while, suddenly interrupted. Di Zhishuan glanced at Li Gang and asked Li Zishuan, Brother, who is this old gentleman? He saw that Li Gang had an elegant temperament and didn't seem like an ordinary person, so he called him old gentleman. Cough cough. They are the elders of this little brother's clan. They heard that the Yanhuang College on Yunshan has been completed, so we came to visit together. I didn't expect to meet you here, little brother. Li Gang was about to introduce himself, but Li Zishuan quickly took over and said. The main reason was that each of the 3 old men he brought here had a great background. He was afraid that he would scare Di Zhishuan. On the other hand, if Di Zhishuan knew his identity, there would be nothing to talk about. After all, he was equivalent to the headmaster. Greetings to all of you, gentlemen. Di Zhishuan's eyes flashed. He seemed to have realized something, but also seemed to have not. He cupped his fists at Li Gang, Yan Silu, and Mo Huai and said. The 3 of them nodded in greeting. Di Zhishuan continued. This old gentleman just asked why not go to Yanhuang College to study, and why we will fall behind the times. I have some shallow opinions. From the introduction of Yanhuang College on Datong Daily, it can be seen that the engineering taught by Yanhuang College is very likely to contain some technologies that have never appeared in this world. Today, after seeing the real Yanhuang College, I am even more certain of this point. Think about it, 3 years later, or 5 years later, thousands of students from the Yanhuang Academy will enter the various departments of the Tang Empire. It can be foreseen that at that time, all kinds of new technologies will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. No one can predict what kind of huge changes the Academy of Engineering will bring to the Tang Empire. At that time, those who don't know engineering will fall behind the times. Li Zishuan couldn't help but think highly of Di Zhishuan when he heard this. In his original plan, he wanted to rely on the talents cultivated by Yanhuang College in the next 3 years to quickly form a group of top technical teams and develop some new technologies that were now qualified to be launched. He really didn't expect that there would be someone who could see so far ahead. Li Gang didn't understand this, so he just nodded reservedly and didn't make any comments. Li Zishuan praised him when he saw this. I agree with Brother Di's judgment very much. In terms of the foresight of engineering alone, I think many people can't compare to Brother Di's. I'm looking forward to Brother Di's brilliant future with your engineering skills. Di Zhishuan's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He smiled and said, Little brother, you think too highly of me. I'm not good at engineering. I want to enter Yanhuang College because I don't want to fall behind the time. Li Zishuan seemed to understand something. He looked at the sky and said, It's getting late. Brother Di, why don't you go to the academy with us now? Di Zhishuan laughed and said, Ha. If I could go in, I would have gone in long ago. I'm afraid you and I won't be able to go in today. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Why is that? As far as he could remember, ever since Yanhuang College had been built until the last time he came to Cloud Mountain, the academy had never stopped outsiders from visiting. Why did Di Zhishuan say that? Di Jixuan pointed at the entrance of the academy. Li Zixuan looked in the direction he was pointing at and noticed 2 guards with bright armor and sabers standing there. Di Jixuan said, "Don't worry." Di Jixuan said, "I've come at the wrong time. I've never heard from my classmates that Yanhuang College doesn't allow strangers to visit. However, looking at the situation today, I guess some big shot has come to Yanhuang College? Therefore, I can only watch from afar. Forget it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, didn't I meet an acquaintance like you, little brother? This trip was not in vain. It's getting late, so I have to return to Chang'an. Little brother, do you want to go down the mountain with me?" Li Zixuan looked away from the 2 guards at the entrance of the academy and said, "No, even if I can't go in, it's good for me to take a look outside. Speaking of which, after Yanhuang College was built, I, a native of Chang'an, haven't even seen the whole picture. Then, I'll take my leave first." Di Jixuan cupped his hands and said goodbye to everyone. Then, he went down the mountain alone. After Di Jixuan left, Li Gang stroked his beard and said, "Those are the Imperial Guards. Could it be that His Majesty has come to the academy?" Li Zixuan recognized the 2 guards just now, so he deliberately let Di Jixuan go first. At this moment he nodded and said, "Yes, it's very likely. Since we're here, let's go in and take a look." At this time, it was obvious that they couldn't escape. Li Zixuan didn't believe that the 2 guards at the entrance didn't see them. Li Gang and Yen Silu naturally agreed. However, Mo Huai hesitated and said, "Well, why don't I go down the mountain first?" The Mo family's big son was the target of the emperors in the previous dynasties. Now that he was going to see Li Er, this. Chapter 633. "Mr. Mo, you worry too much." On Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan heard Mo Huai's hesitant words. He turned around and said, "Actually, His Majesty already knew your identities the moment you entered Chang'an City. However, His Majesty didn't do anything to you after such a long time. This means that His Majesty doesn't intend to exterminate the Mo family. Naturally, he doesn't have any evil intentions. But, even so, Mo Huai couldn't help but worry. Li Zixuan said bluntly, His Majesty is the saint of this generation. Moreover, the Tang Empire has been peaceful for many years. The Mo family is no longer the Mo family in its heyday. His Majesty won't punish the current followers of the school of Mo for what happened in the past. Moreover, His Majesty sent me a verbal order a few days ago regarding your matter." Mo Huai's expression changed. He asked, "Oh? Lord Ju, what did His Majesty say?" Li Zixuan organized his words and said, "His Majesty's general meaning is that although he won't find trouble with you, your identities are sensitive. When you enter Yanhuang College, you have to hide your identities well and don't cause trouble. As long as you do these 2 things, you can live in peace." Mo Huai's eyes widened. He exclaimed, "Are you serious, Lord Ju?" He couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. The imperial court had suppressed the Mo family too harshly for thousands of years. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, although the emperors didn't openly pursue the followers of the school of Mo, as members of the Mo family, they usually tried their best to avoid the imperial court. Now that Li Er had sent such an imperial order, didn't it mean that they could live in peace with the ruler? Li Zixuan nodded and said affirmatively, "It's absolutely true. I'm not lying." Li Gang smiled and said, "In that case, Brother Mo, come in with us." Mo Huai nodded, and the few of them walked to the entrance of the college. "Father, Brother Xiao Xian's college is so beautiful. Chang'e wants to live in it." In the conference room in the middle of Yanhuang College's main building, Li Er brought his wife and children to sit on the sofa. Their ancient costume, coupled with the modern decoration in the room, looked very strange. However, Old Li obviously didn't think so. Today, he brought his family here for a vacation. At this moment when he heard Chang'e's laughter, Li Er couldn't help but laugh. "And this academy is indeed well built. But if Chang'e lives here, what will father and mother do when they miss you?" Chang'e blinked and thought for a while before replying, "Oh, forget it. Chang'e can't bear to part with father and mother." Ha ha. Chang'e was extremely adorable to begin with. When she said this, Li Er immediately laughed heartily. At this moment, he was no longer the ruler of a nation, but a gratified father. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, Li Ku, and the others also burst into laughter. It looked like a happy and harmonious family. However, no one noticed the flash of disappointment in the corner of Chong Li's eyes. "Your Majesty, Li Xian'an is here. Should I let him in?" At this moment, a chamberlain walked in quietly from outside the door and bowed. "En?" Li Er was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be willing to leave the house today after staying at home for more than a month. Thus he said, "Let him in." Logically speaking, if Li Er had come to the college alone today, he definitely wouldn't have arranged guards at the entrance of the college. As an emperor who was about to go to war, Li Er had never been particular about ostentation. He also didn't like to have people clear the place in advance wherever he went. However, he had brought his family here today. In order to avoid being offended by outsiders, he had to make an exception. "Your Majesty, there are 5 people who came with Lord Li. There is the former Grand Scholar Li Gang, the former Army Adjutant Yen Silu, an old man, and 2 young people." "Your Majesty, should I let them in?" the chamberlain asked cautiously. Li Er thought for a moment and guessed the origins of the other 3 people. Thus he ordered, "Let Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai in. The other 2 wait outside the courtyard." "Yes." The chamberlain received the order and left. A trace of joy flashed in Chong Li's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. She came in front of Li Er and said half-jokingly, "Hee hee. This college originally belonged to Brother Xiao Xian. Now that he wants to enter the college, he needs to report. Father, are we considered as a dove occupying a magpie's nest?" Among Li Er's many children, only Chong Li dared to speak to Li Er like this. It could be seen that this little girl was greatly favored by the emperor. As expected, Li Er wasn't angry. Instead, he pretended to pinch his chin and think. After thinking about it, he also felt that Chong Li's words made some sense. He couldn't help but find it interesting and laughed. "Haha. This way of saying it is interesting. We are occupying a magpie's nest. Who asked that kid to not return after building the nest for so long? He has harmed official Yan's beloved sons." As they chatted and laughed, Li Zishuan and the others had already walked in under the lead of the chamberlain. "Official Li Zishuan, official Li Gang, official Yen Silu, official Mo Huai, greets Your Majesty and the Empress." Li Gang and Yen Silu were both high-ranking officials of the imperial court during the era of martial virtue, so it was understandable that they called themselves officials at this moment. Other than his identity as the Mo family's son, Mo Huai was just a commoner. Of course, he wasn't qualified to call himself a minister, but he wouldn't call himself a commoner like in some television dramas. He could just say his name or call himself someone. Although the term commoner originally originated from Confucius's Analects of Confucius, the virtue of a gentleman is the wind, and the virtue of a villain is the grass. The wind on the grass will bend. However, it only started to be called by commoners when they met officials during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Besides, in order to avoid using Li Er's name in the Zhengguan dynasty, there were very few titles such as commoner or commoner's daughter. You may dispense with the formalities. Officially, it's really been a long time. Is your health well? Li Er nodded, then looked at Li Gang and said with a pleasant expression. During the era of martial virtue, although Li Gang had been the teacher of the hidden crown prince Li Gang, this didn't affect Li Er's respect for the old man's character and knowledge. After he ascended the throne, he also thought about reviving Li Gang, but the latter always used the excuse of being too old to refuse. Li Er could only stare at him helplessly. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This old official's health has always been good. Although this cloud mountain is high, this old official walked up step by step just now and didn't feel tired." Li Gang cupped his hands and smiled. He was already 81 years old this year, but he could still go out and walk around. It was really rare to see someone as healthy as him. "Haha. That's good. Official Li's health is the blessing of the Tang dynasty. I originally wanted you to go out and teach Chengqian, but now it seems that Li Zishuan has beaten me to it." Chapter 634. As expected, this little brother's identity is also extraordinary. Li Zishuan, who was talking to Li Er in Yanhuang College, didn't know that when he entered the gate of the college, a sigh came from behind a big tree not far away. It was Di Jixuan. This guy just told Li Zishuan that he would go down the mountain first, but he secretly came back halfway because he didn't believe that Li Zixuan and the others would only look at the college from the outside. In the end, it was just as he expected. Di Zhishuan shook his head and walked down the mountain. He murmured to himself on the mountain path. That guard's armor is bright, and his lower body is very stable. His martial arts must be extraordinary. This kind of soldier is the best of the best among the 16 guards of Tang. The capital is an important place, and someone who dares to bring soldiers to block Yanhuang College must be extraordinary. Could it be Duke Yi and Duke Lu? No, although they have a close relationship with the founder of Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan, and it's understandable that they came to visit Yanhuang College. With the temperament of the two dukes, they wouldn't let the guards block the gate of the college. Then, who was the person inside? Could it be the Crown Prince or Prince Wei? Father once said in the letter that the Crown Prince and Prince Wei are close friends with Li Zixuan. They have the conditions and the ability to do such a thing. But isn't this considered a disturbance to the people? Aren't they afraid of being impeached by the imperial censor? Also, if the person in the college is really the Crown Prince or Prince Wei, then what is the identity of that little brother? He looks to be at most 15 years old, and he seems to be skilled in martial arts. In addition, his speech and temperament are not like that of an ordinary person, and he can easily pass the guards at the gate. Could he be the descendant of a famous minister or general? Sigh. My bad habit flared up again. If that little brother wants me to know his identity, he will naturally tell me. Why do I have to spend so much effort and guess here and there? In the end, a sigh was left on the mountain path, and then Di Zhishuan's figure disappeared. Heh! Wenji! Konggue, the two of you used old age as an excuse to resign from your positions. Now, you've both entered Yanhuang College. Oh, I heard that there's also that Mr. Wu Do Wang Ji. Is that right? In the meeting room, Li Er leaned against the soft back of the chair and asked with a smile. Li Gang and Yen Silu looked at each other. Li Er's question was not easy to answer. Li Gang pursed his lips and pondered for a moment. He then cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, Wang Wugong will indeed enter Yanhuang College. Li Er narrowed his eyes and said, Then Wenji Konggue, why are you unwilling to serve me? With your talents, there will definitely be a place for you in my court. Li Gang had already expected Li Er to say this. He quickly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Most of us are already old. If we still hold important positions, it's inevitable that we won't be able to do as we wish and delay Your Majesty's important matters. We only wish to pass down our lifelong knowledge to others while we're at Yanhuang College. It's our last contribution to Tang Empire. Yen Silu also bowed and said, I also have the same intention. I hope Your Majesty can understand. Li Er quickly got up and helped the two of them up. He comforted them and said, My two beloved subjects, you're overthinking. I don't mean to blame you. I just feel a little regretful. Empress Zhongsun also added, Both of you are people of virtue and prestige. His Majesty is just thirsty for talents. Don't misunderstand. Li Gang straightened his body and said, Your Majesty, you're too serious. I can't bear such great favor. Now that the court is filled with civil and military talents, and all the talents of Tang Empire have been recruited by Your Majesty, I'd better use my old bones in the academy to nurture some young people for Tang Empire. Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. I just hope that Wenji will take care of yourself. Then he looked at Li Zixuan and said in a deep voice, Mr. Li Gang is not young anymore, but he's still teaching students for you. You have to take good care of him in the future. Don't let any accidents happen. Li Zixuan quickly replied, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't let Mr. Li tire himself out. At this moment, Li Er shot his gaze towards Mo Huai. Mo Huai's heart instantly tightened, and his clenched fists couldn't help but sweat. At the same time, he was secretly calculating how confident he was in escaping if Li Er suddenly attacked. Mo Huai. Li Er looked at Mo Huai for a long time, and only spoke when Mo Huai's forehead was sweating. Mo Huai's eyebrows twitched. He stepped forward and bowed. Mo Huai is here. There was no joy or anger on Li Er's face. He said calmly, I don't object to the Mo school. Of course, as long as it's beneficial to the people of Tang Empire, I won't object. So you don't have to worry that I will harm your Mo family. Although he had already known Li Er's attitude from Li Zixuan, Mo couldn't help but say excitedly now that he had personally confirmed it from Li Er's mouth. Mo thanks your majesty on behalf of the Mo school. Li Er waved his hand and said, don't be happy too early. I'm not done yet. As for the school of Mo entering the Yanhuang Academy, I need to make 3 rules with you. First, the followers of the school of Mo are proficient in martial arts. As a magnate, you must control them well and prevent them from using their martial arts to break the law. Otherwise, when the time comes, the Supreme Court will personally come and demand an explanation from the offenders. Mo didn't even think about it and replied, that's how it should be. Your Majesty, don't worry. I, Mo will do my best to restrain the people of the Mo school. Li Er nodded and continued, second, now that Confucianism has become the orthodox school of thought in the world, I don't want the Mo family to stir up disputes between the schools again. You have to hide your identity as a member of the Mo school in Yanhuang College. You are not allowed to leak secrets without permission. Otherwise you will have to bear the consequences. Although Mo was unwilling to accept this request, there was nothing he could do. With the few remaining followers of the Mo school, fighting with the established Confucianism was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. Even if Li Er didn't mention it, they didn't have the strength to do so. Mo understands. Third, after everyone of the Mo family comes to Chang'an, their household registration will be transferred to Li Zishuan's fief, Plum Village. Someone will naturally allocate farmland and houses for you. From now on, you don't have to hide from the imperial court. However, in Yanhuang College, you must fulfill your responsibilities. As a teacher, you must take on the responsibility of a teacher. Do you understand? Li Er stared at Mo with bright eyes and said the third request. In other words, he was reminding Mo to teach well in Yanhuang College and not have any crooked thoughts. Mo obviously understood the meaning behind his words. He couldn't help but feel a little wary of Li Er. Then he bowed deeply and said, Mo obeys. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Chapter 635. All right. You guys must be here today to visit Yanhuang College, right? Go. I won't keep you guys here. After greeting Li Gang, Yen Silu, and beating Mo Li Er had achieved his goal. He smiled and said to everyone. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel elated. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that old Li didn't find trouble with him. Thus, he cupped his hands together with Li Gang and the others and left. However, he heard a gentle female voice coming from inside the room. Li Zishuan, you stay. I have something to tell you. Li Zishuan's face darkened, and he stopped in his tracks. Li Gang threw him a helpless look and left with Yen Silu and Mo What orders does your majesty have? Li Zishuan turned around and cupped his hands to Empress Zhang Sun. The person who just asked him to stay was Empress Zhang Sun. Li Er also looked at Empress Zhang Sun curiously at this moment. It seemed that he also didn't know what Zhang Sun wanted to tell Li Zishuan. Zhang Sun stood up from the sofa beside Li Er, then waved to the side and said, Come here. Yes, mother. Li Zishuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 7 or 8-year-old boy who looked 70% similar to Li Er. He was simply a miniature version of Li Er. When the little boy heard Zhang Sun calling him, he quickly responded and walked over. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Zishuan was helpless. Although he didn't know why Empress Zhang Sun did this, he couldn't pretend that he didn't see Li Ke standing in front of him, right? So he could only salute. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, Isn't this Li Ke the son of concubine Yang? Why is he so close to Zhang Sun? Li Ke, 3rd year and 6th month of Wuda, was conferred the title of Prince of Changsha. 8th year of Wuda, was conferred the title of Prince of Hanzhong. In the 1st year of Zhenguan, he was conferred the title of Prince of Hanzhong. In the 2nd year of Zhenguan, he was conferred the title of Prince of Shu and was conferred the title of Governor of Yizhou. In the 11th year of Zhenguan, he was conferred the title of King of Wu and was given the title of Governor of An Province. What was slightly gratifying was that Li Ke was not the kind of arrogant prince with his nose in the air. When he saw Li Zishuan salute him, he also hurriedly bowed in return and said, It should be Li Ke greeting, sir. Sir is a talent that transcends the heavens and earth. Li Ke has long admired you. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Li Zishuan smiled modestly and said, Your Highness is too kind. At this time, Empress Zhang Sun patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, then looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Mr. Li, I told you before that I would give you a few students. Do you remember?" Li Ku, who was next to Empress Zhang's son, had a hint of excitement on his face. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed. Could it be that Zhang's son wanted to send Li Ku to Yanhuang College? Of Li Er's 14 sons, the most outstanding one was not the intelligent and quick-witted eldest son Li Chengqian, the fourth son Li Tai, who had outstanding literary talent and could write well. It was also not the brave eighth son Li Zhan or the honest 10th son Li Shen. Of course, it was definitely not the cowardly 9th son Li Ji, but rather the third son Li Ku. Not only was Li Ku proficient in horseback archery, but he was also well-versed in literature and history. His reputation was also high, and he was well-versed in both literature and martial arts. His reputation was very high, so Li Er had praised Li Ku more than once in front of all the officials that he was, like me. However, it was also this, Li Ku is similar to me, that led to Li Ku's final tragedy. Now, Zhang's son wanted to send Li Ku to Yanhuang College. Could it be that she wanted Li Ku to leave the center of the power struggle? If that was really the case, then Empress Zhongxuan's move was really clever. However, Li Zixuan did not like to be someone else's chess piece, even if that person was Empress Zhang's son. Thus he said seriously, "I remember. Could it be that your majesty wants to send His Highness the King of Han to the college?" Empress Zhang's son nodded and said, "That's right. Does Li Xiannan agree?" Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "Since it is your majesty's order, how can I not agree? However, I want to know if His Highness the King of Han really likes engineering?" Zhang's son was a very clever person. She raised her eyebrows and said somewhat angrily, "What do you mean? Do you think that because Kur doesn't like engineering, I will force him to go to Yanhuang College?" Li Zixuan was joking with Chengel and Li Tai on the side and did not pay attention to what was going on. At this time, when he heard Zhongxuan's angry words, he could not help but turn his head and stare unkindly at Li Zixuan. "Sister, don't be angry. Li Xiannan, don't misunderstand the Empress." Just as Li Zixuan was feeling pressured, a voice as gentle as water came from the side. Then, he saw a woman with a slightly plump figure, exuding a graceful and seductive aura, walking over. "Li Xiannan, Kur was born and raised by me. How can I, as his mother, not know what this child likes and dislikes? Previously, I wanted to ask Sister Empress to help me and let you accept Kur as a student, but I did not expect that it would cause a misunderstanding. This is my fault. I hope Sister Empress and Li Xiannan will not take it to heart." After such a commotion, Li Ku, who was still a little confused, seemed to have understood something at this time. He looked at Li Zixuan with an inexplicable look in his eyes. After Yang Fei finished speaking, he cupped his hands and said, "Sir, Ku's yearning for engineering is absolutely sincere. There is not a bit of falsehood." Li Zixuan felt a little better. Just as he was about to speak, Li Er's dissatisfied voice came from the side. "What? Is my son not worthy of entering your Yanhuang College?" Li Zixuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, "I didn't say anything. It was all your husband and wife's blind guesses. How can you blame me for this?" "Your Majesty, this subject has never said that I would not let the King of Han enter Yanhuang College." Li Zixuan turned around gloomily and cupped his hands. This subject only wanted to confirm the King of Han's interest. There is no other meaning. Yanhuang College also welcomes His Highness the King of Han. On September 20th, Your Highness can directly report to the college. Since Li Ku voluntarily left the palace to study, and it was Li Er's 2 wives who begged him, Li Zixuan naturally had to open the back door for Li Ku. Li Er nodded and no longer paid attention to this side. However, Li Ku asked, "Sir, doesn't the college start on September 18th? Why did you let Ku go on September 20th? Li Zixuan smiled and explained, "September 18th is the entrance exam for Yanhuang College. Since the King of Han was personally entrusted to this subject by the Empress, he naturally does not need to participate in this exam." The reason why he opened this back door was not only to give face to Empress Zhang's son, but more importantly, when he thought that this clever child in front of him would be framed to death by Zhang's son Wuji in the future, he could not help but feel a trace of sympathy in his heart. Perhaps putting Li Ku in Yanhuang College could be considered a form of protection for this child. This was originally just a normal process of going through the back door. Unexpectedly, when Li Ku heard this, it was as if he had been greatly insulted. He stubbornly raised his small face and said, "No, sir. The rules cannot be broken." Previously, Ku did not know that there was an entrance exam. Now that I know, Ku must participate in this exam. If Ku does not pass, Ku will not talk about going to Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan's face suddenly darkened. He really did want to curse Li Ku, but he did not know if he should say it. Chapter 636. Li Zixuan was confused by Li Er and his family. After figuring out Li Ke's logical thinking and confirming that Li Ke's foundation in mathematics was enough to pass the entrance exam of Yanhuang Academy, Li Zixuan resentfully took the four little guys out of the bishop's office and left the conference room to Li Er and his two wives. I hope old Li won't do such shameless things in my conference room. Li Zixuan thought to himself in an indecent manner. Brother Xiaoxian, where are we going to play? Changle hadn't left the palace for a long time and hadn't seen Li Zixuan for a long time. She happily followed Li Zixuan and looked up at him with her blushing face. Li Zixuan had always been very patient with Changle, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth. He smiled and replied, "Let's go and see where Mr. Li and the others are first. Then I'll take you around for a stroll. Oh, by the way, Changle, didn't you look around earlier?" Changle shook her head and said, "Not yet. Father thought that the building we saw earlier was very grand, so he brought us in to wander around. Who knew that it would be so big inside? Later on, when we were tired from walking around, Father brought us to that room to rest. Not long after Brother Xiaoxian you came. So that's how it is. Then I'll take you to see some interesting things in the library." Li Zixuan thought for a while and smiled. Yes. All right, Brother Xiaoxian, why didn't Sister Lan come with you today? Oh, her. She's not familiar with old Mr. Li and the rest, so she didn't come with us. Here, this is Yanhuang College's library. What do you think? Isn't it grand? After finding Li Gang and the others who were enjoying the cool air under a pavilion in the academy, Li Zixuan informed a few of the old gentlemen before bringing the four second generations to tour the academy. At this moment, he was a bit like a tour guide in his previous life. "Little Xian, why is the shape of this library so weird?" Li Chengqian complained after looking at it for a while. Li Tai immediately retorted, "Tai doesn't agree with Big Brother's words. This is clearly grand, not weird. I think that among all the buildings in the academy, only this library is similar to the style of our central plains." Li Zixuan couldn't help but nod secretly. Li Tai was right. Yanhuang College's library, the red building, used a lot of China's traditional multi-eave roofs, China's ancient auspicious patterns, and China's traditional red beams and pillars. Compared to the other high-rise buildings in the academy that were purely made of cement, this library contained a lot of ancient style. But I still feel that the overall shape of this building is very weird. Li Chengqian muttered to himself. This is the academy's cafeteria. In the future, all students will line up here to eat after class. Li Zixuan didn't bring them into the library. In fact, every building in Yanhuang College was quite large. If they went into every building, they wouldn't be able to finish it even by nightfall. Wow! This place is so big. Brother Xiaoxian, how many people can eat here at the same time? Looking at the spacious and bright cafeteria with large glass doors and windows, Changle couldn't help but exclaim. Before Li Zixuan could answer, Li Tai said, "If every table is full, this floor can seat 800 people, and there's another floor above. So, this building can completely satisfy the needs of the entire academy's teachers and students." The little fatty obviously didn't work for nothing in Yunshan for the past 2 months. What he said was reasonable and methodical. Wow! It can actually accommodate so many people. How many students will the academy recruit this time? Changle's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked again. Li Tai didn't know this, so the little fatty decisively shut up. Li Zixuan saw this and replied, "There's no conclusion on how many students will be recruited, and there won't be a fixed number. This will completely depend on the abilities of this batch of students. If they all do well in the exams, then what's wrong with me recruiting all of them? If only a few people's answers are passable, then I'll only recruit those few people." Brother Xiaoxian, does your academy recruit female students? Changle suddenly blinked and asked. When everyone heard this strange question, they couldn't help but be stunned. Li Zixuan thought for a while before answering, "Changle, This isn't a question of whether I'm willing to recruit or not. It's a question of whether the officials in the imperial court will allow women to enroll or not. The current Yanhuang College is still too weak. Perhaps one day, when Yanhuang College is strong enough to dominate the secular etiquette, then a female branch of Yanhuang College may appear on Yunshan. Oh! Chang'e nodded as if she understood. Li Ku, on the other hand, looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. He thought to himself, "Sir, you're really daring. Allowing women to enroll is simply too crazy." At this moment, Li Chengqian suddenly let out a muffled groan. Li Zixuan's hearing was amazing, and he was the first to detect the abnormality. He hurriedly asked, "Chengqian, what's wrong?" Li Chengqian's expression was extremely awkward. He clutched his stomach and said with a bitter face, "No, nothing. I just felt uncomfortable in my stomach and wanted to go to the toilet." "Xiaoxian, where is your academy?" "Ah." When Li Tai heard this, he almost wanted to curse. He immediately jumped away and kept a distance from Li Chengqian, which made Li Chengqian so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Chang'e and Li Ke's actions weren't as obvious as Li Tai's. The two of them moved imperceptibly, wanting to get away from the troublesome place. Li Zixuan didn't immediately understand what Li Chengqian meant. He was stunned for a while, and combined with Li Tai's reaction and Li Chengqian's action of clutching his stomach, he finally understood what this unlucky child meant by going to the toilet. He pointed at the library that they had just passed and said, "There's one in that building. Chengqian, go quickly." Li Chengqian glanced at the library and said anxiously, "No. This building is so big. How do I know which one is the toilet?" Chang'e couldn't help but cover her little face, feeling that her brother Crown Prince had lost a lot of face today. Li Zixuan said, "Qing Ke, quickly take Chengqian there." Li Tai said gloomily, "Why don't you go?" Li Zixuan thought to himself, "This is your brother, not mine. Why should I go?" However, he could only say this in his heart. At this moment, he glared at Li Tai and said, "Chengqian definitely didn't bring toilet paper. I have to find Xiaoning to get some. Quickly take Chengqian there." Li Tai grunted in response and obediently went to lead the way for Li Chengqian. Other people didn't know what toilet paper was, but he obviously knew after hanging out with Li Zixuan for so long. Li Zixuan looked at the two brothers walking away and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he meet someone who didn't bring toilet paper to the toilet today? The unlucky thing was that he had to help deliver toilet paper. Fate really made fools of people. "Brother Xiaoxian, what is the toilet paper you were talking about?" As expected, when Chang'e started asking, Li Ke's eyes also stared at him without blinking. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "It's a very sanitary type of paper. I don't have time to explain now. You two wait here. I'll be right back." With that, Li Zixuan used cloud-piercing steps and instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 637. I've long heard that you've become a martial Dao master. Looks like it's true. Looking in the direction Li Zixuan left, Li Ke couldn't help but fall into a daze. He was also very interested in martial arts, so after seeing Li Zixuan's amazing speed, he couldn't help but yearn for it. Does third brother want to learn martial arts from brother Xiaoxian too? At first, Chang'e was also attracted by Li Zixuan's graceful movements. However, when she came back to her senses, she realized that Li Ku was still in a daze. She thought for a moment and guessed what Li Ku was thinking. Hence, she tugged at Li Ke's sleeve and asked, cough cough. That's not true. Third brother, learning martial arts from General Dugu is pretty good too." Li Ke quickly came back to his senses and tried to cover it up. After knowing that he liked martial arts, Li Er arranged for Dugu Xin to be his martial arts master. As the saying went, a teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Li Ku was very principled when it came to conduct himself. Hee hee. Chang'e laughed and skipped the topic. She started to talk about the academy's architecture with Li Ku. The siblings didn't wait for long before Li Zixuan came over with a roll of toilet paper. "Brother Xiaoxian, you're back!" Chang'e exclaimed in surprise. Li Zixuan nodded. He estimated that Li Chengqian should have just squatted down. Hence he took out the toilet paper and said, "Here, Chang'e, look, this is toilet paper." Chang'e took it curiously and touched it with her hand. Feeling the soft touch, the little girl exclaimed, "Ah, brother Xiaoxian, this paper is so soft. But why does brother Crown Prince need this? Cough, cough, cough. The overly naive Changel couldn't figure out the use of the toilet paper. Li Ku, on the other hand, suddenly coughed. It was obvious that this kid had figured it out. Third brother? Do you know the reason? Changel asked Li Ku. This? Li Ku didn't know how to explain it to his naive sister. He could only stutter. This? What is this? Third brother, why are you hesitating? Changel rolled her eyes and said anxiously. Seeing this, Li Zishuan could only helplessly explain. This thing can be used as a substitute for toilet paper. Of course, it can also be used in other places. Just in time. Qing Ke, since you're back, help me send the toilet paper to Qingqian. Li Tai, who had just walked over, suddenly had a dark expression. Just as he was about to retort, he heard Li Zishuan say, brothers have to love each other. Qing Ke, if you don't go, Changqian will be anxious. All right. Little Fatty thought for a while, and finally decided to listen to Li Zishuan's suggestion. He brought the scroll of paper to the library. After Li Changqian came out, he naturally had an awkward expression. However, he still very solemnly instructed Li Tai and Li Ku not to mention his stomach discomfort in front of Li Er. Otherwise, a few more people in the imperial kitchen would probably die. Li Zishuan was quite satisfied with Li Changqian's arrangement. Although ruthlessness was the most royal family, at this time, Li Changqian was only less than 10 years old. If a 10-year-old child could really be cold-blooded and treat human lives like grass, then Li Zishuan would definitely not have any interaction with Li Changqian. Next, Li Zishuan took the four of them to see the academy sports field, dormitory, and even bathhouse. They visited all of them. The sun was setting in the west. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Zishuan followed Li Gang and the others back to Chang'an. As for Li Chengqian, Changel, and the others, of course, they followed the guards that Li Er brought back to the palace. However, before leaving, Li Zishuan promised to give Changel 10 boxes of toilet paper. Thinking of the shy look on the little girl's face when she asked for toilet paper, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little amused. Hey, wife. I haven't seen enough yet. Do you want to try it on? After dinner at night, Li Zishuan accompanied Lan Er to play around crazily for a while before returning to his room. However, he saw Han Yushi using her hand to caress the honorary dress sent by the palace. Li Zishuan couldn't help but tease. Husband. Han Yushi was startled when she heard the voice. Then she panicked and said, No. I was just packing my clothes. Really? Li Zishuan moved closer to Han Yushi's ear and chuckled. Then, he came to the desk where the honorary robe was placed. He sighed and said, So this is what the honorary robe looks like. This is the first time I've seen it. Sigh, wife, you don't say. This honorary robe looks quite good. What he said was true. Although he had seen it in a TV series in his previous life, how could the TV series be real? The director and the costume designer weren't historians. Han Yushi thought that Li Zishuan was teasing her again. She quickly came over and took away the honorary robe and the imperial edict on it. Then she said angrily, All right, husband, stop fooling around. Go to sleep. Sigh. That's not right. Why is this imperial edict made of wood? Could it be that it was replaced by someone? Li Zishuan inadvertently glanced at the imperial edict and suddenly said in surprise. Han Yushi turned around and said speechlessly, Husband, are you sleepy? The side of this imperial edict was originally made of sunflower ebony. Li Zishuan frowned and said, Wood? How can His Majesty be so stingy? Shouldn't it be made of gold or jade? He remembered that when he was conferred a title, the side of the imperial edict given by the palace was made of gold. Han Yushi put away the robe and the imperial edict, then walked over and said, Husband, don't talk nonsense. His Majesty gave me a 6th rank official. How can I be qualified to use a jade or golden scroll? Li Zishuan said. Oh. He really didn't know anything about this, so he asked, Then, wife, do you know what rank of honorary title one needs to use a golden or jade scroll? Han Yushi didn't know why Li Zishuan had to get to the bottom of this matter. She thought for a while and replied, It should be above the 3rd rank, right? I'm not very sure about the specifics. Under normal circumstances, a 1st-rank madam would use a jade scroll. A 2nd-rank madam would use a rhinoceros horn scroll. A 3rd-rank and 4th-rank virtuous and respectful person would use a golden scroll. A 5th-rank pleasant person would use a horn scroll. a 6th rank and 7th rank official would use a sunflower ebony scroll, and an 8th rank and 9th rank official would also use a sunflower ebony scroll. The room fell into silence. Then Li Zixuan said firmly, "Okay. I'll help you get a 3rd rank honorary title later." Han Yushi was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Husband, this 3rd rank honorary title is not a joke. Besides, I don't care about the rank of the honorary title. As long as I can stay by your side, I'm willing even if I'm a commoner." Li Zixuan's heart warmed, but he smiled mischievously and said, "Hee hee. Whether you care or not, we'll talk about it later. It's late now. Wife, shouldn't we go to bed?" Chapter 638. On September 15th of the first year of Zhengguan, Yanhuang College held its first teachers' meeting on Yunshan. In addition to letting all the hired teachers know each other in advance, Li Zixuan also announced a series of important personnel appointments. Mr. Li Gang will be the acting Yamacho of the academy, in charge of teaching and administration. Mr. Yen will be the director of the academy's teaching department, in charge of the daily management of the academy. He has the right to supervise all the teachers and students of the academy, and can directly report to the Yamacho or the acting Yamacho. In addition, the academy will be divided into 5 sections according to the disciplines: classics, chemistry, mathematics, physics, and geography. Each section will have a discipline leader, who will be in charge of the curriculum planning, teaching schedule, and compilation of exam questions. The leader of the classics section will be Mr. Ma Zhou, and the leader of the chemistry section will be temporarily replaced by Mr. Wang Ji. Mr. Su Hongji will be the leader of the mathematics section, Mr. Mo Huai will be the leader of the physics section, and Mr. Xiao Deyan will be the head of the geography section. Every year, the academy will conduct an academic evaluation. All the teachers in the department with the worst results will lose the year-end bonus that the academy gives at the end of every year, which is 3 months of extra salary. It had been nearly 5 days since the last time he visited Yanhuang College with Li Gang and the others. Many things had happened in these 5 days. First of all, as the opening day of Yanhuang College approached, all the candidates from all over the Tang Empire gathered in Chang'an. This made the people of Chang'an see a grand occasion similar to this year's imperial examinations. Then there was Wang Ji. This old guy had become a frequent visitor of the Li family in these 5 days. Every morning when Li Zixuan woke up, he could almost see him waiting in the front yard with a book in his hand. However, although it was troublesome, it was undeniable that Wang Ji's learning progress was really fast. It was so fast that Li Zixuan wondered if this old man had super strong mental strength like himself. Therefore, this time, Li Zixuan directly appointed him as the acting team leader of the chemistry department. The reason why he wasn't the official team leader was because Wang Ji and Yen Silu's bet hadn't been completed yet. Another more important matter was that Li Tai had recommended Li Zixuan a scholar who specialized in geography, Xiao Deyan. After Li Zixuan tested him, he agreed to hire him. This time, among all the teachers in Yanhuang College, there was indeed no one more proficient in geography than Xiao Deyan. At this moment, after hearing Li Zixuan's last sentence, the 48 teachers in the conference room all felt a chill in their hearts. They secretly thought that coming to Yanhuang College didn't mean that they could sit back and relax. There was also fierce competition here. Li Zixuan continued, "From today onwards, all the teachers of the academy will start working. Everyone, please perform your duties. The academy has specially built a dormitory for the teachers. If your home is far away, you can choose to live in the academy's dormitory. The academy has a 2-day break every 5 days. During the break, all the teachers can go home. In addition, every 6 months, the academy will evaluate the teaching ability of the teachers in each department. Teachers who are confident in their ability can sign up for a title defense. Teachers who pass the defense will receive the corresponding title. Currently, most of your titles are teaching assistants. Above teaching assistants, there are lecturers. Above lecturers, there are associate professors, and above associate professors, there are professors. The higher the title, the higher the salary. When you reach the title of professor, the academy will also give you a house with a similar architectural style to the academy. It will be located on Yunshan Mountain, in the northwest corner of the academy. Therefore, I hope that everyone can work hard, for the students, and for yourself." This was the real clear distinction between reward and punishment. As a leader, you can't only give pressure to your subordinates, you also have to give them some motivation. Otherwise, under the pressure, they will all become pressure monsters. How can they do normal things? Sure enough, after Li Zixuan finished speaking, many people in the conference room were eager to give it a try. Yamacho, may I ask what the content of the teaching ability assessment is? The person who spoke was a young man in his early 30s. His name was Tang Yu, a frustrated scholar who failed 3 times. In the previous round of interviews, Li Zixuan asked him to explain a passage of the Analects of Confucius. In the end, this person not only explained it clearly and logically, but also explained it in a very interesting style. Even Li Zixuan, who didn't know the 5 classics, was fascinated by it. Therefore, Li Zixuan hired him. In terms of age, Tang Yu was considered one of the younger ones. Of course, the most important reason why Li Zixuan hired Tang Yu was that although Tang Yu studied Confucianism, he wasn't a defender of Confucianism. He only saw Confucianism as a stepping stone. In fact, none of the teachers recruited by Li Zixuan were stubborn Confucians. He wouldn't hire stubborn and inflexible people. The teaching ability assessment is divided into 2 parts. One is the assessment of the teacher's mastery of the subject taught. The other is the evaluation of the teacher's teaching method. Of course, those who follow the book will obviously not get a high score. The specific assessment rules will be distributed to each department after the Academy's teaching office has formulated them. Tang Yu, when the time comes, you can ask the leader of your geography department, Mr. Xiaofan. Li Zixuan replied faintly. What was interesting was that when Tang Yu, a scholar who failed the exam, chose geography instead of Confucianism. The reason was that he felt bored after studying Confucianism for so many years. Li Zixuan thought that most of the teachers in Yanhuang College would undergo unified training after school started anyway. Therefore, he agreed to Tang Yu's request. This Tang understands. Tang Yu nodded and cupped his hands. Li Zixuan looked at everyone and said, the most important thing now is not the title evaluation, but the student entrance exam and the induction training for all teachers. After the meeting is over, Mr. Yan will be responsible for organizing people to clean up every classroom in Guanghua Building. Also, check carefully. If there are any shortages, report to me as soon as possible. Okay. Yan Si Lu nodded in response. Li Zixuan continued to arrange, all teachers, please find Mr. Li Gang as soon as possible according to the subject you are teaching. In the first month of Yanhuang College's term, the students will be organized for training, and there will be no classes. During this period, all teachers will undergo training. I know that most of you have never been exposed to this knowledge, so please hurry up. If there is something you don't understand in the teaching materials, you can ask the leaders of your respective departments. If the leaders of your departments don't understand, then come and ask me. I will be in the academy during this period. Chapter 639. Li Zixuan's performance today was unusually strong. His tone was not to discuss, but to inform and command. This was also the dignity that a principal should have. Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others were also very cooperative because they all understood that in order for Yanhuang College to operate normally in the future, they must first establish a certain prestige for Li Zixuan. Seeing that the arrangements were almost done, Li Zixuan stood up and gave everyone a bowl of chicken soup for the soul. He encouraged them and said, then from today onwards, Yanhuang College will officially operate. Everyone, please work together with me. For the Tang dynasty and for the continuation of our descendants, let's carry forward work in Yanhuang College. What we need to do is to establish our hearts for the world and our lives for the people. Good. What a good establish our hearts for the world and our lives for the people. Good. Let's carry forward Yanhuang College together. This bowl of inspiring chicken soup for the soul was still very popular. As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, there was a burst of applause in the conference room. Meeting adjourned. Li Zixuan waved his hand and announced the adjournment of the meeting. Then, he took the lead and went out. At this moment, the people in the room had long lost the curiosity that they had when they first entered Yanhuang College. At this time, they put away the meeting notes, this was specially requested by Li Zixuan before the meeting, and went to do their own things. The Guanghua Building, which used to be silent, suddenly became lively at this moment. This huge college also had a trace of vitality because of this. The Bishop of Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building, was a typical building with 2 towers. The 2 towers in the center were 10 stories high. The towers were the offices of the college's teachers. As the top boss of Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan's office was of course not shabby. His office was on the 10th floor of the tower on the right side of Guanghua Building. With this huge glass wall, he could overlook the scenery within a 10-mile radius from his office. It was really crazy cool. However, Yanhuang College did not have elevators. Probably only people like him who knew martial arts would be willing to use this place as an office. After all, not everyone was willing to climb such high stairs every day. After opening the office door, Li Zixuan found Yan Xiaoning inside. At this moment, this guy was sitting on his leather chair with his legs crossed and looking at the scenery outside the windows. Li Zixuan could not help but tease him. "Hey, Xiaoning, it seems like you're quite relaxed now." He had been at the college frequently these few days. He also knew that Yan Xiaoning would usually come to his office to drink tea and look at the scenery when he was free. He did not feel uncomfortable about this. After all, this was his buddy. Be reasonable. Your buddy occasionally uses your office. Is that too much? Is it really too much? Not too much. Heh. That's. Previously, you were just a hands-off shopkeeper and it really tired me out. Now that it's finally your turn to be busy, can't I rest for a while? Yan Xiaoning did not even turn his head. He just had his back facing Li Zixuan and gloated. Thinking about the huge pile of things that he had to deal with later, Li Zixuan felt a headache. He sat down on the sofa next to him and said angrily, "Bull***** tea. When have I ever been a hands-off shopkeeper? When you were busy helping me build the college, I was also busy writing teaching materials. That stuff is not much easier than yours." Yan Xiaoning picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Then, he turned his chair around and said smugly, "Hey, that's none of my business. Anyway, my task is almost done now. Next, your task is going to be heavy. Haha. I heard that the students who came to take the Yanhuang College exam this time are already in time for this year's imperial examination." What a bad friend. Li Zixuan was speechless. However, what Yan Xiaoning said was also the truth. There was indeed nothing for this guy to do. Li Zixuan leaned on the sofa and felt rather depressed. After a while he asked, "Are the 10 villas in the northwest completed?" Yan Xiaoning nodded and said, "Yes, they're all completed. Now, the construction team is building other unimportant buildings in the college. Don't worry, the construction area is all separated from the distant teaching area. When the time comes, it won't affect the students." This construction progress was all planned. Li Zixuan wasn't too surprised about this. He sighed and said, "When do you estimate it will all be completed?" Yan Xiaoning must have made an estimate before this question. At this moment, he didn't even think and answered, "About a month." So fast? Li Zixuan was a little surprised. Yan Xiaoning said matter-of-factly, "What's so strange about that? Now that the construction team is getting more and more skilled, their cooperation is also getting better. Plus, with the crane that you made, the construction speed is of course a few times faster than at the beginning." Speaking of this, Yan Xiaoning patted his head and suddenly shouted, "Oh, all right, I forgot to tell you something." "What is it?" Li Zixuan asked subconsciously. Yan Xiaoning laughed and said, "That, Xiaoxian, can we exchange the villas on Yunshan?" Li Zixuan suddenly became alert. He didn't agree or disagree, but instead asked, "Why? Didn't you build your villas according to the blueprint of mine?" The first batch of villas on Yunshan had a total of 10 villas. At first, they were allocated to the professors of the college, but later on, Li Zixuan felt that the scenery on Yunshan was very good, so he also wanted to build a villa for himself here. This way, if he was too busy at the college and didn't have time to go home in the future, he would have a place to stay. Since he was building a villa for himself, Li Zixuan of course put in 120% of his effort. The villa he designed for himself was bigger than the professor's villas, and it was also 1 floor higher. When Yan Xiaoning saw it, he immediately wanted to change his villa to the same one. How could Li Zixuan have a reason to object? Now that the construction team was in Yan Xiaoning's hands, this guy could just abuse his position for personal gain a little, and their villa could be built however he wanted? At this time, Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said, "Although the blueprint is the same, my villa is facing away from the sun, Xiaoshuan's villa is facing the sun. My dad's legs can't stand the cold, and he loves the sun the most. So Xiaoxian, why don't we exchange?" At this moment, Yan Xiaoning no longer gloated as before. Instead, he became a little flattering. which made Li Zixuan feel very strange. Chapter 640. Bull** T. Uncle Yan's steps are steady. How does he look like he has a leg problem? You're too shameless. How could you say something like that to achieve an ulterior motive? Inside the principal's office, Li Zixuan, who felt that something was wrong, was seriously thinking about the loopholes in Yan Xiaoning's words. After a while, he suddenly said angrily. Yan Xiaoning's expression changed slightly, but he still said firmly, "That's just on the surface. In fact, my dad's leg hurts when he gets cold." Li Zixuan's lips curled into a smile. He then said, "Okay. Then I'll go visit Uncle Yan now and see if there's really something wrong with his leg." After saying that, he actually turned around and was about to leave. Yan Xiaoning immediately became anxious. He quickly stood up from the chair and shouted from behind, "Hey, don't. Xiaoxian, don't go. I was just joking." "Oh? Joking? Xiaoning, you've got guts. You even joked about Uncle Yan. What kind of power made you do such a rebellious thing?" Li Zixuan turned around and sneered as he stared at Yan Xiaoning with burning eyes. Yan Xiaoning's face turned red. He coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "This? Xiaoxian, what are you talking about? I was just joking because I wanted to change houses with you." Li Zixuan smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy. Therefore, he just stared at Yan Xiaoning, trying to use his gaze to influence this dishonest youth. After staring for a full 15 minutes, Yan Xiaoning finally couldn't take it anymore. He said dejectedly, Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Previously, after the construction team finished building the houses in the area you circled, a craftsman accidentally found that your backyard would emit steam every morning. He used a bamboo tube to poke 3 inches down, and the result was. Li Zixuan's curiosity was already piqued, but Yan Xiaoning suddenly stopped at this crucial moment. This made him a little mad. He couldn't help but urge, "What's the result? Hurry up and tell me." Sigh. Yan Xiaoning sat back on the chair and let out a long sigh. "There's actually a hot spring under the garden. You're really lucky. That's why I want to trade with you." As early as in the pre-Qin dynasty's classic of mountains and seas, there was a record of hot spring. At that time it was called Hot Spring. Bandit's water came from Kunling Mound County's high-pressure mountain. It was also called Dongha Hot Spring. The water came from the northwest Clamor Valley. The water was as warm as hot soup, and could cure all kinds of diseases. Therefore it was called Hot Spring. Later on, people began to call it hot springs. For example, in the Han Dynasty, an astronomer wrote a book called Hot Springs Prose. In the text he wrote, "Looking at the treasures of the central region, there is no god of water. Staying in the hot springs, to pass the time, to get rid of the harshness, to serve the righteous. Emperor Shiyu, save your own life." F***ck. Hot spring? Li Zixuan's eyes widened. His expression was wild with joy as he said, "Haha, that's great. I can't believe I found a hot spring in such a beautiful place. In the future, I'll build a house on top of it and soak in the hot spring during winter while eating delicious food. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Yan Xiaoning's old face darkened. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, F***ck. You're too much." Li Zixuan curled his lips and said, Who's the one who's too much? Someone wanted to cheat me of my hot spring just now." When Yan Xiaoning heard that, he immediately stopped talking. Li Zixuan saw that this guy was unhappy and couldn't help but say, "Xiaoning, didn't you try digging in your backyard? What if your house has a hot spring too?" Yan Xiaoning looked at Li Zixuan with a strange expression and then said unhappily, "How do you know I didn't dig it? Not only my backyard, I dug everywhere except my house. In the end, I didn't dig anything." Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. The image of Yan Xiaoning instructing a group of craftsmen to dig his house involuntarily appeared in his mind. So ruthless. Sigh. But speaking of which, why do you want a hot spring? This thing can cure some diseases, and it's good for women's skin. Xiaoning, you're healthy, so the hot spring doesn't seem to be attractive to you? Don't tell me you want to be a gigolo? Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something wrong and couldn't help but ask with a strange expression. The ancient people had a certain understanding of the medical and health effects of hot springs. The Han Dynasty's 3 Qin records recorded the legend of hot springs curing diseases. The first emperor traveled with the goddess and disobeyed her orders. The goddess spat on him and caused him to have ulcers. The first emperor thanked her, but the goddess washed off the ulcers in order to get out of the hot spring. The goddess used the hot spring to cure Qin Shi Huang's ulcers. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang called the Li Mountain hot spring goddess soup. Yan Xiaoning said angrily, "You're the one who wants to be a gigolo. I want a hot spring only because I'm afraid of the cold in winter. You don't know how cold Chang'an's winters are these years. Even charcoal can't cure it." Is it that exaggerated? Li Zishuan didn't think much of it, but he was too lazy to argue with Yan Xiaoning over such a small matter. He looked at the sky and said, "Then I'll go take a look at my house first. If it's all renovated, I'll immediately arrange for people to buy furniture for it. Maybe I'll really have to live here in a few days." Yan Xiaoning felt a little hurt when he thought of the hot spring. He waved his hand and said, "Go quickly. Go quickly. Oh, right, if you're buying furniture, help me buy one while you're at it. I always feel that the house we're building will look very awkward with the furniture bought from the East Market." "Okay." Li Zishuan responded and went out. Thinking of Yan Xiaoning's words just now, he couldn't help but think to himself, a modern house should of course be equipped with modern furniture. If you put some couches and screens in the house, of course it will look awkward. After leaving Yanhuang College, he walked towards the northwest. After passing through a tree-lined path, he could see a few modern-style villas scattered not far ahead. The main buildings of the villas were mostly 2-story bungalows. Only 2 villas in the south were 3-story bungalows. There were fences in front of the buildings and ancient trees. Behind the buildings was a very spacious courtyard with a garden, rockery, pavilion, and all kinds of low shrubs. It was actually a simplified version of a modern villa. Sigh. It feels like a lifetime ago. Li Zishuan looked at the modern villas in front of him and couldn't help but think of his previous life. Although he was living well in ancient times, his soul was still from the 21st century. His family, friends, lovers, and more than 10 years of memories were there. But he couldn't go back anymore. Chapter 641. After sighing inexplicably for a while, Li Zishuan lifted his feet and walked towards the southernmost courtyard. That place was an area that he randomly picked with better lighting, but he didn't expect there to be a hot spring there. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have designed this courtyard so stingily. This was because he only wanted to build a temporary residence here. After all, this place was only a few steps away from Yanhuang College. But now that there was a hot spring here, Li Zishuan wanted to build a bigger residence, at least the size of the Li Mansion. When the time comes, it could be a manor for the Li family outside of Chang'an City. Although this would cost a lot more money, Li Zishuan didn't lack money now. In his opinion, he had earned so much money, if he didn't know how to enjoy it, wouldn't it be a waste? "Hey! Boss, you're here?" When Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of his courtyard, he met an acquaintance. "Gu Xiaomao? What are you doing here?" Li Zishuan asked curiously. According to Yan Xiaoning, all the craftsmen in Yanhuang College were focused on building the remaining buildings. As the captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, Gu Xiaomao had no reason to hang around here. Gu Xiaomao quickly replied, "Boss, Commander Yan asked me to take some time today to bring a few people here today to check the construction drawings to see if there are any omissions. He said that the academy is about to start classes, and these courtyards are likely to be put into use soon. There can't be any mistakes." Li Zishuan heard and was instantly angry. "Good for you, Yan Xiaoning. You already arranged for people to check, but you purposely didn't tell me. You made me come here specially. This brat is definitely doing it on purpose." "Oh, are you done checking?" Li Zishuan adjusted his emotions and asked. Gu Xiaomao took out a piece of paper, nodded and said, "Hey boss, I've finished checking. Your courtyard didn't miss anything. However, the 7th courtyard is missing 2 fences and a stone bench. After I report to Commander Yan, I'll bring people over to fix it." Li Zishuan glanced at the paper and found that there wasn't a single Chinese character on it. It was just some scribbles. Obviously, Gu Xiaomao didn't go to school. But even so, his work attitude was commendable. Xiaomao, in last month's evaluation, What was your regiment's rank? Li Zishuan seemed to ask casually. Heh. Gu Xiaomao scratched his head embarrassedly and answered, last month, our first team got first place, so everyone's salary was doubled. Also, the team I was leading was rated as one of the 5 most outstanding teams, so we were rewarded with 5 strings of cash. Including our salary and some rewards in the middle of the month, we got nearly 10 strings of cash. I've never seen so much money in my life. Thank you, boss. Feeling the youth's heartfelt happiness, Li Zishuan's originally slightly gloomy mood gradually improved. He smiled and said, You don't have to thank me. You exchanged all of this with your own 2 hands. Also, you led the 8th team of the 1st Regiment to achieve such good results. Qing Ke, the original team leader, should be thanking you. Gu Xiaomao didn't dare to answer him. He knew Li Tai's real identity. Oh right, Xiaomao, is the autumn harvest at home affected by your work here? Gu Xiaomao bowed and said, It's not affected much. But I heard from my father that this year's harvest is 10% to 20% lower than last year's. Luckily, you're kind enough to give me such a high salary. With this money, my family's reduced grain production won't be affected. Li Zishuan's expression became a little serious. He suddenly remembered that Han Yushi had told him a while ago about the Han village's grain yield problem, so he asked, Xiaomao, is it only your family's grain yield that has decreased? Gu Xiaomao shook his head and said, No, boss. No one in our village has a higher harvest than last year. A few families' harvests have decreased by 30%. Sigh. They're not as lucky as me to have such a good boss like you. I think they'll starve before next year's autumn harvest. Li Zishuan was silent. He could save one family, but he couldn't save thousands of families. He patted Gu Xiaomao's shoulder and said, All right, you don't have to worry. The imperial court will definitely find a wage. Gu Xiaomao nodded dejectedly. Li Zishuan saw this and changed the topic. Xiaomao, how much money have you earned in the past 2 months? If someone else asked this, Gu Xiaomao's first thought would be that the other party was eyeing his money. However, since Li Zishuan asked, it was different. Gu Xiaomao thought for a while and answered, It should be 15 strings. Gu Xiaomao's team was very active. They often came in at the top of the rankings. Their salary wasn't much, but they received a lot of bonuses. That was why they had the miracle of earning 15 strings of strings in 2 months. After transmigrating for so long, Li Zishuan was no longer the naive person who didn't know anything. He knew very well what 15 strings of strings meant to an ordinary family. He asked, Xiaomao, have you thought about what you want to do with this money? Gu Xiaomao was stunned for a moment before he scratched his head and said, My father and mother want me to use this money to get a wife, but I don't want to get married so early. I want to use this money to buy medicine for my mother to treat her illness. If there's any money left, I plan to use it as capital to start a small business in Chang'an. Li Zishuan was surprised and asked, Your mother is sick? Gu Xiaomao answered sadly, Yes, my mother got sick when she gave birth to me. Later on, she often felt dizzy and her legs hurt easily. In recent years, it has gotten worse. My father doesn't even dare to let her get out of bed to work. In the past, the doctor said that my mother could recover if she took some nourishing medicine, but the medicine is too expensive. My family can't afford it, so it has been delayed until now. So this time, I must cure my mother's illness. Li Zishuan praised. Good. Xiaomao, you're right. Filial piety is the most important virtue. I support your decision. Gu Xiaomao was a little embarrassed by the praise. He said shyly, Thank you, boss. Then, what kind of business do you plan to do after curing your mother's illness? For some reason, Li Zishuan suddenly wanted to enter the world of the simple farmer's son. Perhaps, it was because he was also a farmer's son in his previous life. Gu Xiaomao thought for a moment and said, As long as it's not against the law. I'm willing to do any business that can make money. I want to make more money and build a big house like these villas in the future. When that time comes, I'll go find a wife. Later on, I'll send my son to a prestigious school like Yanhuang College to study. If he can't pass in 1 year, I'll let him take 2 years. If he can't pass in 2 years, I'll let him take 3 years. Chapter 642. Gu Xiaomao's dream was so simple that Li Zishuan only needed to move his lips to help him realize it. But at the same time, his dream was so difficult, so difficult that even if an ordinary person spent their entire life, they would not be able to achieve even a small goal in his dream. Xiao Mao, I have a long-term task here. The more you are unwilling to do it, the more you are unwilling to do it? Li Zixuan did not directly give Gu Xiaomao a large sum of money to let him realize his dream, nor did he leave him to fend for himself. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a day. He intended to give Gu Xiaomao a shortcut to success. Gu Xiaomao was stunned and then said excitedly, "Boss, please say it. I'm definitely willing to do it." Li Zixuan could not help but laugh. You agreed so decisively. Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you to commit murder and arson? Gu Xiaomao grinned and said, Hey, boss, you're such a kind person. How can you ask me to commit murder and arson? Li Zixuan laughed and said, Haha. Since that's the case, I'll tell you about this task. Yanhuang College will have more and more students in the future. Xiaomao, you can open a snack shop in the college. No, open a snack shop. The monthly surplus will definitely be enough for you to realize your dream. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was in progress. Your Majesty, now that the autumn harvest is over, according to the situation reported by the counties near Chong'an City, this year's harvest is not good. Most of the harvests have decreased by about 20%. In some places, the harvest has decreased by 30% to 40% compared to last year. In this way, after the people have finished their grain, I'm afraid that the remaining grain in their hands will not last until next year. Fang Xianling stood in front of the team and bowed to Li Er to report. As soon as his voice fell, there was a buzz of whispers in the court. In this era of relying on the sky to make a living, grain was the lifeline of a country. This was a fragile and sensitive nerve that no one would ignore. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but feel his heart sink. At the same time, his mind was reminded of Li Zixuan's locust plague language. Li Er found it hard to imagine what kind of calamity would befall the Great Tang if it hadn't made preparations in advance. Then order all the provinces and counties to exempt citizens from 20% of their taxes. After a moment of silence, Li Er instructed in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you mustn't. An old man in his 50s hurriedly stepped forward and retorted, Your Majesty, although this move can relieve the pain of the people, it is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. If the various regions follow His Majesty's decree, it will cause the official storehouses of the various provinces and counties to be filled with rations. Once there is a famine or natural disaster, the various provinces and prefectures will face a situation where they have no food to use and can only wait for the imperial court to rescue them. The person who spoke was Xiao Yu. Your Majesty, I also feel that this is inappropriate. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wei Zhang also stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Your Majesty's move can only solve the problems of a small portion of the citizens. Most of the citizens rely on the rich and powerful. If Your Majesty reduces taxes, they won't feel any gratitude. Clearly, Wei Zhang had already noticed some loopholes and shortcomings in the Tang dynasty's equal field system. However, he could not come up with a more perfect and reasonable land system. This subject agrees. This old subject also agrees. Not long after, 2 or 3 officials stepped forward to express their agreement. Li Er frowned and said, This is not drinking poison to quench thirst, but weighing the pros and cons. You may have all forgotten, but counting the days, the fleet that went south should return with a full load within a month. At that time, with the food brought back by the fleet, the Great Tang dynasty will no longer lack food. All the ministers were shocked. They had really forgotten about this. But Your Majesty. Fang Xianling thought for a while and felt that it was not reliable to rely on a fleet with an unknown harvest. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but Li Er waved his hand and interrupted him. Minister Fang, there is no need to say more. I have made up my mind. Instead of collecting more food and causing famine and the imperial court to allocate more food, it is better to keep it for the benefit of the people and save a lot of trouble and waste. Just like that, Li Er made the final decision to reduce the tax rate by 20%. When the news spread, the whole country cheered. Oh? 20% tax reduction? What is Your Majesty thinking? Li Zixuan, who was in Yanhuang College, received the news in the afternoon. Like Fang Xianling, he also felt that Li Er's move was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. The land tax system had existed in China for more than 2,000 years, and it was only abolished 50 years after the founding of New China. From this, one could see how deeply the ruling group relied on the land tax. Given the current economic level of the Great Tang, reducing the land tax by 20% was akin to cutting flesh and playing with fire. What gave Li Er the confidence to do this? I can't guess your Majesty's intention. But this move can alleviate the urgent needs of the people, but it is a test of the ability of the various provinces to withstand disasters. Ma Zhou sat opposite Li Zixuan and pondered. Forget it. Let's not think about it. By the way, Brother Ma, how is the expansion of the workshop going? After thinking for a long time, Li Zixuan still couldn't think of anything. After all, this guy had forgotten about the large number of ships going south. He suddenly thought of the new workshop, so he asked. In order to expand the workshop, Li Zixuan had originally planned to move the workshop to Plum Village. But because of the construction of the academy, money was tight, so Li Zixuan had Faubert temporarily suspend this plan. Later on, with the introduction of the immortal mirror and the glass utensils, Li Zixuan had made a fortune, and the financial crisis was quickly alleviated. Only then could the expansion and relocation of the workshop be restarted. Ma Zhou and Faubert had been busy for the past few months. Lord Zhu, the site for the new workshop has been arranged. It was built on the riverside according to your wishes. Everything is basically ready and can start production at any time. Ma Zhou replied with a smile. Li Zixuan nodded, his heart calming down a little. He had been too busy these past few months, so he definitely couldn't take care of everything. Fortunately, the people around him could often take care of things on their own. In that case, Brother Ma, I'll have to trouble you in the future. You have to take care of Datong Daily and the academy. Li Zixuan sighed with emotion. Ma Zhou smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Lord Zhu, I've told you before. I'm not cut out to be a teacher, but you. Chapter 643. The reason why Ma Zhou said that he was not suitable to be a teacher was mainly because he knew that he had a criminal record. During the reign of Wu De, he was once promoted by the provincial governor of Bo Province to be an assistant teacher in Bo Province. However, he was fired by the provincial governor of Bo Province because he often drank and made mistakes. Now, Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel ashamed every time he thought about it. Li Zixuan knew a little about Ma Zhou's past. He waved his hand and said, I think Brother Ma was young and impetuous back then, but that's all in the past. What's the point of bringing it up now? In the future, as long as Brother Ma doesn't drink during lectures, it'll be fine. What's more, there's a drunkard in our academy who is even bigger than you. Ma Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Lord Zhu, are you talking about Mr. Wu Do? The old man is carefree and open-minded. I've admired him for a long time. I didn't expect Lord Zhu to invite him here. Hey, in my opinion, Brother Ma admires him for his alcohol tolerance, right? Haha, sigh. There are only 2 days left. Reading a little more won't affect the final results. I might as well go to Yanhuang College again. It's a pity that I didn't go in last time. In the afternoon, Chongren Lane, Tongfu Inn. Di Zhishuan sat in front of the window with a book in his arms and muttered to himself. Then, this guy really did what he said. He put down the book and began to change his clothes. In less than a quarter of an hour, Di Zhishuan had finished packing. He straightened his clothes, opened the door and walked out. Ah, Father, why are you here? Di Zhishuan never dreamed that he would encounter such a big surprise the moment he opened the door. It really scared him out of his wits. Humph. Why am I here? You brat, if I didn't come, when would you come to see your father? Opposite Di Zhishuan stood an old man in a purple robe with round eyes. At this moment, he was reprimanding Di Zhishuan aggressively. Feeling the power of the old man, the waiter who had rushed over after hearing the commotion did not dare to go forward and question him. The old man was none other than Di Zhishuan's father, Di Xiaoshu, the minister of the imperial court's left prime minister. Father, your son is actually preparing to meet you. I didn't expect you to find me here. How did you know I live here? Di Zhishuan forced a smile and then lied through his teeth. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. How could Di Xiaoshu not see that his son was lying? He angrily said, Bastard! You still want to deceive your father? If I hadn't received your mother's letter the day before yesterday, I wouldn't have known that you've arrived in Chang'an. Furthermore, You haven't come to find me for so long. You're getting bolder and bolder. Di Jishuan thought to himself, so that's how it is. What a miscalculation. After feeling regretful for a while, Di Jishuan licked his lips and said, That's my fault. Father, please calm down. Do you want to go in and have a drink? At a time like this guy still wants to let Di Xiaoshu drink water to calm down. He's simply too naive. Di Xiaoshu flicked his sleeves and said, Drink what? Hurry up and go back with your father. Don't embarrass yourself here. Ah, father, that. Di Jishuan still wanted to struggle, but Di Xiaoshu did not give him a chance at all. He directly ordered, Tie him up and bring him back. Ha! I was wondering why you secretly came to Chang'an City. So you're here to take the Yanhuang College exam. You little brat, what did I teach you in the past? I told you to read more books and pay more attention to current affairs. You actually dared to spend your time on this miscellaneous subject. This is outrageous. Qinren Square. D Mansion. Di Xiaoshu pointed at a mathematics textbook on the ground and roared at Di Jishuan with his eyes wide open. Di Jishuan shrank his neck and said weakly, Father, who said that mathematics is a miscellaneous subject? Even His Majesty didn't say that, right? Di Xiaoshu did not expect his son to dare to refute. He was so angry that he took 2 deep breaths and said, I said it. If I say it's a miscellaneous subject, it's a miscellaneous subject. You don't agree? Di Jishuan lowered his head and muttered softly, The imperial examination is considered a subject. How can it be a miscellaneous subject? What did you say? Di Xiaoshu's volume suddenly increased, and Di Jishuan felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He quickly shook his head and said, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Bastard! How dare you say that it's a subject? I only allowed you to take the imperial examination. If you dare to have any other ideas, I will break your legs. Father, you can't do this. It's my freedom to choose what subject to take the examination. You can't take it away from me. These were all advanced ideas that Di Jishuan learned from the newspaper. He used them here, but he also used them in the wrong place. Di Xiaoshu's nose was almost crooked when he heard this. He trembled and said, Unfilial son. Stubborn. Someone, bring the family discipline. Master, you can't. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler hurriedly came forward to persuade him. The young master is young and inexperienced. Why do you have to be so calculative with him? Give the young master some time, and he will definitely think it through. Young master, hurry up and apologize to master. As the old butler spoke, he madly winked at Di Jishuan. Humph. Butler, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Hurry up and bring the family discipline. Today I will. Father, I was wrong. Di Xiaoshu was in a fit of anger. How could he listen to advice? He hurriedly urged the butler to bring the family discipline, but Di Jishuan actually gave in. Humph. Didn't you just say that mathematics is not a miscellaneous subject? Di Xiaoshu was a little doubtful of his son's sincerity, so he snorted angrily. He heard Di Jishuan say sincerely, Father, I was wrong. I was not sensible. You are right. Mathematics is a miscellaneous subject. Then don't you still want to take the imperial examination for mathematics? Father, I was wrong. I will only take the imperial examination for literature in my life. Didn't you plan to go to Yanhuang College in the beginning? Father, I was wrong. I will never think about going to Yanhuang College again. I will return to Bingzhou tomorrow to study hard. Father, I was wrong. The father and son's questions and answers stunned the servants outside the house. Di Jishuan, who was a spineless person, admitted his mistake over and over again in the face of Di Xiaoshu's questioning. In short, don't ask. If you did, he would say, Father, I was wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. However, only the heavens knew what this fellow was thinking in his heart. However, the older the wiser. Di Xiaoshu added one last sentence. From today until the day after tomorrow, which is the day of the entrance examination for Yanhuang College, you are not allowed to step out of the house for 3 days. Do you understand? Chapter 644. Li Zishuan didn't know what had happened to Di Jishuan, But even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. Even an upright official couldn't settle a family dispute. Di Xiaoxiu had taught his son a lesson, so even if Li Er came, he couldn't do anything about it. What's more, Di Xiaoxiu's current official position and title were no worse than Li Zishuan's. What right did Li Zishuan have to help Di Zishuan? Moreover, Li Zishuan had so many things to do that he couldn't handle them all. Yamacho, all the examination rooms have been assigned, and the exam number has been pasted on each seat. Well, inform Ma Zhou to inform all the candidates who have arrived in Chang'an on the Datong Daily tomorrow to come to the academy to get their exam number the day after tomorrow. All candidates will enter the academy according to their exam number. Yes, Yamacho. By the way, ask Ma Zhou to arrange a few people to make a notice. Draw the distribution of the examination rooms clearly, and then paste it on the notice board at the entrance of the academy. Okay. The teachers of the economics department had the least work at the academy because they had a certain level of attainment in Confucianism, so they didn't need to learn professional knowledge from scratch like other subjects. Therefore, the teachers of the economics department were arranged to prepare for the admission exam the day after tomorrow. Yamacho, I don't understand these symbols in the physics textbook. Can you tell me what they mean? Why don't you ask Mr. M.O.? The M.O. family was very good at physics. After receiving the physics textbook a while ago, M.O. Huai studied it seriously for a long time. He also asked Li Zishuan a lot of questions. Logically speaking, with his current knowledge, it was more than enough to answer the questions of these physics beginners. Therefore, Li Zishuan was a little puzzled. Yamacho, group leader M.O. isn't here right now? How could he not be here? Where did he go? Group leader M.O. said he had something to do at home, so he went back first. Something to do at home? Well, what symbols did you say you didn't understand? Li Zishuan frowned and took the book from the hands of a middle-aged man who came forward to ask questions. It's these symbols. There are many more such symbols behind, but I've never seen them before. The man leaned over and pointed at a line of Arabic numerals on the book. Smack. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Li Zishuan couldn't help but pat his forehead and said to that person, Mr. Yu, immediately inform all the teachers in the academy. Other than those in the mathematics department, everyone else should go to Mr. Li Gang to get a mathematics textbook. You don't need to be proficient in the new mathematics, but you must understand some of the basic concepts in it. The symbols you asked about are all mentioned in the mathematics textbook. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He stammered, Sean. Yamacho. It's already difficult for us to learn physics, so how can we have the time to learn mathematics? The other teachers who were queuing up to look for Li Zishuan also complained, that's right. Yamacho, chemistry is also difficult to learn. Geography is also difficult to learn, okay? No, mountain leader, don't tell me that we from the economics department also have to learn mathematics. We don't need it. Li Zishuan listened to their noisy voices and couldn't help but frown. You have to learn all of them. What don't you need? How can you not need it? As teachers of Yanhuang College, if you don't even know about the new mathematics, then won't you be embarrassing the academy when you go out? You have to learn. When everyone saw that Li Zishuan was serious, they were all silenced. Li Zishuan added worriedly, if you have any problems with mathematics, feel free to look for Su Hongji. Everyone, don't treat mathematics lightly. I'll check it later. If you don't pass, I'll find someone to tutor you. Mr. Yu, go and inform the other teachers now. Yes, Yamacho. The middle-aged man paused, then cupped his hands and said. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts. It wasn't easy to be a teacher of Yanhuang College, even though the salary was quite high. Li Zishuan stayed in the academy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did he settle all the matters in the academy. There were many things that he couldn't think of in detail at the beginning. He would only realize the problems when he actually did it. For example, the problem of notifying the examinees of their exam numbers. This way, he could determine the actual number of examinees participating in the exam in advance, and simplify the process of finding the exam venue. He didn't think of this before. There was also the problem of Arabic numerals in physics, chemistry, and geography. He didn't think about this before, and this made it difficult for many teachers to get started. Li Zishuan saw that no one was looking for him, so he returned to Chang'an. However, he didn't go straight home. He wanted to find someone. Qin Shubao. Xiaoxian? Why are you here? At the entrance of Qin Manor, he met Qin Huayu. It seemed that he had just returned from outside, but he didn't know where he came from. Yes. I'm here to find Uncle Qin. Huayu, where have you been? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Qin Huayu made a pleased gesture and invited Li Zishuan into the house. Then he said, I just went to the Cheng family. Chumo has been busy preparing for the exam and encountered some problems. He asked me to help him. Li Zishuan asked curiously, what? When did Chonyo become so serious? Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Qin Huayu also felt that it was a little funny. He said, isn't he afraid that he won't be able to get into Yanhuang College? You know that he's not good at classical studies, so he can only rely on mathematics to score points. He said that if he can't even beat some students from other places who haven't been exposed to new mathematics, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Li Zishuan smiled and said, yes, that would be embarrassing. As the two talked, they entered the front yard and came to the front hall. Not only was Qin Qiong inside, but Cheng Yaojin was also there. Hey! Huayu is back. How was it? Chonyo should have no problems taking the exam the day after tomorrow, right? Cheng Yaojin stood up and asked with wide eyes. Qin Huayu cupped his hands and said, with Chumo's wit, there shouldn't be any problems. Bull *T. Cheng Yaojin heard this and sneered. That little brat's whipped my ass. I say, Xiaoxian, if my Chonyo really can't pass the exam, you have to give him more points. Otherwise, I won't be able to save my face. Li Zishuan almost fell to the ground. Cheng Yaojin, how could you say such things in front of a junior? How shameless could you be? However, the friendship between the two families was obvious. This kind of small matter didn't affect the big picture. It wouldn't take much to pull strings under the table. Thus he said sullenly, okay. Chapter 645. Jijiayu. How can you say something like that? And Xiaoxian, you're now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. How can you agree to something like that? Qin Qiong's face turned red when he saw that Li Zishuan had agreed. Yes, he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed to be in the same group as Cheng Yaojin and Li Zishuan. Qin Huayu covered his face and pretended that he did not hear anything. He quickly left this place of trouble. Cheng Yaojin shrugged and said helplessly, second brother, what do you want me to do? I don't want that brat to be as smart as Xiaoxian. I just want him to be as smart as your Huayuj. But look, he's so much worse than Huayu. What else can I do other than give up my dignity and find a way out for him? Qin Qiong was speechless. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, you're too narrow-minded. Chonyo might not be good at studying, but that doesn't mean he's not good at other things. As a general of the imperial court, shouldn't you be training him to fight? It would have been better if Qin Qiong did not say that. Cheng Yaojin was furious when he said that. He said angrily, hey, that brat is my son, but he hasn't even reached the threshold of the Qi transformation realm. He's embarrassing his father. Li Zishuan said helplessly, fighting a war doesn't depend on one's martial arts. Uncle Li Jing, he's not that strong, is not good at martial arts, but he can still win battles? How can that brat be compared to Medicine Master? Medicine Master is proficient in the art of war and strategy. Even His Majesty is inferior to him. Even if there are 10 of Chonyo. Sigh. Forget it. Let's not talk about that brat. Xiaoxian, what are you doing here today? Shouldn't you be busy with your academy? Cheng Yaojin sighed and suddenly looked at Li Zishuan. Qin Qiong raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I'm here today to invite Uncle Qin to be the academy's martial arts instructor. Before Qin Qiong could answer, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but interrupt, martial arts instructor? Don't tell me you plan to teach martial arts at Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan shook his head and explained, that's not the case. What I'm thinking is to give the new students a month of military training. It's similar to military training. First, it's to strengthen their bodies. After all, these people usually study and their bodies are weak. Second, I want them to learn to understand the rules through this month of training. I want them to understand the rules like the sergeants of the Tang Empire's 16 guards. This was actually similar to the modern university military training. Those who had personally experienced the military training would definitely be able to sense the huge changes in a person's mental state before and after the military training. Living in ancient times, although he couldn't copy the modern model for everything, Li Zixuan felt that the military training system of the school in his previous life could still be copied. After hearing this, Chang Yaojin felt that Li Zixuan was taking things for granted. He smacked his lips and shook his head. Tisk tisk. You're dreaming, kid. But from what I see, if I were to train these students of yours for 2 days, they'd probably lose an arm or a leg and never be able to get out of bed again. Li Zixuan's face darkened. He cursed this old devil for not knowing how to talk. Qin Qiong was more mature than Chang Yaojin. He stroked his beard and said, Xiaofan, your idea is indeed good. No matter when there are more people, discipline is needed. Otherwise, it will become a mess. But what Jijie said just now, although it's a bit rough, you have to seriously consider it. After all, these students are only here to learn, not to sell their lives. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Uncle Qin, don't worry. I've already thought about this. We can do something about the amount of training. This definitely can't be compared to the 16th Guard and the others. During the military training in the academy, the amount of training at the beginning is only half of that of the Imperial Guard. Later on, we'll slowly increase it, giving the students a gradual process of adaptation. This way, they should be able to endure it. Qin Qiong thought about it seriously for a while and finally nodded. Okay. I'll be the martial arts instructor for the academy. Li Zixuan said happily, Thank you, Uncle Qin. The academy will start the military training on the 20th of this month. Remember to go. Qin Qiong laughed and said, Haha. Don't worry, I'll remember. Hey. Xiaofan, how can one martial arts instructor be enough? Why don't you invite me over? Are you looking down on old Cheng's kung fu? Or are you looking down on old Cheng's ability to lead an army? At the side, Chang Yaojin was unhappy and snorted. Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. When meeting such an unreasonable old man, you can only follow his wishes. Otherwise, he will continue to argue with you. Cough cough. Uncle Cheng, I saw that Uncle Qin was idle at home and didn't have much work to do, so I invited him to be a martial arts instructor. I didn't mean to look down on you. Li Zixuan explained reluctantly. However, his words were not without reason. Previously, Qin Qiong was injured and didn't have to attend morning court or do any work. Although he still had the position of general of the left guards, in reality, in the current stable and unified environment of the Tang Empire, the position of general of the 16th Guard was only an empty position. He didn't have much work to do, and the ones who really handled the internal military affairs were the generals under him. Not long ago, Qin Qiong had completely recovered from his illness and made a breakthrough. Li Zixuan had thought of giving Qin Qiong some real work, but first, there was no war in the Tang Empire, and there were very few places where Qin Qiong could use his skills. Second, even if there were suitable positions, there were already people in those positions. He couldn't just give Qin Qiong a position just because he had recovered from his illness, right? Therefore, things were delayed, and Qin Qiong was still in a state of idleness. But Chang Yaojin was different. This old demon's body was very good, and he ate very well. It was very rare to see him take sick leave. Therefore, he had a lot of responsibilities. Other than the empty title of Left Guard General, he was also the provincial governor of Luzhou, inspecting troops and garrison troops, and envoy, in charge of the military of Lu, Rong, and Rong. He was a very busy man. After hearing Li Zixuan's explanation, Chang Yaojin felt a little better. He thought for a moment and said, When I'm free, I'll help second brother Qin teach those kids. Although my kung fu is not as good as second brother Qin's, I'm still very good at training troops. Xiaofan, you're lucky. Li Zixuan secretly rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I don't think I'm the lucky one, but the new students of the academy are the unlucky ones. Chapter 646. After leaving the Qin residence, Li Zixuan rode his horse to the Li residence in satisfaction. It was September, and the weather was much cooler than before. Therefore, Li Zixuan chose to ride a horse when he went out. Big White's hooves, which had been nailed with iron, stepped on the limestone streets of Puching, making clear clattering sounds. Looking at the various pedestrians on the streets, Li Zixuan sighed. Busy. 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 Who are all the people busy for? Suddenly, Li Zixuan saw a familiar figure in front of him.
Mr. Mo?
Li Zixuan rode his horse and chased after him before shouting loudly. That person was Mo Huai, the Mo Huai who had applied for leave on his first day at work. However, there was a small group of people behind Mo Huai. There were both men and women, and there were about 40 people in total.
Yamacho.
Mo Huai stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He turned around and was shocked. He quickly cupped his hands at Li Zixuan. After Li Zixuan officially became the Yamacho of Yanhuang College today, all the teachers of the college, including Li Gang, directly called Li Zixuan Yamacho on formal occasions. They would only occasionally call him by his name in private. This was also to establish prestige for Li Zixuan.
Okay.
Li Zixuan responded. Then, he got off his horse and looked at the people behind Mo Huai.
He asked, Mr. Mo, these are?
Mo Huai came to a realization and hurriedly introduced, Yamacho. These are the remaining core disciples of the Mo family. Previously, under the persuasion of you and Mr. Li Gang, I decided to let the Mo family enter the world. That day, I sent a command to the Mo family's encampment. Then, they traveled day and night and finally arrived in Chong, and before Yanhuang College opened. Li Zixuan was moved.
Mr. Mo, why are you in such a hurry?
It won't affect them much even if they come later. It's too hurtful for them to travel like this.
Humph.
What do you mean by it doesn't matter if we come later? Are you looking down on us?
While the two of them were talking, a clear and melodious female voice sounded from the side.
Then, a bright-eyed young woman wearing a light blue dress and a green pleated skirt with scattered flowers and mist walked out from behind the Mo Huai tree. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old. Her shoulders were slender, her waist was slender, her skin was creamy, and her aura was like an orchid. Folding her slender waist and taking small steps, she presented her white wrist under the light muslin. Her eyes were like clear spring water, and her hair was tied up in a bun with a golden hairpin. It was decorated with purple jade, and its tassels sprinkled on her black hair. Her eyes were like water, but they were cold as ice, as if she could see through everything. Her fingers were slender, white with a hint of pink, as if water could be wrung out of them. Her red lips smiled sweetly, and her every move was like a dance. Although her delicate little face was cute and charming, her slightly furrowed eyebrows and unfriendly gaze made it obvious that this girl was not someone who could be easily bullied.
How dare you?
Wei, this is the current Yamacho of Yanhuang College. From now on, you will all be working in Yanhuang College. Hurry up and apologize to Yamacho. Mo Huai's expression changed, and he reprimanded sternly.
No.
Of course, the little girl was unconvinced. Li Zixuan smiled and said, It's fine, it's fine. It's my fault for not making it clear just now and causing this girl to misunderstand.
Humph.
That's more like it. The little girl in blue snorted proudly.
Wait,
don't be rude. Mo Huai reprimanded again. It was obvious that his attitude towards this girl was different from his attitude towards Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. The girl didn't speak anymore. She lowered her head and secretly stuck out her tongue twice, looking very naughty. Mo Huai helplessly cupped his hands at Li Zixuan and said, Yamacho, this is my daughter, Mo Lingwei.
I've neglected her since she was young.
Please don't take it to heart. Li Zixuan smiled and shook his head.
Mr. Mo, you're thinking too much.
Your daughter is lively and active.
This is her nature. There's nothing bad about it.
Besides, do I look like a petty person to you? When Mo Lingwei heard Li Zixuan praising her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful arc. She thought to herself, this person is quite good with words. He's also quite good-looking. However, when she heard Li Zixuan's second half of the sentence, she was instantly unhappy. What did he mean by, do I look like a petty person to you? Wasn't he still saying that she was the one who had done something wrong? When she thought of this, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but raise her head. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed as she glared at Li Zixuan angrily. It had to be said that this girl was a person who liked to pick at words and haggle over them. Li Zixuan suddenly felt a murderous aura for no reason. When he found the source of the murderous aura, he couldn't help but touch his nose. He didn't know how he had offended this girl again. Mo Huai, who was opposite them, didn't notice the small movements of the two young people. At this moment he said gratefully, Thank you, Yamacho, for your magnanimity.
Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Mr. Mo, you're welcome." Seeing her father, whom she had always admired, being polite to a young man who was about the same age as her, Mo Lingwei felt somewhat indignant. She tugged at Mo Zhong's arm and whispered, "You come here." Mo Zhong, who was listening attentively to his leader's speech, was instantly alerted by the girl's call. He gritted his teeth and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd with Mo Lingwei. "Mo Zhong, tell me honestly, who is that man? Why is father so polite to him?" When Mo Huai issued the order, he didn't mention what had happened before. He only ordered all the core disciples of the Mo family to immediately head to Chang'an City with light luggage. After Chang'an City was settled, they could return to the encampment to pick up their families. That was why Mo Lingwei asked this question. Mo Zhong carefully glanced in front. When he saw that Mo Huai wasn't paying attention to this side, he explained in a low voice, "Little sister Wei, that man is called Li Zixuan. He is the Crown Prince Zhan Shi, and His Majesty personally conferred the title of founding magistrate of the country. He is also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. The newspapers with novels that you were reading earlier were founded by him. About half a month ago, he came to Chang'an City at the invitation of the former Crown Prince's Grand Preceptor, Li Gang." While Li Zixuan and Mo Huai were talking in front, Mo Zhong told Mo Lingwei about their bizarre experience in Chang'an City in full. After listening, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but open her mouth wide and murmur softly, "This man is actually so amazing? Oh no, oh no. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that I, Mo Lingwei, am the most knowledgeable among my peers?" "Little sister Wei. What did you say? What's amazing?" Mo Lingwei's voice was too soft, and they were on the street, so Mo Zhong couldn't hear her clearly. He asked in a low voice, Nothing. Nothing. Let's go and see if they're done talking. I'm so tired from walking all the way here. I want to take a good bath and sleep until tomorrow afternoon." Chapter 647. Dad, it's getting late. Let's go back to the inn? Mo Lingwei saw that Mo Huai and Li Zixuan were still chatting after so long, so she couldn't help but interrupt them. At the same time, she looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. She was indeed very tired after walking all the way here. "Oh, indeed. I almost forgot the time. Mr. Mo, are you staying at an inn tonight?" Li Zixuan hurriedly said. Mo Huai nodded and said, "Yes, we've been staying at inns recently. Since His Majesty transferred our household registration to Plum Village, then we'll go to Plum Village to build houses in the future. However, I really don't have time recently, so I can only stay at an inn for the time being." Fortunately, His Majesty personally instructed, so the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs sent the Mo family's household registration over a few days ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to stay at an inn now. In ancient TV dramas or Wuxia TV dramas, we often see a certain hero entering the door and shouting, "Waiter, 2 good guest rooms." Okay. Then, the guests would immediately check in. Doesn't it seem very simple? However, the reality is definitely not like that. At this time, if you want to stay at an inn, you have to register your identity. Not only do you have to, but you also have to be checked very closely. However, it's not the modern ID registration. Foreigners need a customs clearance document, but locals need your household registration certificate. China's household registration system originated very early. During the spring and autumn period, it developed into a book club system. 25 houses formed a club. The club's household registration book is in the territory. During the Warring States period, the strong countries did not pay much attention to their people and implemented a system of counting. The local officials had to report the household registration status and tax revenue budget to the king every year. After Shang Yang's reform, the state of Qin strictly controlled household registration and combined it with military organization. 5 houses were the guarantee, and 10 houses were the company. After the Qin dynasty unified the country, the head of the Qin dynasty made the land real, and the fields were included in the household registration. In the Han dynasty, the household registration law was in August, and the land and other property owned by each household would be recorded in the household registration book as the basis for collecting population tax and assigning military service and labor. The household register was a combination of population, land, and taxes. The Han household register was created once every 3 years, and it was called the Big Competition.
It was also recorded once every 3 years. The annual verification before the collection of taxes was called the small case competition. The Tang dynasty also had a census every 3 years. It was up to the commoners to declare their household registration and fields themselves, and record them into their hands. Li Zhang would then create a household register based on their hands. According to the amount of assets of each household and the strength of its members, the officials would determine the number of households. Households were divided into 9 grades, and collect tax accordingly. The previous record had been changed to once a year, and the years between the 2 records would be recorded in the record book according to the handwritten reports of each year, which was equivalent to a record of abnormalities. In order to prevent people from understating their age or making false claims about sickness and old age, the officials would inspect the appearance of the people and call them group appearance. From this, it could be seen how strict the household registration system was in this era. If Mo Huai and the others were to register themselves, they would have to go through many obstacles in the process, and it would be easy to expose their identities as followers of the school of Mo. But if Li Er personally stepped in, the whole thing would be much simpler. This was equivalent to a country's #1 leader in the modern world personally helping people to apply for an ID card. Wouldn't that mean that they could set up a household register wherever they wanted? Mr. Mo. It's my fault. I didn't expect the Mo family to arrive so quickly, and I didn't even have time to arrange your accommodations for you. I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that. How about this, Mr. Mo? You take them to an inn for the next few days and ask for the best room. I'll bear all the expenses, including your and Mo Zhong's expenses these days. Li Zixuan suddenly remembered that he had promised Mo Huai that he would be in charge of settling everyone in the Mo family. In the end, they were all here, but he hadn't even prepared a place for them to stay. Wouldn't he have slapped his own face until it was swollen? Li Zixuan couldn't take it anymore. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei's eyes couldn't help but light up as she laughed. Men didn't care about their living environment when they were outside, but women cared more. Therefore, Mo Lingwei was very happy when she heard Li Zixuan say that he would let them stay in the best rooms. Waiter! Mo Huai scolded her with a headache. Then he said to Li Zixuan, Yamacho, actually, there's no need. Sigh. Mr. Mo, you don't have to say any more. I didn't make proper arrangements for this matter. Just do as I say. Besides, you know that I don't lack money. Li Zixuan really didn't say this last sentence to show off. It was because he really didn't lack money. Hey. That's right. Daddy, let's go back to the inn. Mo Lingwei pulled Mo Huai's arm and said. Mo Huai said helplessly, Thank you, Yamacho. In the next few days, I'll instruct the Mo family to build houses in Plum Village. Once they're done, we'll go to Plum Village to stay. Wait. When Li Zixuan heard that Mo Huai was going to Plum Village to build houses, he suddenly thought of something. After thinking seriously for a moment, he said, Mr. Mo, actually, there's no need for you to build houses. There's a ready-made mansion in Plum Village that's empty now. Mo Huai said in surprise. Oh? May I ask, Yamacho, whose house is it? Can it be sold? Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, You don't have to buy it. I'll be able to get it by using my connections. However, it's been a long time since anyone lived there. It needs to be tidied up. Moreover, that house occupies a very large area. It's more time-consuming to tidy it up. It's already late today. You should go back to the inn to rest first. I'll bring you there tomorrow. Wah! There's such a good thing? Yamacho, quickly tell me who lived in this house before. Why did he move away? Mo Lingwei found it unbelievable that they had obtained a mansion as soon as they arrived in Chang'an. That house used to belong to a landlord in Plum Village. As for why he moved away, I'll tell you in detail tomorrow. Ink Girl and my brothers must be tired from the long journey. So let's go back to the inn to rest early. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. That's right. The house he was talking about was the Lu family's mansion. It was Lu Shuren who was chased away by the people of Plum Village. Half a year ago, Lu Shuren was attacked by all the villagers and was forced to flee. After that, his mansion had been empty. Occasionally, beggars would pass by and sneak in to stay for 2 nights. However, they would usually be discovered by the people of Plum Village within 2 days and be chased away. How wasteful would it be to leave this house empty? It would be better to renovate it and give it to Mo. Anyway, this house was big enough. It wouldn't be a problem for these people to stay in it for a while. Chapter 648. The next day. Li Zixuan arrived at Yanhuang College early in the morning because he received news that there was a mess at the college. It was just a small mess, but it was really funny. The situation was like this. Yesterday afternoon, some of the college teachers who lived in Chang and naturally went home when they saw that it was time. However, a considerable number of them were not from Chang'an and their homes were far from the college. So they enjoyed the treatment of living in a dormitory for the first time in their lives. However, this dormitory was different from any room they had lived in before. Yanhuang College's classroom dormitory was similar to a modern university or middle school teacher's dormitory. Correspondingly, the student dormitory was also similar to a modern student dormitory. The teachers who lived in this dormitory for the first time used the keys they received from Li Gang during the day and smoothly opened the room door. They lit the candlesticks in the room first and looked at the neatly arranged bedside cabinets and quilts in the room. They were quite happy and felt that the environment here was better than some of the big inns in Chang'an City. Then they went to wash up and sleep. They saw that there was a small room in the innermost part of the dormitory. Many people guessed that it was a place to wash up. They went in and took a look. Well, there was a snow-white porcelain washbasin, a shiny water pipe, and even a small fairy mirror. Everyone felt that this dormitory was really too extravagant. Then, when they went to the toilet, they were instantly dumbfounded. Well, this white and smooth pit was the toilet. They used it during the day. They had a stomachache, so they went to the toilet. But this place was connected to the sleeping area. And there was no water next to the toilet to flush the poop. If they pooped here, how would they sleep at night? It should be noted that Yanhuang College only has the dormitory and bathhouse water pipes. The other buildings are relatively tall and use a lot of water overall. The amount of work needed to send enough water to the water tower at the top of the building is very large. Currently, there is no water supply for these buildings. Therefore, in Guanghua Building, Red Building and other buildings, there is a bucket of water next to the toilet. Damn, this was not the most important point. The most important point was that after they pooped, they suddenly found that there was no toilet paper? How could this be? These people didn't notice the roll of white toilet paper in the display window. Perhaps even if someone saw it, they wouldn't think that it was used to wipe one's butt. After all, to the ancient scholars, paper was a very precious thing. As a result, many dormitories were instantly filled with the sound of calling friends. Brother Sima, are you there? I'll have to trouble you to help me get a toilet token. Toilet token? Oh. Wait a moment, Brother Han. I'll go out and take a look. Brother Shangguan, do you have any toilet chips in your house? Can you lend it to me? Brother Yuan, wait, let me see. Hey, I don't have any toilet chips in my room. Then, Brother Shangguan, can you go out and help me find a piece? I remember that there is a bamboo forest behind our academy. All right, Brother Yuan, please wait for a moment. I'll get 2 more pieces while I'm at it. This was the idea of those who knew the names of their neighbors. But some people were assigned dorms, and they did not even know the people next to them. What should they do? I can't chop bamboo naked, right? Hey, it seems like I can. Anyway, it's dark at night and no one can see. Therefore, no one would have thought that the world's top academy 10 years later would have such an unbearable scene when it was just established. Oh, here comes another one. It stinks. Ugh. Isn't it 2F** king smelly? One can imagine how smelly it is to make a group of cultured people swear. No, I have to finish chopping quickly and go back. Hey, who the F***ck touched my butt? F***ck. Old Gong, was it you? There are so many calluses on your hands. It must be you. Last night, the night was dark and the wind was strong. There was no moon or stars, and it could be said that one could not see his fingers in front of him. These people painstakingly found the location of the bamboo forest and helplessly found that there were so many accomplices there. Therefore, such a conversation occurred. Li Zixuan had previously asked people to transplant the bamboo forest for the students to enjoy and cultivate their moral character. Because of this, they made a foul atmosphere. Mo Zhong. Ask all the teachers to gather at the teachers' dormitory. When they arrived at Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan said to Mo Zhong with a dark face. Mo Huai was now the head of the physics department of the academy and was also one of the big shots of the academy. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were not as capable as Mo Huai. Originally, the two of them had applied to Li Zixuan to be the guards at the academy's gate. However, Li Zixuan felt that their kung fu was good and it would be a waste to use them as gatekeepers. Therefore, he asked them to run errands and pass on messages to him. 23333. Speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference between gatekeepers and runners.
Yes, Yamacho.
A quarter of an hour later, all the teachers of Yanhuang College came downstairs to the teachers' dormitory. When they saw Li Zixuan's expression, the people who stayed at the academy last night lowered their heads in guilt. Those who did not stay at the academy also looked very embarrassed. Obviously, they knew about the setback that happened at the academy last night. Li Gang came later. After all, he was old, so he did not know. At this moment, looking at this strange scene, the old man felt that his brain was not enough to process. Dear teachers, I am very sorry about what happened at the academy last night. I am responsible for it. For many people, Yanhuang College is a new thing that they have never seen before. However, as Yamacho, I did not teach you how to use these new things in advance. This is my fault. Today, I will take you to familiarize yourself with all the things in the academy. In the future, when the students enter the academy, don't forget to teach them all of these things. Li Zixuan did not blame them. His expression was ugly because too many problems were exposed on the first day of operation of Yanhuang College. These problems proved that there was a big blind spot in his thinking. He always felt that these modern things in Yanhuang College were very convenient for him, but he forgot that the people around him were all from the Tang dynasty. Thus, there was the absurd phenomenon that the physics teacher could not understand the formulas with Arabic numerals in the book, and the residential teachers did not use ready-made toilet paper to use the toilet and had to go out to chop bamboo naked. When everyone heard this, they secretly thought that Yamacho was really reasonable today. Therefore they all said politely, "Hey Yamacho, you are too serious."
Yes. No wonder Yamacho.
Chapter 649. Li Zixuan spent more than 2 hours showing all the teachers how to use the water pipes, shower nozzles, toilet paper, and other new things in the academy. After confirming that they knew how to use them, Li Zixuan let them do their own things. The teachers in the academy were suddenly taught so many new things. While they were excited, they couldn't help but talk among themselves.
Hey!
The disc-shaped thing in our dormitory is actually used for bathing. This thing is much more convenient than a bathtub.
Yes.
And that water pipe can actually continuously discharge water. I don't know how they did it. The most amazing thing is that the thing next to the toilet flushes when pressed. Last night, I was wondering why the toilet was so close to the sleeping area. Aren't they afraid of the stench? So it's because I don't know how to use it.
Hey,
isn't that right? I don't know who came up with these things. The most incredible thing is that the Yamacho actually made us use that toilet paper to wipe our butts. It's too extravagant.
Huh.
It's quite extravagant, but this thing is cleaner than toilet paper. It's also more comfortable to wipe.
That's true.
I just don't know how much it costs. Actually, these things in the academy might feel a little complicated at first, but I have to say that when you get used to it, you'll find them very convenient.
That makes sense.
Sigh. I realized that in our dormitory, only that candlestick is familiar to us. Li Zixuan, who was observant and alert, suddenly thought of something when he heard the last sentence of the discussion. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I haven't developed electricity and lights. Otherwise, someone would have died last night. Mr. Mo, you can assign all the work in the physics department in the morning.
I'll take you to see the house in the afternoon,
Li Zixuan said to Mo Huai as he walked. Mo Huai was still in shock. When he heard the voice, he suddenly came back to his senses and said,
Thank you, Yamacho.
Li Zixuan waved his hand and said,
Huh.
How many times have I told you, Mr. Mo? You and I are working together now, so why are you being so polite?
Sigh.
By the way, where are your daughter and the rest of the Mo family? The reason why he mentioned Mo Lingwei wasn't because Li Zixuan was interested in her, but because he suddenly thought of that beautiful girl who liked to nitpick, so he casually asked. When Mo Huai heard that, his old face turned red as he said,
Cough, cough.
My daughter.
My daughter should still be resting right now. After all, the journey was tiring. As for the other disciples, they are still waiting in the inn. I didn't let them go out for fear of causing trouble. Li Zishuan wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world, so how could he not understand what old man Mo was trying to say? He wondered if Mo Huai was lying. But why was there a need to lie about such a small matter? Could it be that Mo Lingwei didn't wake up so late because she was tired from the journey, but because this girl always liked to sleep in? Li Zishuan thought randomly in his heart, but he didn't know that his random thoughts actually hit the right answer. As the head of the Mo family, Mo Huai had always been very strict with the people around him. After all, the Mo family's motto was to wear clothes and wear clothes, to work day and night, and to suffer to the extreme. One couldn't be blindly greedy for worldly pleasures. Therefore, Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the rest were all trembling with fear when they saw Mo Zhong. However, Mo Huai couldn't be strict with his daughter. Mo Lingwei lost her mother when she was young. There were many women who died during childbirth in ancient times. As the spiritual continuation of her mother in this world, Mo Huai only treated Mo Lingwei with love and couldn't bear to be harsh with her. Therefore, it was natural that Mo Lingwei's lazy and unruly personality had long been adopted. They are so bored in the inn. Mr. Mo, why don't you let them come to the academy? The academy is really in need of people now. Li Zishuan asked casually. Mo Huai immediately changed his expression and said sternly, "The academy is an important place for learning. Although some of them are somewhat talented, you didn't assign them a position in the Yamacho, so they are not considered to be part of the academy. How can they enter as they wish?" The current Mo Huai had returned to his old-fashioned and strict mode. Li Zishuan was a little speechless. He said in a muffled voice, "Then after I show you the house in the afternoon, I will assign the rest of the disciples. You don't have to tidy up the house. I will send someone to do it." After Li Zishuan finished his official business in the morning, he returned to Chang'an in advance. Li Zishuan estimated that it was about time for the imperial court to end, so he rode to the imperial city and found the Ministry of Civil Affairs, later known as the Ministry of Revenue. If he wanted to legally obtain Lu Shuren's house, the Ministry of Civil Affairs had to file a record and go through the procedures. After notifying someone, he was invited in and met with the Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Zishuan briefly explained the purpose of his visit. When Xiao Yu heard this, he didn't hesitate and asked a servant to bring the corresponding documents. The reason why he was so straightforward was that this matter couldn't be any more trivial for a court official like Li Zishuan and him. Even if he didn't help Li Zishuan today, Li Zishuan still had 100 ways to obtain that house. Secondly, he still had some friendship with Li Zishuan. Last time, his grandson had bought a new carriage and mirror, which made him owe Li Zishuan a small favor. Today, he could use this small matter to return that small favor. Wouldn't that be perfect? Moreover, this matter itself was not against the rules, so no one could find fault with it. Xiao Yu smiled as he guided Li Zishuan to sign and stamp his thumbprint on a few documents. After a few operations, Li Zishuan obtained the new title deed of the Lu family's mansion at the price of 200 strings of cash. Now, even if Lu Shuren came back, the mansion would no longer belong to him, because his previous title deed had been destroyed in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Haha. Thank you, Elder Xiao. After the matter was settled, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "In June of this year, Feng Luan, the Minister of the Right Servant, passed away due to illness. Previously, Xiao Yu was replaced as the Minister of the Left Servant, so this position has been vacant ever since. Up to this point, the positions of Minister of War, 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 Minister of War Li Er reappointed Xiao Yu as the Minister of the Left. This was the second time Xiao Yu was the Prime Minister of the court during the Zhengguan era, so Li Zishuan addressed him as Elder Xiao. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Yu was still the Minister of Civil Affairs. Haha. You're too polite. It's just a small matter. Not worth mentioning. Xiao Yu cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Seeing that the matter was more or less settled, Li Zishuan didn't continue to stay here and took his leave. Chapter 650. After leaving the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Zishuan left the city with his documents and headed back to Yun Mountain. Back to his Yun Mountain residence.
Li Zixuan asked San Bao to gather people to move after finding out that the Yun Mountain residence had been renovated yesterday morning. As the mistress of the house, how could Han Yushi not participate in such a big event like moving house? Moreover, she was also Li Zixuan's wife and knew what Li Zixuan liked the most. She knew what to move and what not to move. With her guidance, the speed of moving house was more than twice as fast. San Bao said that the Yun Mountain residence had been fully renovated this morning. Actually, although he said he was only moving the furniture that Li Zixuan had prepared for the Yun Shan residence. He didn't mean that he was moving everything from the Li residence. After all, Yun Shan was only his temporary residence. His home in Chang'an City was his real headquarters. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the foot of Yun Mountain. It was worth mentioning that the mountain path of Cloud Mountain was very unique. One side of the path was in the form of a staircase for pedestrians to climb the mountain, while the other side was in the form of a slope for carts and horses to climb the mountain. In fact, the mountain path was not steep. The overall slope was only about 15 degrees. With Big White's physical strength, climbing such a slope was naturally no problem. They rode up the mountain and headed west. After passing through the tree-lined path, they saw their own residence. Yun Mountain Residence No. 1. Husband, you're back. Li Zixuan arrived at the entrance of the residence. Han Yushi, who was wearing a snow-white dress, hurriedly came out from the house and greeted him with a smile. Li Zixuan was stunned. Beside a modern European-style building, a stunning woman in a white ancient costume was smiling as she welcomed her husband who had just returned home. The woman was wearing a snow-white dress with pink flower patterns embroidered on the wide hem of her dress. She had a purple silk scarf around her arm, and a purple belt inlaid with jadeite was tied around her slender waist. Her black hair was tied up with a light purple ribbon. A few strands of hair fell mischievously over her shoulders, making her delicate skin look even fairer. She didn't have any makeup on her face, but she looked fresh and attractive. Beautiful. Although it was a mixture of two different styles, Li Zixuan still wanted to say that the scene was beautiful. So moving. What's more, what was even more beautiful and moving than this scene was the phrase, "Hubby, you're back." It made Li Zixuan feel as if a lifetime had passed. Many people did not understand why Li Zixuan married Han Yushi. It was undeniable that Han Yushi was very beautiful, but her identity was her biggest shortcoming. Moreover, among the daughters of the rich and powerful families in Chang'an City, there were many who were more beautiful than Han Yushi. Li Zixuan had achieved success at a young age, and he was an influential figure in Chang'an City. It was reasonable to say that there were many better choices, but he chose Han Yushi. In fact, only Li Zixuan knew the reason in his heart. Han Yushi was gentle but strong. She was obedient to Li Zixuan, but she also had her own opinions. This kind of personality was too similar to Li Zixuan's girlfriend in his previous life. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Li Zixuan recovered from his shock, then grabbed Han Yushi's little hand and smiled slightly. Han Yushi was now used to Li Zixuan's little actions, so she didn't blush or shy. Instead, she tugged at Li Zixuan excitedly and said, "Hubby, come and see how I decorated it?" Li Zixuan followed his wife's intention and entered the house. Looking at the modern furniture in the main hall, such as the sofa, coffee table, mahogany cabinets, long dining table, and back chairs, as well as the marble floor that was as smooth as a mirror, the clear glass windows, the orange-white curtains, and the snow-white walls, Li Zixuan was once again stunned. Except for the lack of chandeliers, televisions, refrigerators, air conditioners, and other home appliances, this living room was no different from a modern living room. It should be noted that the marble floor was not a modern one. It had already appeared as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. However, most of the indoor floors in the Qin and Han dynasties were rammed earth. The more exquisite ones were bricks. Stone was rarely used to pave the floor because stone would be very cold in winter compared to rammed earth or bricks. As for the wooden floor, it was not common in ancient times. It was only used in pavilions. A layer of wooden floor used for construction had no other effect except to rot and attract insects. "Hubby? How is it? Do you like it?" Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan didn't speak, so she took the initiative to ask. Li Zixuan took her into his arms and laughed. "Ha ha! I like it, I like it. This layout is to my liking. Wife, you are a genius." When Han Yushi heard this, her heart was like eating honey. She broke away from Li Zishuan's embrace and said, "Hubby, you must not have eaten yet, right? It just so happens that I am already halfway through cooking. Hubby, you can go to the other rooms. The food will be ready in a while." Li Zishuan touched his stomach, nodded and praised, "You know me. Ha ha." Han Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. Then she turned around and took the white apron on the sofa. This thing was called the apron in ancient times. She went to the kitchen to cook. In the kitchen, Xiao He and Xiao Shi were helping her look after it. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, began to tour around his own small villa. This fellow actually went to every room. Of course, the one that satisfied him the most was the large mahogany bed in the bedroom. It was not the wooden bed that was enclosed on three sides like a large cabinet in the Tang dynasty. Instead, it was the large bed in the modern era with arched back pillows. A lot of thought was put into this bed. First of all, the width alone was more than 3 meters. It would not be crowded even if 3 people slept side by side. Then there was the mattress. It was installed with the most elastic spring in the workshop. It was very elastic to sit on it. The bed was covered with layers of kapok. At the top, there was a good kapok brocade quilt. Its fluffy appearance made people want to sleep on it. In the Tang dynasty, cotton was only used as an ornamental flower. It was not planted on a large scale. Ordinary people's quilts were made of cloth, linen, or animal leather. The rich people's quilts were made of kapok. The yield of kapok was not as good as cotton, but it was thin and soft. It was very suitable to be used as a warm item. Its effect was similar to cotton. Of course, Li Zishuan would never admit that he had bad intentions when he made this bed. His thoughts were very pure. "Hubby, it's time to eat." "Oh, okay, coming right up." Han Yushi's shout came from downstairs. Li Zishuan responded and quickly went downstairs. "Teske, this is our first meal in our new home. Come, come, come. Let's have a drink to celebrate." Li Zishuan was in high spirits today. He picked up the wine jug and poured a bowl for Han Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi. Then he laughed loudly. Although Xiao He and Xiao Shi did not know how to drink, they did not want to dampen Li Zishuan's spirits. They all picked up their wine cups and took a sip. "Oh, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, do you like this new house?" "N. I like it, I like it. Young master, this new house is really beautiful." "Hee hee. Xiao He, didn't you tell me before that this place was very quiet?" "Great. Xiao Shi, you dare to betray me." Chapter 651. Mo Zhong. Are you saying that Yamacho is already married? In the afternoon, Mo Huai returned to Chang'an City and brought Mo Lingwei and a group of Ma's disciples to Yunshan. On the way, Mo Lingwei asked Mo Zhong a lot of information about Li Zishuan. At this moment, the little girl was starting to care about Li Zishuan's marriage. Mo Zhong was actually unwilling to be alone with this domineering little devil. Not only him, but almost all the followers of Mahist sect kept a respectful distance from this young lady. As for why, Mo Zhong could only say, "Don't ask, she's so ruthless. Only those who come will know." Sister Wei, Yamacho is indeed married. Everyone in Chang'an City knows this. Mo Zhong replied sullenly. "Oh." Mo Lingwei nodded. She frowned her cute eyebrows and muttered softly as she picked up the pebbles on the road with her feet. "Aya. Why is he married at such a young age?" "Sister Wei, what are you talking about?" Mo Zhong sweated. He didn't know if he had an illusion just now, but he seemed to have seen a trace of regret in Mo Lingwei's eyes. Or was it disappointment? Nothing. Mo Lingwei's reaction made Mo Zhong feel that something was wrong. This little devil would actually panic? "Hey. Mo Zhong, what's with that look? Do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyeballs?" Reality proved that the so-called demure girl only existed for 3 seconds to Mo Lingwei. The little girl realized that something was wrong and immediately changed her expression. Mo Zhong quivered and quickly looked away. He waved his hand and said, "Nothing, nothing." "Humph." Mo Lingwei thought for a while and asked, "Then let me ask you, is the Yamacho's wife beautiful?" Mo Zhong was speechless. "How would I know? I've never seen it before." "Tsk. Useless." "Yamacho,
This old man has brought all 39 core disciples of the Mahist clan. After Mo Huai and the others went up the mountain, Li Zishuan arranged for them to stay in the bishop's conference room. When they saw the strange and magnificent buildings of Yanhuang College, they naturally exclaimed in disbelief. The one who had the biggest reaction was, of course, a certain young lady. Mr. Mo, you've worked hard. Brothers of the Mo family, thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan said politely and then gestured for everyone to take a seat. Looking at the nearly 40 followers of the school of Mo in black, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. The school of Mo prospered during the Warring States period of the 100 schools of thought. As the only prominent school that could compete with the Confucian school, it has declined to the point where there are less than 100 core disciples of the school of Mo.
I'm very sorry about this. I've always admired your sect's founder, MOD. I believe that if he saw the school of Mo's current situation, he wouldn't feel good, right? Hearing this, all the followers of the school of Mo couldn't help but change their expressions. Some of them were so angry that their faces turned red. They wanted to stand up and scold Li Zishuan for exposing their scars in front of them. Li Zishuan saw the expressions of these people. He pressed his hand down and continued, "Everyone, please calm down. I'm not saying this to humiliate the school of Mo. The school of Mo prospered for the benefit of the world and got rid of the world's evils. Even today, it's only respected. No one has the right to mock it." As soon as he finished speaking, the followers of the school of Mo felt a little better. The frost in Mo Lingwei's eyes also gradually faded. However, the school of Mo's decline today is an indisputable fact. I'm sure you know the reason for the school of Mo's decline better than I do. Let's not talk about this here today. It's useless to talk about it. However, for the school of Mo, if they continue to hide from the world, they will definitely die. Entering the world is the only way out for the school of Mo. A while ago, Mr. Mo and I came to an agreement that the school of Mo could impart knowledge in Yanhuang College. Didn't the school of Mo prospered for the benefit of the world? The school of engineering today is also for the benefit of the world. As Mr. Mo is very skilled in physics, he was appointed as the leader of the physics department in Yanhuang College. I know that some of you are skilled in physics, mathematics, and engineering. No matter what you are skilled in, as long as you join Yanhuang College, there will be opportunities for you to display your talents. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I invite all of you to join us. For the continuation of the school of Mo, for the sake of the world, and for the sake of the people, let's spread the knowledge that is useful to the world. Here you can teach the most outstanding students of Tang Dynasty. At the same time, you will also receive the most generous treatment. Fame and fortune at the same time. Why not? Li Zishuan gave a long speech and began to bewitch the group. Although their leader Mo Huai had already agreed to join Yanhuang College, he did not know how Mo Huai's prestige was among these people. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to introduce the advantages of Yanhuang College to them. However, it turned out that he was overthinking. We'll listen to you, Juzi. We'll go wherever Juzi tells us to go. Yes. We'll listen to you. Although Li Zishuan's speech was quite provocative, and some people were indeed tempted, they had been influenced by the discipline of the organization for many years and reacted in unison. Mo Lingwei's lips curled into a smile when she saw this. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. Did I just say so much for nothing? It was a classic case of playing the lute to a couch. At the same time, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. The discipline of the school of Mo was too strong. If he did not think of a way to assimilate them in the future, they might assimilate the other teachers. This was a cooperation that coexisted with risk and opportunity. However, Li Zishuan felt that his chances of success were greater. Mr. Mo, what do you mean? Li Zishuan urged Mo Huai to quickly state his position. Mo Huai did not dare to delay. He looked at the people of the Mo family and said in a deep voice, "What Yamacho said just now is what I mean. In the future, in Yanhuang College, you must fulfill your responsibilities and preach to the students. You must not mislead them. Also, from now on, there is no Juzi of the Mo family here, only colleagues. You are not allowed to call me Juzi in the academy. Do you understand?" Li Zishuan nodded secretly. He thought that Mo Huai was quite self-aware. He had straightened out his position and attitude as soon as he came up. The other disciples of the Mo family were shocked. "Juzi, you can't. The Mo family's Juzi has never given such an order."
That's right. You're our Juzi. How can we be disrespectful to you? Mo Huai's face stiffened, and he said sternly, I've made up my mind. If you still recognize me as your Juzi, do as I say. Chapter 652. Under Mo Huai's strong pressure, the Mo family finally accepted reality. This reality referred to the fact that they were colleagues in Yanhuang College, not the reality of joining Yanhuang College. In fact, after witnessing the prosperity of Chang'an City, they no longer wanted to return to the bitter cold place where the Mo family stayed. Today, after witnessing the extreme luxury of Yanhuang College and hearing Li Zishuan's inspiring speech, they were no longer against teaching in Yanhuang College, which was both fame and fortune. Some of them were even tempted. Next, they were divided into subjects according to their respective fields of expertise. Li Zishuan wasn't familiar with these people, so he could only let Mo Huai assign them. In the end, 8 followers of the School of Mo were assigned to the Mathematics Department, 5 to the Chemistry Department, 10 to the Physics Department, and 5 to the Geography Department. The remaining 11 followers of the School of Mo specialized in martial arts and were not suitable for teaching. In order to give them something to do, Li Zishuan had no choice but to let them become the Academy's guards. Of course, the so-called 39 followers of the School of Mo didn't include Mo Lingwei. This was because Mo Huai had never raised Mo Lingwei as a follower of the School of Mo. He only hoped that his daughter could cultivate her moral character and become a gentle lady. Cough cough, old man Mo's wish was destined to never come true, so that she could marry into a good family in the future. Therefore, this girl was considered to be the only one who wasn't assigned a job. Hey! Yamacho, you haven't assigned me to a department. As expected, Mo Lingwei was instantly unhappy when she saw that everyone else had a corresponding position but she didn't. She stood up and protested. Everyone in the room was stunned. Mo Huai's expression was ugly as he said, Wei, don't be ridiculous. Yanhuang College is an important place for learning. As a girl, what are you going to do? Go back to your seat. Although the Tang dynasty was more liberal and the social status of women was higher than during the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were still no women in schools and academies. Therefore, Mo Huai, who had always doted on his daughter, became a little unreasonable at this moment. His expression and tone were very strict. Dad. Mo Lingwei was unwilling to give up and decided to act coquettishly. Sit back down. However, the little girl's coquettishness didn't seem to work at all. Not only did Mo Huai's tone not soften at all, it even seemed to be getting worse. Mo Lingwei also knew that the situation was hopeless. She pursed her lips and looked at Li Zishuan pitifully. Li Zishuan shrugged at her with a helpless expression. The girl finally gave up and sat back down with a huff. Yamacho, I'm really sorry. My daughter doesn't know any better and made you laugh. Mo Huai turned around and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan in embarrassment. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, It's okay. Then he noticed that the atmosphere in the room was a little heavy, so he deliberately changed the topic and said, Since everyone has a place to belong now, I'll bring you to see the house in Plum Village. Mo Lingwei, who was sitting on the chair and sulking, suddenly heard Li Zishuan say that they were going to see the mansion. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but she didn't say anything out of her restraint as a girl. Mo Huai said, Thank you, Yamacho. It would be best if they could have a temporary place to stay in Plum Village. Living in an inn every day wasn't a good idea either. All right, let's set off now. I've already told the village chief of Plum Village in advance. We can go there directly. Li Zishuan said with a smile, then led Mo Huai and the others out of the meeting room. Mo Lingwei naturally pouted and followed behind. Lord Ju, you're here. I received your message in the morning. I've already asked the villagers to tidy up Lu Shuren's house. It's basically cleaned up now. Do you want to take a look? When they arrived at Plum Village, Li Zishuan happened to meet Lu Qingfeng, who reported to him enthusiastically. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, Lu Qingfeng has worked hard. However, from today onwards, this house no longer belongs to Lu Shuren and his son. It belongs to me. At this point, Li Zishuan took out a deed from his pocket. Lu Qingfeng glanced at it and was instantly shocked. He secretly thought that his Lord Ju was very resourceful. Li Zishuan waited for Lu Qingfeng to finish reading the deed before saying, Now, I'm giving this house to Mr. Mo, and these people are all teachers from Yanhuang College. From now on,
They are also villagers of Plum Village. They will temporarily stay in the Lu family's house for the time being. At the same time, I'll find someone to build a house for them in Plum Village. When the time comes, Lu Qingfeng, you have to persuade the villagers of Plum Village. Don't let them feel conflicted about these new teachers. Lu Qingfeng smiled excitedly and said, Of course. Lord Ju, don't worry. Since these teachers are from Yanhuang College, the villagers will only have respect for them. They will definitely not neglect or be conflicted. Lu Qingfeng was more or less a scholar. He knew that Yanhuang College was currently the focus of the entire Tang Empire. Yanhuang College's location just happened to be next to Plum Village. In this way, Plum Village would be basking in the glory of Yanhuang College. If Yanhuang College really became famous in the future, wouldn't Plum Village, as the birthplace of Yanhuang College, benefit from it? Therefore, when he heard that Mo Huai and the others were teachers from Yanhuang College, Lu Qingfeng was extremely excited. Let's go see the house. Under Lu Qingfeng's lead, the group of people arrived at Lu Shuren's mansion. When they pushed open the courtyard door, the fishy smell of grass juice hit them in the face. Looking at the scattered grass on the ground, it was obvious that someone had just finished plucking the grass in the yard. Wow! This house is just as Yamacho said. It takes up a lot of space. There's a rockery, a pond, and so many rooms. The people who lived here in the past were really rich. Some girl's anger came and went quickly. In just half an hour, Mo Lingwei was no longer as angry as before. At the very least, this little girl finally opened her mouth to speak. The previous owner of this house was a big villain. This house was a pearl covered in dust in his hands. Today, I'll give it to Ink Girl and the others. Li Zishuan handed over the title deed and said with a smile. Ah, you're really giving it to us? Although Mo Lingwei's personality was very cheerful, she didn't dare to accept such a valuable thing. She stared at him and said weakly, Yamacho, you can't do this. We're only staying here temporarily. Mo Huai also objected. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to waste time. He directly stuffed the title deed into Mo Lingwei's hands and said, Just take it. Anyway, this house is an abandoned building. I didn't spend much money to get it. Chapter 653. The Lu family's residence was really quite big. It was only about 10% or 20% smaller than the Li family's residence. Previously, the Lu family had over 100 servants. Now, Mo Huai and the rest of the 40 people were more than enough to live in. Of course, they could not live in this residence forever. Li Er's imperial edict made them all villagers of Plum Village. Now they were all independent individuals. There was no superior or subordinate relationship. Therefore, once their houses in Plum Village were built, they would move out separately. However, no matter what, today was considered a housewarming celebration. Li Zishuan was quite open-minded and didn't let the Mo family officially go to work today. Instead, he gave them half a day off to let them settle down first. Yamacho! You really don't want me? Unknowingly, Mo Lingwei actually sneaked up to Li Zishuan's side. At this moment, there was no one around them. Mo Lingwei blinked her eyes and said pitifully. Li Zishuan suddenly quivered. What a vixen! This little girl's words were too *king ambiguous, right? Coupled with her beautiful face, if it was any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to hold himself back. Cough cough. Ink Girl. Whether you can go to the academy or not, I don't have the final say. You have to ask old Master Mo. Li Zishuan moved 2 steps to the side without a trace. He couldn't help it. This girl's lethality was a little too strong, then coughed twice and said. Mo Lingwei wrinkled her nose and snorted unhappily. Humph. My stubborn father won't agree. Li Zishuan wiped his sweat and spread his hands. Then, I have no choice. But you're the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Aren't you the boss here? Doesn't my father have to listen to you? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and complained. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He said, Old Master Mo is your father. You have to do whatever he asks you to do? This is your family's business. Even if I am the Yamacho, I can't interfere. You. Mo Lingwei was furious. She stomped her feet and wanted to beat Li Zishuan up. However, when she thought about what Mo Zhong had told her about Li Zishuan, she felt that she couldn't beat him. She thought about how she couldn't enter the academy despite her talent and knowledge. She could only watch her fellow disciples display their strengths in Yanhuang College. She couldn't beat them in a fight and couldn't win in a debate. Suddenly, her heart was filled with grievances. With a wah, she squatted on the ground and cried. None of you are good people. Isn't it because I, Mo Lingwei, am a girl? What's wrong with women? Can't women enter the academy? Can't they be stronger than men? Woo-woo. What a bully. I didn't expect the people in Chong and to be so stingy. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. Why did this girl cry just like that? She didn't even try to build up her feelings? When did this young master look down on women? Also, what did she mean by, I didn't expect the people in Chong and to be so stingy? As they talked, not only did it involve gender discrimination, but it also involved regional discrimination. Ink girl, calm down. Let's calm down first. Li Zixuan wanted to pull Mo Lingwei up, but the ancient etiquette was strict. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Thus he could only squat down and say anxiously, This one has never meant to look down on women. To be honest, in my family, my mother's status is higher than my father's. If my mother says 1, my father doesn't dare to say 2. My wife and I are the same. Tell me, how can I look down on women? If this girl kept crying like this, it was hard to guarantee that no one would pass by and see her. At that time, people would think that he did something to her. Then, wouldn't he be unable to explain himself even if he had 8 mouths? Therefore, in order to make Mo Lingwei stop crying as soon as possible, Li Zixuan also put in a lot of effort. He instantly sold himself and his father out. As expected, Mo Lingwei paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. Perhaps she felt that it was inappropriate for her to laugh at this time, so she quickly stopped laughing and rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan. Is that really the case? Yamacho, you're a dignified county man. Are you afraid of your wife? Li Zixuan touched his nose and said, I'm not lying to you. It's really like that in my family. Speaking of this, he suddenly said seriously, but this isn't called fear, it's respect. My father respects my mother, and I also respect my wife. There's no such thing as fear. Everyone said that people were afraid of their wives or were henpecked, but in fact, there were very few people who were truly afraid of their wives. Most people's fear wasn't real fear, but respect for their wives. For example, Feng Xianling, a famous official who was afraid of his wife. Was he really afraid of his wife? In fact, that wasn't the case. Everyone thought that Feng Xianling was afraid of Lady Feng, but they didn't know that the couple had a touching story. Before Feng Xianling became famous, he was sick and dying. He said to his wife Madame Lu, I'm dying. You're still young and can't be a widow. You should remarry and serve the new husband well. When Madame Lu heard Feng Xianling's considerate words, she was very sad. She cried and went into the room. She stabbed one of her eyes with a sharp weapon to show her husband that she was determined not to remarry. Later, Feng Xianling recovered from his illness and was very grateful to Madame Lu. He treated her with courtesy for the rest of his life. Therefore, the virtuous official of the Great Tang, Feng Xianling, should be said to respect his wife, who could resolutely drink poisoned wine, and not be afraid. Respect? When Mo Lingwei heard this, her expression became a little inexplicable. At this moment, this girl didn't have time to cry. She opened her mouth and looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. After a while she said, Your mother and wife are really happy. Li Zixuan grinned and said, Hey, of course. When my mother was willing to marry my father, didn't she believe that my father could give her happiness? As a man, how can I let down a woman's trust? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Ink girl, take it easy. There are so many fun places in Chang'an. You don't have to go to the academy. Li Zixuan noticed that Mo Lingwei's gaze was becoming more and more strange. He quickly stopped the previous topic and tried to persuade her. He didn't intend to flirt with other women. Besides, although Mo Lingwei was cute and lively, she was not his cup of tea. He didn't want to have a headache every day. After that, Li Zixuan stood up and prepared to go back to the academy. As long as Mo Lingwei stopped crying, it would be fine. He didn't have the obligation to help her solve her family problems. But Yanhuang College is more fun than Chang'an. I still want to go to the academy. Yacho, Don't underestimate me. I, Mo Lingwei, know everything that the followers of the Mo family know. Li Zixuan staggered and hurriedly quickened his pace to escape. There was no way to reason with this girl. Chapter 654. Whoa! Second Master Lu, why did you buy so many cold melons? After getting rid of the little witch, Li Zixuan planned to return to Yanhuang College to deal with official business. When he walked to the entrance of the village, he saw Second Master Lu driving an ox cart towards him. The ox cart was filled with watermelons. He was puzzled and couldn't help but go forward and ask, Yo! Lord Ju, you're here. When Second Master Lu saw that it was Li Zixuan, he quickly stopped the ox cart and greeted him. Then he replied, Hey! Aren't the students about to go up the mountain for the exam? I was thinking of getting a cart of watermelons and selling them to the examinees to quench their thirst. When Li Zixuan heard this, he said happily, I didn't expect Second Master Lu to be so business-minded. Lu Wanshan waved his hand and said, This wasn't my idea. It was Mei Jun's wife, Han Xiaomei. Yes, she's the sister of Han Xiaodong from the Han family village. You should know her, Lord Ju. Han Xiaodong? Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He still had an impression of Han Xiaodong, so he smiled and said, Well, Mei Jun married a good wife. She's quite smart. Did the other farmers in our village also prepare all kinds of goods? Lu Wanshan grinned and said, Of course. Of course, everyone has to earn money together. But don't worry, Lord Ju. We won't raise the price. We'll sell it at whatever price is sold in Chang'an City. Anyway, we have nothing to do. We'll be satisfied with the travel expenses. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, I still believe in Second Master Lu's character. It's not that I won't let you raise the price. After all, Yunshan is so high. It's quite hard to go up and down. It's not impossible to raise the price a little. But there must be a limit to everything. Second Master Lu, go back and discuss with Lu Lijing and my father-in-law. We will set up a standard for the price of goods and set up a monitoring team. In the future, Yanhuang College will attract a lot of people to Plum Village. I won't allow there to be any malicious cheating here. According to Li Zixuan's plan, they would rely on Yanhuang College to develop a batch of new technologies in the next few years. These new technologies would definitely bring about new industries and more people. This would also bring about considerable profits for the Han family manor and Plum Village's villagers. However, as the saying goes, huge profits move people's hearts. When that time came, it was inevitable that some villagers would deliberately rip off their customers in order to make quick money. Once the situation was spread out, the reputation of Plum Village and the Han family manor would be completely ruined. Even Yanhuang College would be affected. Such examples could be found everywhere in his previous life. Li Zixuan had no choice but to guard against them. Lu Wanshan frowned and said with an ugly expression, Don't worry, Lord Ju. We will tell everyone in advance. At that time, if anyone dares to tarnish the reputation of our Plum Village and the Han family village, this set of old bones will personally knock on their door. Thank you for your trouble, Second Master Lu. Li Zixuan said politely, then said goodbye to Second Master Lu and walked in the direction of Yunshan. In the afternoon, he accompanied Mo Huai and the others to look at the courtyard, so he didn't ride a horse. Uncle Zhong, help me think of a way. I have to go out today. The next day, in the backyard of the D residence, Di Jixuan dragged the old housekeeper into the study and whispered sneakily. Housekeeper Zhong's face was bitter. He pushed Di Jixuan's hand away and said, Young master, why haven't you given up yet? If old master finds out that you still want to go to Yanhuang College, you will suffer again. Di Jixuan said anxiously, Uncle Zhong, if you don't tell him, how will my father know? Besides, this time I just want to take the exam and see how I am doing in mathematics. After all, I have been studying this course by myself for more than a month. You have to let me see how good I am, right? Don't worry, whether I can pass the exam or not, I will not go to Yanhuang College. I will definitely go back to Bingzhou to prepare for the exam. Housekeeper Zhong shook his head and said, No, young master. Old master has ordered that whoever dares to let you out in these 3 days will have their legs broken. There are 4 or 5 guards watching the front yard. When Di Jixuan heard this, he couldn't help but think that his father was really ruthless. His brain was working very fast. After a while he said to the old housekeeper,
Uncle Zhong, if I don't take the exam, I'm afraid I will feel uneasy. It will affect my progress in preparing for the exam. How about this? I will secretly climb over the wall and leave. You can pretend that you didn't see it. Even if my father finds out, he won't blame you. How about that? The old housekeeper was shocked and hurriedly pulled Di Jixuan, afraid that he would really climb over the wall. Then he said, "Young master, you can't. The wall in the mansion is so high. If you accidentally fall and something bad happens to you, no one in the mansion can bear the responsibility." In fact, the wall in the D mansion was quite high. It was definitely not like some ancient dramas where the young lady could easily climb over by stepping on the back of the servant girl. Seeing that Di Jixuan didn't seem to give up, the old housekeeper continued, "Besides, old master will come back after the court. He will definitely look for you. Young master, even if you go to Yanhuang College to register, once old master finds you coming back, he will lock you up. You won't be able to go to Yanhuang College to take the exam tomorrow." According to Li Zixuan's instructions, Ma Zhou had published a notice in the most eye-catching headline of yesterday's Datong Daily, informing all the students in Chang'an City who were preparing to take the entrance exam of Yanhuang College to go to Yanhuang College on September 17th, which was today, to get the exam number and enter the exam with a number. This was the real reason why Di Jixuan was in a hurry to escape from the D mansion today. If he couldn't get the exam number today, he wouldn't be qualified to take the exam tomorrow. In fact, according to the rules, it wasn't that others couldn't help him get the exam number. But the problem now was, who in the D mansion dared to help Di Jixuan get the exam number? Wasn't that asking for death? That was why Di Jixuan wanted to sneak out. However, what housekeeper Zhong said was not unreasonable. His house was 4 or 5 miles away from Yanhuang College. Even if he rode a horse, it would take nearly 2 hours to go back and forth. What's more, there might be many people waiting in line on Yunshan Mountain. In that case, he couldn't guarantee that he would come back before his father, and his intentions would be exposed. He would have even less chance to sneak out and take the entrance exam of Yanhuang College tomorrow. What should I do? At this moment, Di Jixuan was like an ant on a hot pan. He was very anxious. Once he set his mind on something, he would do whatever it took to accomplish it. Now, this feeling of helplessness made him very unhappy. "Young master, I think you'd better give up. Old master is doing this for your own good. Don't do anything stupid." Alas! The old housekeeper persuaded and then left with a sigh. Only Di Jixuan was left in the room with a bitter face. Chapter 655. Haha! It's finally the day of the exam. After 2 months of hard work, we'll finally be able to see if we succeed or fail tomorrow. South of Chang'an City, Jinyu Academy. 3 unkempt men with unkempt hair and dirty faces stood in the courtyard, ready to go. One of the men laughed loudly. Looking at the man's face, it was Chen Tianhua, the down-and-out scholar who serialized Zhang Xiaohua's Legend of Cultivation in the newspaper. Haha! For the past 2 months, we have been in seclusion and studying hard. Luckily, Tianhua, you gave that child from the Wang family some benefits and let him send us newspapers every day. Otherwise, wouldn't we have missed the exam number plate today? Hua Hongyi's image was not much better at the moment. However, this guy's actions were naturally graceful, as if he was not affected by any external factors. He always looked so comfortable and indifferent. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, "Perhaps this is the saying, a scholar doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world." I have to say, Li Xiannan's Datong Daily has really given us a lot of convenience. A scholar doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world. This saying first came from chapter 47 of Laozi. One doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world. One doesn't follow the rules, but knows the heavenly Tao. One goes out far but one knows little. That's why the saints don't know, don't see and don't do. Hua Hongyi nodded in agreement. Seeing the two of them chatting, Liao Feichen couldn't help but say gloomily, "I say, why are the two of you so confident? You don't seem to be nervous about tomorrow's exam at all?" Hua Hongyi smiled faintly and said, "Nervous? What's the use of being nervous? Besides, we're all prepared for the exam. What's there to be nervous about? If we unfortunately don't make it, it only means that our qualifications are not good enough. It's useless to be nervous now." Chen Tianhua was more attentive. He felt that Liao Feichen seemed to be a little nervous, so he pondered for a moment and said,
Fei-chen, Brother Hua is right. The most important thing in the exam is to prepare for it. It's useless to be nervous.
Besides, the three of us don't have any reason to be nervous.
Liao Fei-chen asked curiously, why?
You must know that the number of students who applied for Yanhuang College this time is more than the number of people who took the imperial examination.
Of course, he had also read this information from the newspaper.
Chen Tianhua smiled confidently and said, because we were the first batch to know about Yanhuang College's enrollment information, and we also started preparing for the exam as soon as possible. This time, the students who applied for Yanhuang College came from the 365 provinces and counties of Great Tang. Although the Tang Dynasty daily used fast horses to teleport us, we had at least half a month to prepare compared to the examinees from other provinces and counties.
This is our biggest advantage.
In addition, we also got someone to buy the May exam papers from the School of Mathematics, so we have a certain understanding of the style of the male examinees from Li County. Therefore, in this entrance exam, other than the students from the School of Mathematics, the three of us have the biggest advantage.
What reason do we have not to be confident?
If we really don't get in, then we can only say, Heaven's death is not my fault for fighting. Heaven's death is not my fault for fighting, from the 7th volume of the Records of the Western Han Dynasty, Xiang Yu Ben Ji. Hua Hongyi nodded repeatedly when he heard Chen Tianhua's explanation. In the end, he couldn't help but praise, Tianhua, your analysis is still the best. I presume Fei-chen's heart will be at ease after hearing what you said.
Haha, I realize that I'm even more confident now.
Liao Fei-chen was obviously relieved. He nodded and said, that's right. After hearing what Tianhua said, I feel more at ease. Let's go to Yanhuang College. Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi had no objections, and the three of them went out together. On the way, smelling the fresh air and looking at the birds and flowers, Chen Tianhua sighed and said, it's so comfortable outside. Even breathing is so much smoother. Liao Fei-chen was speechless and said, let's go quickly. If we're late, we'll have to queue for a long time again. This kid obviously knew everything about Li Zixuan very well. For the scooters, carriages, mirrors, etc., one had to queue. For the newspapers and cheap books, one had to queue. For the Drunken Immortal restaurant's chicken, Drunken Immortal, Dompa pork, meatballs, etc., one also had to queue. Therefore, Liao Fei-chen believed that there was an 80% chance that they would have to queue to get the exam number this time. The other two felt that it was reasonable and quickened their pace. However, Hua Hongyi was still walking and said, if the three of us all pass this time, then we'll have to help each other in Yanhuang College. How about giving the three of us a title? Liao Fei-chen rolled his eyes and said disinterestedly, boring. Chen Tianhua was interested and said, that's a good idea. In my opinion, how about we call ourselves the three heroes of Jin Yu? After all, the three of us met at Jin Yu Academy and spent more than 4 years there. Hua Hongyi laughed and said, good. That's a good name.
I agree.
Liao Fei-chen thought about it and also felt that the name was not bad. He nodded and said, then I agree. Chen Tianhua clapped his hands and said, then it's settled. From now on, the three of us will be called the three heroes of Jin Yu. After deciding on the name, the three of them seemed to be in high spirits. They walked with a majestic gait. After a while, Hua Hongyi suddenly said, oh,
that's right.
After this exam, Tianhua, your Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator, and Fei-chen, your long immortal journey, have to be updated as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all have nothing to eat.
It's time to update.
Chen Tianhua subconsciously agreed. However, after saying that, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He said angrily, F***CK? Hongyi, you still have the nerve to say that. You've been freeloading off me and Fei-chen for several months. Every day, you said that you wouldn't freeload off us after your novel was published. In the end, until now, there's not even a shadow of your novel. Liao Fei-chen also quickly agreed and said, that's right.
Hongyi, tell us quickly.
How long more before your novel is published? Although they spoke fiercely, the two of them were not really angry. This was because before they started writing novels, they were the poorest. At that time, Hua Hongyi was the one who helped them. Therefore, now that Hua Hongyi was freeloading off them for several months, they were willing to accept it. When Hua Hongyi heard the condemnation of his two classmates, he couldn't help but blush.
He coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "Cough, cough. This soon, I'll be able to publish it." Actually, only he knew that he hadn't even started writing his novel. Chapter 656. A while ago, Chan Tianhua and Hua Hongyi stopped updating their novels in order to prepare for Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Of course, they told the Datong Daily's editorial department the reason for the suspension. The editorial department issued 2 statements in their names. Regardless of whether the readers understood or not, the 2 of them resolutely began to prepare for the exam wholeheartedly. After all, the 2 of them were not like Li Zixuan, who had ready-made novels in his mind to copy. Moreover, their writing speed could not be compared to Li Zixuan's. Therefore, in order to prepare for the exam, they could only give up updating their novels. Hey! Did you notice that during this period of time, it's not only me and Tianhua who stopped updating their novels on Datong Daily. Many novels have stopped updating. Liao Feichen suddenly said as the 3 of them walked out of the city. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. Could it be that the other authors are also preparing for the Yanhuang College's entrance exam? Hua Hongyi pondered for a moment and guessed. Chen Tianhua nodded and said, "It's possible." This collective suspension of updating will probably have a great impact on Datong Daily's Dahua Jianghu section. However, fortunately, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality stood up at the critical moment and updated 15 times a day, directly filling the gap in this section. Otherwise, the Dahua Jianghu section would very likely be drowned by the reader's salivage. Liao Feichen thought for a moment and said, "That's true, but that Leather Knight is really a monster. 15 times a day, how did he do it? He's simply not human." 3 months ago, after Li Zixuan broke through to the Grandmaster realm, not only did his true qi and spiritual power have been greatly improved, but his ability to control the various parts of his body naturally became more proficient. Therefore, with the support of the Grandmaster realm, his writing speed was also faster. He often wrote more than 100 chapters a day, which was really abnormal. Chen Tianhua also found it somewhat difficult to understand. He wondered, maybe he really is not human. Originally, the 3 of them didn't know the specific location of Yanhuang College. But today, there were many students from Chang'an City heading to Yanhuang College. They followed a group of people and found their way there. Standing at the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Hua Hongyi exclaimed as he looked at the majestic peak, the straight and wide mountain path, as well as the crowds coming and going on the mountain path. Who would have thought that there would be so many people coming and going in such a remote place? Li Xiannan is really a strange person. He actually built the academy on top of the mountain. This way, the construction difficulty and cost will increase by a lot. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, "After a few more years, there will definitely be more and more people here. As for the problem of cost that you mentioned, Hong Yi, this is not something we should consider. Haha, let's go up quickly." Along the way, I've heard other students praise Yanhuang College as a heavenly palace. I can't wait to go up and see it. Hua Hongyi shook his head and said, "No matter how luxurious the building is, it's just a pile of dead things. In comparison, I'm more interested in the knowledge that Yanhuang College wants to impart." Haha. Young friend, at first, this old man thought the same as you. But after seeing the true face of Yanhuang College, this old man no longer said that. At this moment, on the mountain path, an old man in a blue shirt holding a book walked over while laughing. Liao Feichen, Hua Hongyi, and Chen Tianhua were shocked and took 2 steps back. There was no other reason other than the strong smell of alcohol on this old man. Haha. Fine. Fine. This old man won't say much. You kids can go up the mountain and have a look. After all, what you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. When the old man saw the reactions of the 3 people, he laughed awkwardly and then floated away. Hua Hongyi felt that he was a little rude and couldn't help but shout from behind, "Hey! Old mister, please wait." Who knew that the old man would walk away as if he didn't hear him? This old man reeks of alcohol and he just came down from the mountain. Why do you think he's going to Yanhuang College? Liao Feichen looked at the old man's back and muttered. Chen Tianhua frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Looking at his words and actions, he's free and unrestrained. Since he's so old, he's definitely not here to apply like us. He looks more like a teacher from Yanhuang College." Ah! Liao Feichen was dumbfounded. He muttered, Are the teachers from Yanhuang College all drunkards? At this moment, Li Zixuan, who was sitting in the principal's office of Yanhuang College, didn't know that Wang Ji, who had just asked him a question, had tarnished the image of Yanhuang College. You can't say that. Hua Hongyi chuckled and said, First of all, we don't know if that old man is a teacher from Yanhuang College or not. Second of all, although he reeks of alcohol, his demeanor and movements are extremely sober. This means that he's not drunk. So what if he's a teacher from Yanhuang College? Drinking a few glasses won't affect the teaching, right, Feichen? Liao Feichen waved his hand and said, Yes, what you said is reasonable. Since Hong Yi is so analytical, when will your novel be published? Hua Hongyi choked and said helplessly, Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Ha ha ha. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right. Stop laughing. Let's go up the mountain. Hua Hongyi urged with a dark expression. Yes. Let's go up the mountain. Liao Feichen came to his senses and said anxiously. Chen Tianhua finally remembered what they were here for today. He quickly said, Yes, let's go up the mountain. Thus, the three fellows who were chatting happily only started to climb up the stairs to the top of the mountain. Half an hour later. Phew. We're finally here. I'm so tired. Oh my God. Liao Feichen was the first to reach the peak. Hua Hongyi and Chen Tianhua, who were behind him, first heard this guy say that he was tired, then they heard an extremely exaggerated scream. Chen Tianhua shouted in puzzlement, Feichen, what's wrong? Liao Feichen was in a state of deep shock and naturally didn't have time to answer. Chen Tianhua didn't hear a response and thought that something had happened to Chen Tianhua. He hurriedly said to Hua Hongyi beside him, Hongyi, let's go up and take a look. Okay. The two of them quickened their pace. After a while, they both reached the top of the mountain. Seeing Liao Feichen standing there in a daze, Chen Tianhua couldn't help but nudge him and say, Feichen, why, my God. Chapter 657. This. When Hua Hongyi saw that Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both staring blankly in front of them, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. When he followed the direction of their gazes, he was also stunned. What kind of scene was that? The road was greenish-gray, and the wall was surrounded by black iron bars. Behind the wall, there was a huge building with a very different style. Many large pieces of colored glass on the wall of the building reflected the morning sun, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. In the middle of the building, there were two steeples, like two sharp swords piercing the sky. Moreover, they could vaguely see that behind the building, there were many other similar buildings. From their angle, they couldn't see the whole picture of the college. From this, it could be seen that the college occupied a large area. Oh my God! This Yanhuang College's construction is too. Hua Hongyi was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, and he didn't know what to say. Those examinees weren't talking nonsense. This Yanhuang College is really like a palace of immortals. Liao Feichen had never seen such a domineering college. He wiped his saliva and added on Hua Hongyi's unfinished words. The architectural style is very different from ordinary buildings, but if you look carefully, you can still feel a majestic aura coming from it. Moreover, the materials used for this building are rare, and its height is amazing. It's really uncanny workmanship, and it's not an exaggeration to call it a palace of immortals. Chen Tianhua looked up at the central twin steeples of the Guanghua building, and his heart was surging with emotions. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, Hua Hongyi suddenly thought of the old man in blue he had just met at the foot of the mountain. He said, That old man was right. Now that I see the true appearance of Yanhuang College, I can't say those words. That sentence was naturally referring to him saying that Yanhuang College's buildings were just a pile of dead things. Okay. Hurry up and line up. Don't you see that there are so many people in front of you? Liao Feichen urged. The other two were stunned. Only then did they notice that there were dozens of long lines at the entrance of Yanhuang College. Their attention had just been attracted by the magnificent Guanghua building, so they didn't pay attention to this side. Now that they saw it, they didn't dare to blindly sigh here and hurriedly walked to the place where the crowd was queuing. Among the sea of people, there were many who knew each other, and a large portion of them were former students of the School of Mathematics. Ha ha!
Iron Egg, you're here too. Sun Zifen, who was in the first row on the east side, laughed out loud. Iron Egg smiled and said, "Well, today is such an important day, of course I have to come. But Zifen, why did you come in person?" Today's Iron Egg's words and actions were far beyond those of his peers. It could only be said that the people he came into contact with were different, and the speed at which his abilities and thoughts improved was also different. Hee hee. Anyway, since I have nothing to do at home, why don't I come to the academy to see my former classmates and catch up on the old days? Besides, the establishment of Yanhuang College is due to our efforts. Isn't it wonderful to come and see the fruits of our labor praised by others? Sun Zifen smiled proudly. Iron Egg was speechless. He thought that the reason of seeing his former classmates and so on was definitely secondary. The main reason was at the back, right? Hey! Iron Egg, this is? After Sun Zifen was done being proud, he noticed that there was a chubby boy behind Iron Egg, who was following Iron Egg step by step. Sun Zifen asked, "Oh, this is a friend of mine from the same village. His name is Guoqi. Because of some things he has some contact with my master. He has taught himself pinyin and arithmetic before. He is still young, and this time he is mainly here to see the entrance exam of Yanhuang College. It doesn't matter if he can pass or not." Iron Egg pulled Guoqi out and introduced him. Then he saw that Guoqi was a little confused and uneasy, so he patted Guoqi's shoulder and said, "Sure enough, don't be nervous. This is Sun Zifen, a very good classmate of mine. He is very easygoing." Haha. Iron Egg is right. I like to make friends the most. Sure enough, it is nice to meet you for the first time. When Sun Zifen heard that Guoqi had some contact with Xiaofan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, so he took the initiative to greet Guoqi. Guoqi was a little at a loss and scratched his head. After a long while he stuttered, Brother Zifen. The academy you built. The academy is really beautiful." His stuttering had been cured long ago, but the habit of speaking over the years made him unable to help but stutter whenever he was nervous. Sun Zifen didn't care about this, because Guoqi's last sentence made him feel a little smug. Haha. Sure enough, you have a good eye. If you can pass the entrance exam to Yanhuang College this time, then I, Sun Zifen, will protect you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, just use my name. Iron Egg's eyebrows twitched as he listened. What did he mean by "sure enough you have a good eye"? Sun Zifen's words were getting more and more ridiculous. He couldn't help but criticize him in his heart. Guoqi liked to be praised the most. Sun Zifen's unintentional words made him feel that this person in front of him was quite easy to get along with, so he scratched his head and smiled. Hey, thank you, Brother Zifen. Iron Egg rolled his eyes and was speechless as he looked at the two people who he had never met before chatting so enthusiastically. Yamacho, as of now, there are nearly 800 candidates who have received the exam number plates, and there are still a large number of candidates lining up in front of the academy. Therefore, a conservative estimate is that there will be at least 2,000 candidates taking the entrance exam this year. I'm afraid that such a grand occasion can't even be compared to the imperial examination. On the 10th floor of the Guanghua building, in the principal's office, Yan Silu excitedly reported to Li Zixuan. At first, he agreed to join Yanhuang College only because of Li Gang's invitation and Li Zixuan's school philosophy. In fact, he himself was not optimistic about Yanhuang College's situation in the first few years. He never expected such a grand occasion to happen today, which made him very excited. Li Zixuan stood in front of the bed and looked down at the bustling students at the entrance of the academy. The imperial examination and Yanhuang College's exam are two different things. There is nothing to compare. In the future, most of the students from Yanhuang College will take the imperial examination. To some extent, we are like the imperial college, cultivating talents for the Tang Empire. But since they have chosen Yanhuang College, we have to teach them something different. Rigorous scholarship is the foundation of Yanhuang College. We don't have to compare with others.